What's going on, everyone? My name is Jason Vincent, and you are live with the Storyteller Network. And I'm coming on laughing because I'm reading the comments, and someone just said, never too early for margaritas. I can absolutely agree. Everybody, make sure to sound off in the comments. Let me know some places that you're tuning in from. I've seen people from Chicago, Belgium. I saw someone from Kitchener, Ontario. I was just there not too long ago. I see a bunch of friends, some of the educators that are going to be speaking here today. So I'm super excited to see everybody. Everybody kind of sound off in the comments and let me see where you guys are coming from. I got Greece, India, Philly, New York City. Here we are. They're starting to come in. There's a bit of a delay. Phoenix, Norway. I got some of my Arkansas peeps. I'm in Bentonville, Arkansas, so super excited to see some of that. There we go. Had to fix an audio thing. Awesome. All right. So real quick, since this is the very, very first live event coming from the Storyteller Network, I want to do a quick intro of what this is, what you guys have so graciously given your time to hang out and watch. But the Storyteller Network is a new platform specifically for photographers, all about education. It has a host of amazing podcasts that I'm going to read because there's so many amazing that I can't remember them all. The Vendor Table, absolutely amazing team. We have Self with Sue Bryce, Studio Tours with Nikki Klosser, The Creative Thread with Meg Lokes, Raw with Vanessa Joy, Reinvent with Noella Andres, Summer School with Summer Grace, the Six Figure Photography Podcast with Ben Hartley, the Empowered Photographer Podcast with Elena Blair, the Photographic Collective Podcast with Miles Witt-Boyer and Jared Fitcher, and Behind the Lens, powered by Sony. That right there is just an amazing lineup to start off. But then going from there, we are also going to have summits like this. So this is going to be the Business and Marketing Summit. There's also on the schedule a lighting summit coming in September, and the entire network is going to be going live June 15th. And so make sure that you, click whatever links that we're able to provide whenever we're able to provide them. Follow the Storyteller Network over on Instagram so you can get some live updates. Like, subscribe here on YouTube so that we can share the love and you can get notifications when other content is starting to come up. Now, before we go live, I just want to do a quick little intro because the very first class, we're kicking it off with a bang with the one and only and absolutely amazing Vanessa Joy. She is going to be doing a session about the psychology behind effective sales, conversations so you can confidently guide couples, build trust, uncover what matters most to them, and communicate your value in a way that feels natural, authentic, and high value. So I'm super excited myself to watch this. So I know that you guys are also going to be excited. Before we dive into Vanessa's, I also want to do a quick little shout out. We are going to be doing, they're going to be selling this entire course at a cheaper rate if you can sign up or buy it before the end of the 2 days. So that's going to be $149 for all of the classes today, all of the classes tomorrow, as well as a bunch of the educators threw in extra content for people that buy this. Things like guides and PDFs and walkthroughs. There's also going to be some bonus courses. I heard that maybe Sue Bryce just recorded a bonus course specifically for the people that buy the entire class. So you definitely want to make sure that you sign up for that. It's $149 instead of the full price, which will be $399 after the live event ends. So with that, let's go ahead and kick it over to Vanessa Joy. I'm super excited to see what she has to say.
All right, this is Sales Without the Sleaze. Thank you so much for joining me and Frank and being here. This is really, I'm so passionate about teaching this because I think photographers are so starved of sales education, because sales education is like, it's just not prevalent, because we all decide to become photographers and we pick up cameras and then we run business. And the last thing we ever wanted to do was be a sleazy salesman, right? Plus, we love our clients. So we don't want to do anything that doesn't feel good, right? We don't want to do anything that doesn't feel like it's something that we would do with our friends. So sales, because we have such a negative connotation to it, we tend to avoid it and learning it. But I'm actually going to show you how that is a disservice to your clients, not the service you think it is by the end of this. So here's what we're covering today. Why fully booked photographers are under earning, and it has to do with sales. Totally has to do with sales. The hidden revenue leaks inside your sales system. ChatGTP did not write this, because if ChatGTP wrote this, then it would have been the quiet revenue leaks, right? I'm going to talk to you about my 5-step CEO consultation method. I'm even going to show you like my script and like exactly what I say, the questions that I ask to clients when I speak to them. We're going to talk about how to increase revenue per wedding without adding volume. Now, I'm going to say wedding a lot because I'm a wedding photographer primarily, but all of this, and I'm also going to give you some portrait photographer examples, because all of this works across the board. All of it is based on human psychology. So that's really what we're getting into. That's really the core of what we're talking about. And we're going to talk, we're going to give you like workshopping moments throughout. Not that you can pause the live thing, but if you purchase this afterwards, you certainly can. So I want to give you things to do. I want to give you tangibles, action items, so that you can go put this into practice in your business right away and feel really good about it, feel really confident about it. So let's go. This is going to be a real structural shift. So these are the real results. So I have a photographer who, shooting 29 weddings, went from $4,200 to $4,400 from to $7,200 average. I have a client that did this that went from about $1,000 to a $6,000 average just on album sales alone, not including what he made on the actual wedding. And we're seeing $22,000, $25,000 contracts being sold based on this psychology. That last example is actually on corporate photography and wedding photography. I have multiple circumstances there. So this is really applicable, and it's working today, which is what's important. So I'm going to give you stories throughout so that you can see how it's working, real numbers, real photographers all around the country, so that you can see like, hey, this works, and be encouraged by it. Okay. Some of the mindset shifts that the people I have taught this to have come across is, I don't feel salesy anymore. Ooh, that's a good one, because when you don't have the knowledge, that's when you actually feel salesy, because you don't know what you're doing. I stopped panicking when inquiries slowed down, because I'm going to show you how to extend revenue and raise lifetime value of a client. I finally know what to fix first is another one. You know, when you look at the whole big picture, you're going to be very clear on what's going to be fixed. So congratulations to Kelly. Kelly is a portrait and wedding photographer who applied this, booked over $23,000 worth of weddings, but more importantly, the largest package so far, right? Three times over, 3 weddings for the largest package so far. But the thing I really like, they paused when I shared pricing, but we talked through what they wanted again and aligned it to their goals. They got the highest package in the end. That's just a preview of what we're talking about. Aligning it and really listening to our clients so we know how to align ourselves with their goals. Amanda's another one, booked 3 weddings for what she would have had to work 6 for. Because of this, raised my prices, showed them confidently, didn't feel salesy, felt in control. The big plateau I have seen recently in photographers is that 6-figure mark, right? Oh, 6-figure photographer. And that seemed to be like this goal, right? It seemed to be this, let me get there. And it's great. It's great if you're a 6-figure photographer. But I find it's where a lot of photographers, both wedding and portrait, as well as corporate, like they all plateau there. And it's like this glass ceiling they just can't break through. And they try things like raising their prices, or maybe they're really booked out, but they're not actually profitable, even though they're busy, right? Because busy isn't necessarily a good thing if everything is not cohesive and it's not running correctly. You can be really busy and actually be in the negative, in the red. So the consultation, our sales consultations, when we get on the phone, when we get on Zoom, and we're actually talking to a client about our process, and we're listening to them, that consultation, it's really a sales call. I know I don't like that word, but it really is a sales call. And at that, it is a high ticket sales call. So there's a lot at stake there. I mean, we're talking thousands and thousands of dollars. It's not like they're in line at the drive-thru at McDonald's and they're like picking out, do I want a Big Mac or do I want that 2-burger meal? It's high ticket. So it's a lot. So we have to understand that a lot happens here. A lot happens in that consultation, in that sales call, and a lot of your revenue, it either expands and you set yourself up for success, or it collapses here. And one of the biggest mistakes is photographers don't realize this, especially wedding photographers. Wedding photography is not a one transaction moment, right? It's not book me for your wedding, pay me for your wedding, goodbye. It doesn't have to be that way. And it shouldn't be that way because that's not a full service to your clients. We must learn how to communicate. That is all sales is. It's learning how to communicate. When you do not know how to effectively communicate what you do and why you are the best photographer for the person that you are speaking to, you are doing them a disservice. How are you doing them a disservice? Well, let's just say you were, in fact, the best photographer for that person that you were talking to, but you didn't know how to communicate it and you didn't communicate it effectively. So what did they do? They went somewhere else. They got subpar service, and ultimately they come back to you a few years later, hiring you for portraits and telling you all about the fact that they wish they hired you for their wedding because their wedding photographer sucked and they didn't get the photos that they wanted or the experience that they wanted. Whose fault is that actually? It's kind of yours. It's kind of the photographer's. Yes, of course, the client had a decision, but that photographer did a disservice by not knowing sales. By the way, I'm basing this on a true story of someone who came back to me with that exact story, realizing that, oh, now I get it. Now I understand why it's a disservice to my clients to not know sales and to not know how to communicate. It's because we are not giving clients all of the best information possible for them to make an educated choice. And ultimately, because of that, they may miss out on what's actually best for them. So we must learn to communicate. By the way, my name is Vanessa Joy. Hi, if we haven't met yet, hello, Storyteller Network. I've been a photographer for almost 30 years now, most of it in weddings. My own business is 18 years old, almost 19 years old now. I'm married. This is one of my dogs. This is Frank. Zoe is somewhere else. My kids are somewhere else. My husband is somewhere else. I kicked them all out for this. But I'm still an active photographer, which is really the only thing I want you to remember is that I'm an active photographer today. I photograph weddings today. I photograph corporate and portraits today. I make a ton of money with people who pay me to take pictures, right? Consumers, especially, because that's really what we're talking about is the consumer psychology. So that's important because you don't want outdated information. You don't want information that worked 5 years ago that isn't working right now. And it's funny, in the past, like 2-3 years, I'll tell you why later, this information has actually become more relevant because of a cultural shift that's been happening. So let's continue. I didn't start here. I used to be a Spanish teacher. That was my day job. I hated it. I loved creativity, and I actually started my own business when I was my first year in teaching. Thank God I did that because I only made it about 3 years into teaching, and then I ended up being able to quit my day job, which was incredible. But when I started, I did all the wrong things, right? Like I paid unnecessary taxes. Don't get me started on that one. I underestimated the power of sales. I didn't learn it. Truthfully, I didn't even really learn it until about 2 years ago. And when I did, it changed so much of my life, so much. And I invested plenty without implementing. But the shift that I had and the shift that I am trying to get you to have today, right now, watching this, is understanding that your big jumps in life really do not come from mastering the art of photography. It doesn't in a lot of ways, especially since that's kind of a slow shift. You get better at that slowly. Business, when you make big structural shifts, you can have big impact right away, which is exactly what happened to me when I made, and it's funny, this shift, which I'm going to tell you what it was in a second. I made it, and I knew about this business tactic, we'll call it that, this business practice. And I knew about it, and I just didn't do anything with it, or I don't know if I didn't believe it. Whatever it was, once I actually did and I implemented it, I learned it and I implemented it and I gave it a try, I made an extra $90,000 that year without shooting any additional weddings. 90 grand. And this is a part where I was like, yeah, it's fun, but it's also depressing because at this point I was 6 years into my business. And that means that if I had been doing this when I had known about it all along in the beginning, if I had been doing it, I would have made $90,000 every one of those other 6 years, which is over $500,000. So as fun as it was, making 90 grand, I'm realizing I've lost over $500,000. Yay, said no one ever. Anyway, this was just one shift, and the shift really is everything I'm going to tell you today. So I'm excited for it because I know it's going to change a lot with your business. I know you're going to see money in it, and it's actually industry changing, which I'm going to get around to telling you why I think this is really industry changing for the better in a good way. All right. Others have done the same. It's not just me. This is not just, oh, Vanessa, it's you. No, like, please, I'm a mediocre photographer that's pretty darn good at business. But other photographers who are amazing photographers have had the same shift. So Steven is a good example. He's the one that I was talking about before, went from 4,400 to 7,200 bucks when he learned the first part of what I'm teaching you today, which is how to run sales consultations and not be sleazy. He made that shift, basically almost doubling his prices and having clients be happier. His bride actually cried on a consultation saying, "You get me, I can't believe you get me," because of what I'm going to show you. His average album sales, we're going to have a big discussion about album sales. I'm warning you right now, just brace yourself for it. 6x. And even if he was just doing 10 weddings, that's like a $75,000 increase. That's huge, but he doesn't do just 10 weddings. He does like 29, 24, I think he had this year. The sales script thing is huge. Brittany's another good example of that. In 2 weeks, closing $38,000 because of a sales script change. Because of that and feeling good about it. So that's what we're doing. We're fixing that framework today. So I hope you have your notes out. I hope you have your pens out. I'm a big believer in pens and paper, not typing, because as a former teacher, I know that ingrains in your brain better. So let's go. We think as photographers, whether it's portrait or whether it's a wedding photographer, that we have to be friendly. And of course you do. This is not like how to be a stern leader photographer. That's not what we're doing. Yes, we have to be amicable. But being friendly is not the same as being a leader. And your clients are hiring you because of your expertise and for you to lead them through their photography experience, whether it's a wedding, portrait, corporate, whatever it is. So we have to have a led conversation and show them that leadership, that competence when we are talking to them right off the bat, right? Most consultations are friendly and that's okay. It feels safe, but it reduces the authority. And then that reduced authority hurts your pricing power, right? Because if you don't, look at it this way, if you don't feel confident in anything you buy, you're not going to pay as much for it, right? If I'm going to buy something from, I don't know, TJ Maxx, let's just say, I'm not going to pay that much for a TJ Maxx because I know I'm in TJ Maxx, and I know the quality that's coming out of there. Not saying it's bad, but it matches up with the price, right? Value matches up with the price. It's the same kind of thing. And a lot of that happens from your tone and the things that you say. And I'm going to show you where photographers mess up with this too. All right. So the revenue leaks here. Number one, it's over explaining things. When you are talking to a client, we do this a lot in over explaining our pricing because we're nervous and we panic fill silence, right? We don't want to do that. We don't want to have to justify pricing or have to soften our numbers in any kind of way. Like, all that value has to be anchored before your pricing comes up. I'll show you how to do that. And the big thing is making experiences optional. So here's what making experiences optional does for you. Could you imagine Ritz-Carlton being as successful as it is if it built its luxury brand by allowing people to remove the things that made it luxury, like the nice little soaps and the fluffy towels? It wouldn't work, right? So as a photographer, when we remove what we consider to be optional experiences, let's just say maybe that second photographer that you know is going to end up being a big difference in the quality that happens, or that assistant. Maybe it's the album. Maybe it's, I don't know, the extension of the online gallery. Pick whatever it is. It doesn't really matter. It's whatever you know will give a stellar experience for the client. And then you let them decide if they think it's worth it. That's a problem. That's a problem right there. I hope that makes sense. So let's go into breaking this down. I call it the 5-step CEO consultation, but it's really the framework of how I run sales calls. So I'm going to break down all the stuff, all the parts of it, so you understand the psychology behind it, and then I'm going to go into my sales script and actually show it to you. And you're welcome to screen grab and copy and do whatever you're going to do. So number one is pre-framing your authority. Number two is strategic discovery. Then we have controlled presentation. Number four is suggestion silence. And then number five, expansion integration. So number one, pre-frame authority. So the control of the conversation has to go to you immediately. Immediately. You do not let your clients lead that consultation. That will not give them confidence. It will not give you the really opportunity to control the situation and the narrative. And you need to in that time. The authority begins and the value is anchored before your pricing ever shows up. And we do that by framing. You're setting expectations early. So an example line of this, beginning of the call, say something along the lines of, today I'll walk you through how I approach weddings, and then we'll take a look at collections. It's simply letting them know, hey, here's what's happening. Here's what we're doing on this call. You got to do it. All right. I'll show you another example of how I do that when I pull the script up. Number two is strategic discovery. This is the majority of your call. It should be like 80% of the call. And most photographers screw this up in multiple ways, so many different ways. You have to ask like an expert. So discovery is questioning. It's learning about them, right? Learning about them. But we're not learning about them as if it's like your best friend gabbing over wine at the dinner table, talking all about your wedding, what you've got planned. All right. It's not that vibe. It needs to be more of an expert asking questions so that they can come to a decision, kind of like a doctor. That you go to a doctor's office and they ask you a bazillion questions. They're not asking in a way that's BFF. They're asking in a way where it's from a place of authority. Right? Now, probably don't want to be as cold of a doctor unless you've got a doctor that has great bedside manner. They're great. Your discovery is meant to diagnose. It is meant to connect, but ultimately it's helping you diagnose what they need and then explain how you fulfill it to them. It is not a casual chat. So you can ask things like, how did you two meet? But you could be more strategic, asking things in addition, like, what kind of experience do you want your guests to feel? Right? So you are intentionally asking questions. I'll give you a bunch of examples later that are pulling out the pains and the desires of your clients. Now, here's where most photographers go wrong with this, myself included, by the way. Aside from the fact that this is not like a gab fest, right? It's from a place of authority. It's from a place of competence and diagnosing. Refrain. It's so hard to do. Refrain the desire to compliment them. Okay. Now, I suggest reflectively listening. I suggest responding positively, but do not gush and compliment them to death, or even at all. And I know that sounds weird, like, Vanessa, why would I not do that? Here's why. The second you do that, you let them lead. You put them on a pedestal above you. And that's not how you get somebody into a buying pocket. And it's not how you get someone to trust you to be the leader, right? You shift the confidence onto them. You shift the expertise onto them. And you don't want to do that. Now, again, reflectively listen. You could say something, positive, like, oh, that's cute. But like, something like, oh my gosh, I love that you're doing that because blah, blah, blah. That's going to work over so well, right? Not that much. All right. So reflectively listen. I hear you. Oh, wow. Great. Sounds amazing. Not overly commenting gush, right? And not the other big mistake is photographers tend to pitch here. So for example, they tend to give the answers. So if you ask a question and the client answers in a way where that you have the solution to their problem. So a good example would be, I really want photos that are natural and candid. Resist the urge to go, oh yeah, that's exactly why I posed you with a lot of like prompts instead of stiff posing, right? That's answering it. A doctor doesn't do that, right? A doctor waits and asks all the questions and then holds his diagnosis till the end. That's exactly what you're going to do. You're going to take what it is that they said and you're going to hold it till you're pitched, to your prepared presentation, which we'll get to. Okay. Controlled presentation, right? That's when you're going to take everything that they told you and make it relate back to you. So they told you where they are and where they want to go, and you are the bridge between those two islands. That's the goal here, all right? You are pitching, and I don't love that word, but you are presenting your photography and what you do, your services, all of that, as it relates to what they care about. Don't start yapping. And by the way, this pitch should take 5 minutes, if that, 5, 6, maybe 7 minutes, if that. Do not waste those 5 minutes talking to them about things they don't even care about. Okay? We don't want to do that. We want to make sure that we are addressing their pain points, their desires. Obviously, when we get to pricing, do it calmly. Don't start sweating. Don't start developing some kind of twitch. I'll get to how you can figure out if you do that later. Get their initial buy-in, right? Hey, do you like everything that you heard so far before I pull up the pricing, right? Because we got to separate that. We got to separate what you do from how much you charge. There's no point, by the way, in even telling them how much you charge if they don't even like what you do and they're not bought into that. So we're going to separate those two. And then you're going to help guide their thought process, not control it, but help them think. And it's a way of educating them. So for example, if they told you, hey, you know what's really important to me? All the getting ready photos and also my sparkler exit at the end. Well, then wouldn't you guide them into full day coverage, right? Of course you would, right? Because that's actually what they want. You would not guide them into a 6-hour package as a wedding photographer, right? So you want to make sure that you are guiding their thought process. So if they're like, oh yeah, I think that 6-hour package works well for you, then your job is to be like, well, you told me it was important to you to get this, and then I think that means you need this, right? We guide them. That's part of what we do. Then we want to get to suggestion and silence. When you present pricing, I suggest, you can have different options. I believe in different options, but suggest the one that's good for them. Because again, you're the expert. You tell them what they need because you know exactly what they need. Say the number, stop talking. This is where most photographers freak out, absolutely freak out. You say the number and then you stop talking. You wait for them to say something. You wait for them to react. If it gets awkward, you can ask the question like, how's this sitting with you? What are your thoughts? You think that's the right package for you? Yeah, sure. But do not start rambling on because it shows you're nervous. Silence communicates certainty. When a doctor tells you, hey, I think you have this, here's the medication. Does he keep talking after that? No, he writes the medication down and he hands it to you. He doesn't go, you could do, depending on what it is, I suppose, but he's not going to say, all right, here's the medication. It costs $50. But I understand $50 is like a little bit expensive. And, I know you're paying for some other things this month. And I understand that, the homeopathic stuff is worth it too. And maybe like that better, right? A doctor would never do that. Any good salesman would never do that. So why do we do that, right? We know what's good for them. Tell them what's good for them. And then hold that silence. All right. And expansion integration. A wedding is not a one transaction sale. So you have to have the expansion integration already in there, which means albums are expected. They're not optional. And ethically speaking, they shouldn't be optional. You should be providing them with every client, really, because everything else that you hand them is simply handing them planned obsolescence. I mean, I've been in this business for a while. I was burning DVDs. And all my clients that have DVDs from not that long ago, 15 years ago, where are they now? Can they even get their wedding photos right now? No, but they can look through their albums, right? USBs get lost, obviously. Hard drives crash. Cloud logins get totally lost and forgotten, and then none of it ever really gets passed down. But the physical does, right? I should have this thing like right here. This should be like a part of my. Isn't it cute? Isn't this cute? We're just gonna leave that there. All right, that lasts. That right there. That lasts. And as a photographer, don't you want your clients to get more bang for their buck? Don't you want them to enjoy their photos longer and have them passed down as a legacy? Of course you do. Of course you do. So if you know that's the best thing for your clients, stop making it optional. Stop making the final product optional. And culturally, this has absolutely shifted too, which is really good news for photographers because In the past year and a half, I have had more of the couples that I've done sales calls with, more of the couples ask me about albums before I ever have the chance to like educate them and sell them on it. Because they know darn well. I even ask them, and I'll show this to you later. I'll ask them like, hey, how do you picture enjoying your wedding photos later in life, 5, 10 years? Not one of them ever said, I really can't wait for it to pop up on Apple Memories. No, of course not. Right? Does this make sense? That wasn't making sense. Albums should be integrated, not an add-on. Position them as part of the legacy and the experience. They're not looking for photos. They're looking for legacy, right? They're looking for the longevity of it, right? They're not spending thousands, potentially tens of thousands of dollars with you for a one-time thing. They're investing in it because it's important and because it lasts, and it's all they have. Whether it's portraits of people that they love, or it's portrait, or storytelling from a once-in-a-lifetime moment. So here it is. Get excited. This is my script. So here's what I want you to look at. Let's just jump through all the parts. So number one, this is rapport. Be a human being, please. Say hi. Hey, what's going on? Don't ask the weather. Be relatable. Be a human being. All right, but here's a frame we talked about. Here's what I want to do. Here's what we're going to do. And then after that, I'm going to do this. I'm not going to read this verbatim screenshot, guys. All right. And here's what's going to happen, right? That's framing. I'm leading the consultation, leading the call. Then here we've got our discovery, which is the majority. They have to talk more than you. The more they talk, the better, because the more they feel like they were able to communicate and get everything off their chest, regardless of whether or not you absorbed it, which you should be recording sales calls, but we'll get there. Anyway, so feel free to look at all these, questions, things that I ask. You can repeat back what they say, but again, we're not complimenting. This is a big one. How are you hoping to share your friends and family? What photos do you think you'll hang on your wall or look at longer when you flip through the album, right? All these things. And, be brave. You can ask these questions. These are some great ones about other photographers. Why haven't you booked another photographer yet? Have you just not found the one? Am I the first person of a long list of people you're meeting with? Cool. How do you know you'll find the one? What are you looking for in a photographer? Novel idea to ask that question, right? All right. And then as we go through here, you can ask about support. Right? This is a little bit, I don't say these things like verbatim or go through right there exactly. All this is like a guiding script. I'm not reading it word for word like a bad play, so we're just making sure that we are asking these things. I always want to know, especially when it comes to weddings, mom or dad paying for this? Do we need them on the call? Who am I selling to? Am I selling to, the people on the call right now, or basically the mom and dad? So those are all things that you want to do. Then we get into transition. And then this is like a confidence statement. So excited about your day. Can't wait to see the both of you. This part here, I would love to work with you on your wedding. And you could say, I'd love to work with you. That would potentially be giving them the authority though. So a better way to say this actually would be, I have exactly what you need to get the wedding photos that you described. So let me walk you through how I can get that done for you. Maybe a little less sterile than that, but you get the idea, right? We're saying, okay, based on everything you told me, I know exactly what you need. I'm exactly what you need, and let me show you why. Let me show you how. All right, now this part here, the pitch. I could have a whole workshop on a pitch because creating a pitch is very strategic. We want to take all of their pain points and desires and put it in our pitch, right? So here's an easy way for you to do that. Let's go with... I put it down here. This is so this up here is kind of like points. If their big pain point was stress, then I'm going to talk about these things. If it's all about the aesthetics, then I'm going to talk about these things. If they care about delivery convenience, I'm going to talk about these things. You kind of have to have maybe 5 or 6 different points to pull from based on what your clients typically have pain points about, so that you can pull out the top 3 when you're actually pitching to them. So, but here's the format. We'll call it a format here when you write your pitch. So remember how you said, that's how we want to start all of these. All right. So this is before, day of, after. So this is an example of a chronological pitch. So before, remember how you said you had your friend that got married and then they forgot taking photos of Aunt Susie? Yeah. totally hear you on that. And it's not the first time I've heard it, because the truth is, what most couples do when they look for a photographer is they just look for pretty photos, and a good price. And then the day comes and they finally, they just blindly trust their photographer to get them what they need, and they get their pictures back. And it's like, oh, it's like good photography, but not great. And it's not like hitting me emotionally. And by the way, you forgot Aunt Susie, right? So here's what I do. I do blah, 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 so that ultimately, that's the format. So in this example, it's because of that, I make sure to take great care to do a mood board with you beforehand so that we can nail down your aesthetic style. So the photography that you get back is exactly what you envisioned and more. And ultimately, you feel an emotional connection with your photos. And in addition to that, I'm not going to leave you hanging with all of the planning either. I'm going to make sure that we go over your family photo list so that no one is forgotten. And we're also going to make sure that we nail down your timeline so you don't feel rushed. So you don't feel rushed or stressed at any point. And ultimately, you can be present in your day knowing that everything is taken care of and you've got every single one of those people that you care so much about documented. All right. So that's the format. Related to something they said before. Remember when you said blah, blah, blah? Yeah, that makes sense, because most couples think this way, and then you redirect that mindset. Or you could even say, which I think I have down here, maybe, I think I have it up here. Most photographers, right? If they talked about, I get this all the time where they tell me about a photographer when they were in a wedding party previously, and they're like, oh yeah, that photographer sucked. Yeah, remember how you were telling me about that bad experience photographer? Totally get it, because some other photographers do this and then bad outcome. But what I do is this, so that ultimately good outcome. All right. So that's the format of your pitch. And this is not like a quick thing you pull off the top of your head. You got to sit down, you got to do this. All right. You got to sit down and do this and create these pitches. Again, 5 or 6 pitches based on your client's 5 or 6 biggest either pain points or desires in that format. All right. So once we get there, this is that committing phase right here. So money aside for a second, what do you think? What's sticking out to you? Is this what you want? Am I missing something? Is there something that you've seen that you know you need that I can either confirm or deny that I do? Great. Perfect. You have to get them to commit on who you are and what you do as a photographer before you get them to commit to the price, because those are 2 totally separate things. And you got to separate them. You don't want the price pulling up and they'll be like, the process just isn't really what I wanted. No, you already said the process is what you wanted, right? And it just helps people separate these things so that they're not confused either, right? Because this is a lot of information, especially if you're dealing with people who have never planned a wedding before. It's a lot. So pace this out. Get feedback from them, especially after you just talked for 5 to 8 minutes, right? All right. And then, the investment varies. You can say, on average, what it will be. Personally, I bring up packages at this point. I know some people custom quote. That's fine. Whatever it is, pull it up, say it, and then shut up. If it gets awkward, just have it sitting out with you. Thoughts? Anything? All right. So that is the basis of a sales call. All right, with script. I hope that's given you a lot. Workshopping it and writing down your own script is part of this. Like it's a lot. It does not come like in seconds. You will spend hours on this, hours and days going back and forth. All right. So I suggest starting off with 10 discovery questions, expand on them as much as you can. Write down your top 3 presentation pillars, but I do suggest having like 5 or 6 to pull from. Because again, we want it to really relate to the client that's in front of us. And every client is not going to have the 3 most same important things or pain points. So you really want to be prepared and be able to pull from kind of like a bank of these things as it relates to the client. And then write down how you drop price. Meaning, I want you to word for word know how you explain every price, explain every package so that you're confident in it. Because most of the nerves around pricing can be quelled if you are confident knowing what you're going to say instead of stumbling over yourself. All right, so that's what we want to do here. Now, this gets into a little bit of what we call pacing. I'm not gonna do a lot of those because, quite frankly, I could do like a whole day workshop on this. I really could, but I wanted to pull it in here specifically for this concept of pacing. So when somebody, maybe you say your price and then they say, oh, that's out of our budget. All right. The last thing you want to do is like get in some tit for tat. So whenever there's any kind of objection of any kind, the first thing you do is pace, meaning you listen, you digest. You don't just like rebuttal, okay? So pacing, no problem. And then you back up. So money aside for a second, everything is still good. Get them to say yes. That's called a tie down. Okay, so if we can make the money work, like you'd be good on this, like everything else is good. Yes. Okay. Well, then now I know that it's not the process, it's just the money. So, you kind of, it's like two options. Either you don't have the money, like you actually don't have it, which hopefully isn't the case because we want to pre-qualify people, or I can get it cheaper elsewhere. Oh, well, other photographers sell it for this. Oh, okay, well, then that tells you they don't understand the value. And we have to go back to that. So again, I could go over objections 100 times over, but here's what I want you to understand from this. And what I'm getting you to take from the slide is pace first. Don't get in a tit for tat. That's never going to work. Listen to them, understand them, have a tie down that they're still in on the process, and then clarify what the actual objection is from there. Boop. All right, so I'm gonna let you download that, screenshot that little bad boy. This is a little checklist for you for when you are having sales calls so that you've got a format. That's what this is. It's a nice little CEO consult checklist format that it's free. You can grab it and help you along your way when it comes to sales. So, oh my gosh, I know we're already really over half an hour in. I really want to get to pricing and how, this is sales without the sleeves, but a lot of the sales and the success of the sale has to do with the dollars and the cents. So we have to get into that. That's a huge, 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 massive part of this. And this is where the industry changing shift really happens. I'm not talking about like, oh, industry changing photographers are going to make a ton more money. I mean, they will, but that's not the shift I'm talking about. I will get to that. Okay, so let's get into pricing. Pricing, when it comes down to it, you just got to know your numbers. What is your cost of sales? What is your cost of business, right? What does it cost you to run a business? And then your salary. Those are the three numbers you have to know for it to make sense so that you're charging the right amount and so that you feel confident with that number, okay? Let's not pull numbers out of our butts. Let's figure out how much it costs us to produce a job, how much it costs us to have a business for the year, and then divide it by how many jobs. And then that's how you know your cost of business per job. And then you need to know your salary. So for example, I want to make, I don't know, $100,000 a year. Well, that means if I want to shoot 50 weddings, then I have to have $2,000 of profit baked into every package, free and clear. I know you're all thinking about that number and you're like, wait, if I want to make $100,000, I have to do that many weddings in that price. I'll let you figure out that math, but just want you to get like the concept there. Now, pricing psychology and presentation is huge. So let's take a look at that slide. I know the numbers, you're like, Vanessa, this is expensive. I don't care. The number doesn't matter. I want you to learn the psychology behind this. So I do custom quotes actually, but I will always present in a good, better, best, and then suggest the one that is good for the clients because you want them to have a choice. You want them to feel like they have a choice. They should have a choice. And you also want them to feel like the best choice for them. Psychologically, good, better, best is really easy to comprehend. List best first and make sure it's really easy to understand. Please do not send a pricing PDF that's 27 pages long, 17 of which are how awesome you are. And then some point in there's 4 pages of pricing that's really hard to compare because you're swiping back and forth and all the pricing and like confusing and it went to spam anyway because you're given a PDF. Like, don't do that. Canva link, web page on your website, which you don't have to like link anywhere. It just lives there, right? Make it easy. Make it easy and clear. Confused minds say no. So don't give someone confusion on top of the stress of finances. All right. Make sure it's really easy to read. Like left aligned is easy to read. Making sure it's linear so we can really see the difference between all of these, right? And obviously I can tell that there's more value in this one and it gets smaller over here. You can see albums are in every single one. It's just some like extra things right here. And then we have pricing. And the pricing as it's written is not written out $19, comma, dollar dot 00, right? Don't do that. Make it physically smaller. If you want to, I mean, I could even write like 19K, 16K, 15K, arguably, because that's psychologically smaller, right? Versus big, bold dollar signs, make it as big as possible. All right, so that's just the psychology behind the presentation. And then my favorite piece of advice, anytime someone books your highest package, raise your prices. It doesn't have to be by a lot. Don't freak out. I don't care if you do it by $50, $100, right? Raise your prices because it would have paid you more. And it's a good indication that you're breaking through that plateau. Congratulations. All right, do it. So let's look at some of this revenue math, right? So when we think about this, if we could find a way to make $1,500 more with every single client, raise the client lifetime order value by $1,500 over 20 weddings, that's $30,000 over the course of the year. Like that's a lot. And $1,500 is not like a crazy amount, but a modest shift can change your entire year and career, right? And I'm not telling you all to raise your prices by $1,500. That's not what I'm getting at. All right. These numbers, though, that I gave you before, these were Stevens, same market, different structure. It's all about the pricing structure. So let's talk about how we can incorporate the expansion integration, because that's going to make the biggest difference. When you go from being a one transaction business to a multi-transaction business per client, that's where you're going to see revenue shifts like that. And it's huge and your clients will be happier. So how do we do that? Number one, put albums in all your package. Decide on a base album. And by the way, it's not that expensive. It's not crazy. I'm going to give you the numbers on the next slide. But the base album, I like to, silly call it the gateway drug, right? Because we're just getting them into a base album. And then, of course, you can upgrade to a leather cover or photos, or upgrade the size from an 8x8 to a 10x10 or a 12x12, add pages, add volumes, right? It's just like the gateway drug, I call it, which I really need to find another solution for that, I'm sure. It has bad connotations. I know it does. But all you need to do when you put it all in the package is raise your prices by the cost of the album that you put in there. If you're scared, right? You're going to see it's not that much in a second. Put bigger albums in the higher packages and then make it a non-negotiable experience. So here's what I did for you with this slide right here. I went through and I went to H&H Color Lab. H&H Color Lab. It's a lab I love in Kansas City. And I went and looked at their budget albums, their mid-level albums, and high-level albums, like luxury albums. And I went and looked at all the prices for a 20-page album in different sizes. So I've already done the math for you here. So if you are really scared about putting albums in all of your packages, just go for a budget album, base album, 20-page, 10x10 album, and a budget album is $95. No one's going to not book you for $95, right? Now, should you raise your prices by more than $95? Yes, 100%. Because there's other costs other than the cost of just like the print, or the album. But if you're scared, at least do that, because nobody's not booking you for $95, right? When they're spending thousands. If you want to go into the higher ones, like those are all the prices there. So I did the math for you, okay, based on H&H. So it's not that much to add them in there. And then if you have somebody who's like, yeah, can we take it out? They'd be like, yeah, you could, but it's only worth $95 and no one wants to not have their albums printed or their memories printed for $95, right? Okay. Before you freak out, yes, this will work for your clients, and I'm going to give you some proof because I have multiple people say this to me. This is a portrait photographer. She specializes in baptisms and maternity, and she said the same thing. But I said, I don't have clients like yours. This is not going to work for my clients. Showed her the stuff that I showed you just now, and then also what I'm about to show you, and booking highest packages easily. Amanda's another one who never even designed an album before, and I had her do the sales consults and then add the albums in every single package. And she booked 2 weddings essentially for the price of 4 before she ever even learned how to design it. That is the beauty of weddings. Like, you don't have to learn how to design it and order it right now. You just have to sell it right now and then learn that, in a year. Maya is another one. I'm going to let you listen to her because I just think it's really encouraging to listen to Maya and her experience with how she did this. And she, just for reference, is a $3,000 photographer in El Paso, wedding photographer.
I would have said that's impossible. Like, no one's going to invest that much in in my market. They're not going to invest that much in their wedding album or in these products. And for the most part, I was always paying, or I made like $20. off an album, right? And again, it was like, oh, well, I have the album in there, and maybe it's like a selling point, which is why I kept it in. But in the mastermind, we talked about how do you sell an album, doing the photo selection, but then presenting, a much more well thought out story and album for my client. I had a couple that ended up investing 1,400 into their album, which was my biggest album sale I've ever had. Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, people actually will invest. It works. And if every fourth or fifth couple did that, it's totally worth it.
All right. So I hope have I worked you up? Have I pushed you up? Have I made you understand? And this works across the board, by the way. I'll give you exact ratios on how, but ultimately this is making the most of every job. And if you go to any other business, really aside from creative businesses, because again, we all picked up a camera first, we're creatives first, we kind of learn business second. But if you go to anyone who learned business first, they will tell you that they know about lifetime client value, the lifetime value of a client. All right. They know that. And the way that you raise that, which is really important because you are getting people to trust you that already trust you to just invest with you more, you're essentially making the most of every job. All right. That's the goal. So here's how we look at this. So your revenue expansion is going to be your current average. You're going to look at your target yearly income and then your wedding count, right? So that's what we're looking at when we're kind of looking at how can my revenue actually expand? And the way that it can expand, let's just do some numbers. All right. So let's just say $4,000 bucks per wedding, and I want to earn on $120,000 a year. Well, then I have to shoot 30 weddings that have a profit of $4,000 per year. Let's just go with gross revenue for this. All right. But if you can expand that and 50% of your revenue can come from what your clients have not signed a contract for, on average, it actually raises your income by 1.5. All right. So that example of Maya, $3,000 photographer, sold a $1,400 album upgrade. That is basically 1.5 timesing the original number. Okay. Does that make sense? So that is the average I have found that people will invest another 50% of whatever the original package was. So $10,000 wedding will invest another $5,000. An $800 wedding will invest another $400. All right. So what does that math look like now? Well, instead of 4,000, I'm able to earn 6. So then I only need to work 20 weddings to get to 120 grand. Interesting. Maybe we all need to stop fighting for double the clients that we actually need. If you actually went a little bit more than that, you could make the same money working half the amount of time, which yes, of course is great for your work-life balance. But let me give you the bigger picture here, right? This is a difficult but powerful realization and a conversation we need to have. If all photographers did this, guess who can stop complaining about oversaturation in the industry? If all photographers did this, there's going to be double the work to go around, guys, because we're all not hoarding double the clients that we actually need, right? There's more to go around, and we have happier clients, and photography is valued better because we're handing them valuable things that get passed down. This has a higher value than digital files. It really does. It really does. All right. So think about that. Think about that. All right. Now we're going to get into the how of this. All right. All right. The how you do this is extremely important. Extremely important. Okay. You have to have a story-driven album experience. I have seen many photographers do this wrong on so many levels. It has to be about your client. It has to be about them. It cannot be about how many pages. That's logistics. That's not selling anything. It's not creating experience. All right. So we have to have a story-driven album experience. All right. In other words, it's pre-concierge service. Design the album. Guys, your job is not done once you've captured the story. It's done once you have told the story. So tell the story. You're going to do a heck of a lot better of a job telling the story than telling your client, hey, go design your wedding album, which is essentially what you're telling them when you tell them to go pick their wedding photos. Yeah, good luck. Have fun being overwhelmed and freaked out. I'll hear from you in 2 years when you finally get around to picking 100 photos from the 1,000 I gave you. And then let's face it, they're going to pick bad photos. They will. They don't know how to curate visual story like you do. You are the expert. You are the curator. You are the storyteller. Be a storyteller. That's what you're good at. You'll have better album photos, better final product, better client experience, faster turnaround time. Because if you have an album that they paid for a year ago, and then their wedding comes around, and then you have to wait 1, 2, God forbid, more than that, more years, well, then your numbers are all screwed up because your cost of sales has certainly gone up 3 years later, right? And naturally, because you're selling the story, you're going to have more upgrades. Now, really important here is the framing of this. In order for this not to be sleazy, you need to frame it correctly, okay? I could go, again, massive amount of education I could give you on this, but here's what I need you to keep in mind. Your goal never changes. Your job is to serve your client, period. So if you get to this point and you are showing them a gorgeous pre-designed album that is, I don't know, 100 pages and they only have 30 in their package, and they flat out tell you, I want to go to 30. Well, then guess what? You're the best person for that job. Do it, because your job is to serve them. And even if they don't spend another dime, that's okay, because it's still a better process because of all the other things here. Even if you didn't make anything on the back end, it's still, you're saving money on the back end and you're giving a better experience, right? So keep your goal there that you are serving them. That is your goal. You are there to guide them creatively. Naturally, you're going to show them the possibilities, right? And that doesn't have to be sleazy. A good example, my business strategist, Daniel, he always likes to say, you don't get mad when you go to the movies and they're selling snacks too, right? It's the same thing. Your job is to just show them the possibilities. Nothing wrong with showing the possibilities. That's it. In fact, it's actually ethical to show them the possibilities because they're probably going to enjoy some of them and want them, and they wouldn't have known them otherwise. I mean, could you imagine? Could you imagine if we didn't eat popcorn at the movies? What a disservice to all of us moviegoers. Okay, so here's what you do. Kind of giving you like the format here. So show a pre-designed slideshow of the album. Like, get them emotionally connected. Show the story that you have created. Tell the story. I use Fundy, by the way. They're fantastic, and they have all these things I'm talking about built into their program. Then you edit that design with them. I do this over a 2 to 3 hour phone call. It's the best amount of money and customer satisfaction time you will spend, and best amount of money you'll make per hour. I know it sounds like a lot, but trust me, 2 to 3 hours a month after the wedding is way better than 700 emails back and forth, and then you're not ordering the album until 2 years after the wedding. So keep that in mind. All right. Edit the design with them. It's important that you do it live, so it's a collaborative, creative effort, and not, again, 75 emails back and forth. I don't care if it's a proofing system. It's just not as good of an experience. Plus, they'll tell you to edit something stupid, sit on every one of the 76 pages, versus if you make their stupid mistake in front of them and then they realize it's stupid, they won't make it again 75 more times, right? Because they'll learn. You choose your album cover. Some people charge upgrades for album covers. I personally don't, but you do you. It makes sense if you would, because you certainly pay more for different album covers. Present wall art and table art if that's part of what you do. Go over package options, which you have sent before. Again, this is part of like the not being sleazy part. Don't spring. Ooh, I have to sneeze. Sorry. Do not spring all this on them, right? You have to have what I call a pre and post wedding sales system, so they understand this, right? There's a lot that goes into that. This is not the first time. It should be like the third time they have seen these upgrade package options. Okay, make sure you're doing that. And then you can choose the table art, wall art. Fundy lets you design. Like if they send you a photo of their wall, you can like hang things to size digitally. So you can do that with them. I personally don't, because by the time they're done designing their album, they're kind of emotionally spent. So if they go into a package that has that wall art or table art, I just tell them, hey, I'll give you a list and you tell me what photos later. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, this works. So this is a win. Had a bride that wanted way too many photos in her album, so I suggested we do 2 volumes, and she's all for it, and she bought it. All right, another one. This is a studio newborn photographer who doubled her average sale using this method of sales. Make sure you get your first payment right away on that call. Definitely a big one there. And this is just an example for you to see like what my post packages look like, the upgrades there, in case you want to give it a quick screenshot. Screenshot, good. Frank, you've been so good just sitting on me. I love it. All right. So you've got to workshop the big plan. Like that's a lot. And I know I went over a lot. So here's where to start. So start at the beginning, write your sales script, then practice your sales script, add albums to all of your pricing, design your albums, get samples, photograph and post them, practice album sales with past clients, meaning offer albums to your past clients that never got them. Just send them a quick email like a human being. Hey, how are you doing? Thinking about you. Sure, print your photos. They'll either write you back, no, we didn't. And then you're like, hey, you want some help? I can help. I do this thing now. Or they can write back, we're divorced. Don't just burn our photos. Either one. And then when it comes to the sales sessions, the first consultation, record those and get feedback, because the hard truth is that most photographers never have actually watched themselves sell. So use something like Fathom or Zoom recording and watch yourself sell. You'll start noticing like you get these like tics when you start talking about pricing. You'll see where you stutter. You'll see where you say the same word too many times, or you say way too many times. Do that. Very, very crucial that you watch it. And if you can, which is, something I do with my students in my mastermind, we evaluate those sales calls. Nothing will humble you faster. It's something that I continually practice today. Highly recommended. All right. A lot of you right now are thinking like, oh, this all sounds great, but I have to get better first because, my work isn't worth it, or I'm not as experienced. And here's what I need you to understand. You do not have to be the best photographer in your market to do this, right? You just need the structure. McDonald's does not sell the best hamburger quality or taste, but they're the best hamburger seller because they understand the structure in the business. So you can too, right? Your photos are better than McDonald's hamburgers. All right. And if you're thinking my clients only want digitals, just develop this process. Here's an example of something that I booked as a $6,500 wedding. It's my first wedding from when I moved to New Jersey to Texas a few years ago. And it sounds great, $6,500, but there's 4 albums in here. But because I put these albums in here, look what happened. Look at that. Boop, boop, boop. All those extra little invoices. Because I also send emails with like, hey, some specials for adding on parent albums right now, or adding on grandparent albums, or adding on extra pages to your album throughout our relationship together. And then that client, 20 grand. But then I did her maternity and her newborn and her family photos. And I raised that lifetime order value of a client from $6,500 to almost 30 grand. Imagine how much more work there would be to go around if your $6,500 clients went to 30 grand. Just saying. Don't say no for your clients. Don't make decisions for them. It's not your job. It's your job to present the possibilities. All right. So I know you probably have a lot of questions like, okay, what about the pricing architecture for the after sales, and like, how do you actually sell those albums, the back end workflow, like all that. I totally get there's more questions. So I don't want to leave you hanging. I created a 6-part wedding photography. It's really 7-part wedding photography business mastery series. It's free. Just go to my Instagram there, Vanessa Joy Business, and message me the number 349. Make sure you follow me first. Otherwise, it will go to like my request folder or whatever, and then you won't get the auto message back that gives you the link to watch this. Totally free. It goes a lot more in depth with a lot of the concepts that I have here. And I hope it's helpful for you. Full transparency. I am working on something that will help you workshop all this with you. I'd love to tell you about it, but it's just not available yet. So what you can do in the meantime is just look at all this. And I'm sure when it's ready, I'll probably talk about it on the podcast. So yeah, thank you, Storyteller Network. Thank you for being here with the Storyteller Network. I hope I have given you a lot to think about, a lot of changes to make. I've probably overwhelmed you, but that's okay. Rome is not built in a day, and great chaos always precedes great change. And you can do this and make a really big difference, not just in your life, but the photography community overall. So get to work.
Oh my goodness. That is just a fantastic way to kick this off. Vanessa just did a absolutely amazing job. One of my biggest takeaways was how she kind of like interviews her clients and asks questions and kind of goes that doctor approach. I really like that. And then I have to completely agree with her on album sales. That is one of the biggest things that I've ever done to kind of help boost my revenue and just make more money from doing a little bit less work, which I think is always amazing. For all the people, there's been a handful of these questions in the comments. And so I'm just going to kind of go through this in between every single one of the presentations. But everything that you're watching here is free. But as soon as the live event is over, then it is going to be only available through replay. And in order to access the replay, you have to buy access to all of the courses. Right now, that is only $149. Outside of purchasing this, if you it's $149 if you purchase while the live is still going on. So that's the end of tomorrow's event. Outside of that, it is going to be $399. Once you buy the course, you get access to all of the classes, and you also get access to a handful of bonus materials that a lot of presenters have given complimentary guides and workbooks that go with their presentations. There's also a special presentation from Sue Bryce, a business clarity workbook, and over 12 hours of content. So definitely want to sign up for that before the event is over tomorrow. From there, we are going to be moving into Noella, and I'm super excited for this one as well. Let's go ahead and bring her over because I am not going to talk about her class. We actually get to have her talk about her class. Hello, Noella. How are you?
I'm doing so good. How are you, Jason?
I'm doing fantastic. Tell us a little bit about what you're going to be talking about. Give us a little tease.
Yeah, I'm speaking about email marketing, and it is a topic that I'm super, super passionate about. And the reason why I'm so passionate about it is that I used to run a marketing agency, and if you guys know me, I'm a hardcore tech nerd. I'm like a type A when it comes to data and analytics. And during the time of running my marketing agency, I kept seeing over and over again that the highest conversions were happening over on email marketing. At the time, I was like obsessed with Instagram and Facebook. I'm sure we all are there. But I just kept seeing the numbers over and over again. And so then as I launched my own coaching program, I started to think about email marketing again. And seeing all those conversions and everything that was happening over there, I also am a mom and I have kids. And I did not want to be spending so much time getting sucked into Instagram and the hamster wheel that happens over there. And so really paying attention to my ROI when it comes to the time spent on my business was super important to me. And that's why I love email marketing. That's why I'm teaching it today. So we're going to talk a little bit about kind of the why email marketing is so important. We're going to talk about the data, the analytics, how to grow your email list, welcome automations and funnels. And so I'm super excited and I hope you guys really love it. And I'm going to be hanging out in the chat box answering any questions that come up. And I also do have a workbook that goes along with the course for you guys that has templates for writing welcome emails and lead funnels and all the fun things. So I hope everyone loves it.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it. I think we've talked a little bit. Email marketing is something that I lack in.
I know.
Yeah, email marketing is something that I lack in. So that's like been high on my list to kind of kick off. So I'm excited to see what you have to say. Also, for some of the questions that we had in the comments, access to all of the workbooks, you just have to scan the little QR codes that everybody has. That'll be the kind of the only way to access those outside of purchasing the course. So just make sure that you keep an eye out for those and have your phones ready. And so with that, let's go ahead and kick off and learn about email marketing.
Hello, everyone. My name is Noella Andres, and I'm so excited to share with you guys a little bit about email marketing and how you can use it to not just get some clients, but also nurture clients and have repeat clients. And the reason why I love sharing about this topic is I actually just hate Instagram. I'm just going to say it, and I'm sorry. I know that's going to offend some people that are watching this live, but Instagram is something that I just feel like I was spending so much time either doomsday scrolling or thinking about what to post, analyzing what to post, worrying about followers and likes and all those things that really didn't matter. And they weren't actually making an impact on my business. And so a couple years ago, I really started to dive deep into other ways that I can get clients and just really build my business up without having to spend so much time on my phone, and really discovered the impact that email marketing can have on my business. And it has been something that I've been preaching about ever since. And so I'm excited to share with you guys all of the tips and tricks that I have when it comes to email marketing. And we're going to get started with sharing first what email marketing is not, because I think that there's a lot of misconceptions when it comes to email marketing and a lot of stories we tell ourselves about why we shouldn't start or why we're not investing time into email marketing. So first of all, email marketing is not something that you have to pay attention to every day. You can set up some really great funnels in your business that run automatically for you, that allows you to not have to think so hard about it.
It does not have to be this perfectly written newsletter. The whole point of email marketing is that it builds connections and it builds relationships and it nurtures these relationships. And so you kind of want it to be a little bit more messy. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be exact. It doesn't have to have the perfect hooks and call to actions and everything like you often hear these marketing gurus say when it comes to social media. It does not have to be something that you sell every single time. I know that I've asked so many photographers over the years why they haven't started with email marketing. And the number one thing that I hear is that they're like, oh, I just like, it feels so salesy and it feels so spammy. And if that's the case, you're not doing it right, you guys. You do not want to use your email marketing list as something that you're only selling to. And so I want you to get that little thought out of your head and think about it more like you are nurturing a relationship. You're not spamming them. You're not being salesy. It's not a sleazy tactic. It is something that is nurturing them and taking care of the people who are genuinely wanting to hear from you. And the other thing that I want to say that's not on the slide is that email marketing is not hard. It's not difficult. It's not rocket science. I think that there's a lot of really big words that are thrown around in this space, like funnel and A/B testing and all these things, and it really is not that complicated. So I'm hoping to simplify email marketing for you guys today. But what is email marketing then, Noella? Email marketing is a relationship. It is a direct line to the people who've chosen to hear from you. And that's what's key, because in order for someone to get on your email list, they literally have to give you their email. So they are saying like, hi, I want to hear from you. And it is your duty to say hi back. The other thing, email marketing is a space that you own. And I'm going to touch on this in a little bit more, but you guys already know that we have no control over what Mark Zuckerberg decides when it comes to Meta. And email marketing is something that you completely control and you own that list. Once someone gives you their email address, until they unsubscribe and tell you that you can't have it anymore, you can take that list wherever you go. So over the last maybe 10 years of my career, since I started with email marketing, I have exported a list from MailChimp. I've re-imported a list into ActiveCampaign. I've exported it, and now I use Flowdesk. But the point is that along the way, I kind of exported this list into a spreadsheet, and I've been able to continue to use it marketing my business throughout the different stages of it. It's also just not something that is being controlled by the algorithm, which is really nice. I don't love putting all my effort into something that I really have no control over. Hi, I'm a control freak. My name's Noella. The other thing is email marketing is somewhere where people slowly build trust with consistency. They start to see your name in their inbox, and that trust is really built up over time. And when you finally do ask for some kind of purchase or a sale or a call to action where they're asked to do something, they are so much more likely to take action because you spent the time building the trust up with them. And so why email marketing? I just told you what it is and what it isn't, but why email marketing in particular? Again, email marketing, it's an email list I own, unlike any other platforms. I'm going to tell you a quick little story, but 2 years ago, I was about to speak on a stage about email marketing. And as I was prepping to get ready and to get on the stage, I went and opened up my phone because I was going to hand my Instagram account over to my friend so she can quickly post a few stories. I opened up Instagram and my account was gone. There was a message saying that my account was disabled. And I kid you not, everyone thought I made it up just to try and prove a point. I actually had no Instagram account for about a month. I started building up another account. Mostly, I was just sad and devastated because I had so many cool DM conversations that were in the works, and I wanted those conversations back. I wasn't worried about the followers. I wasn't worried about losing an account for any reason other than the conversations I was in. But really, I knew it wasn't going to affect my business because I had this email strategy that was already in place. I had an email list that I had already spent time building, and I knew that worst case, I could email that list, give them access to my new Instagram account if I really wanted to, and it would build back up in a few minutes. I knew that I still had a direct line of communication to the people who wanted to hear from me. And so I often ask this question of what would happen if Instagram and Facebook shut down tomorrow? Could you confidently say that your business would not be affected by that if it happened? I can with 100% certainty because, like I said, I've spent more time building my email list than I've spent worrying about the algorithm. Email marketing develops very warm leads because they are making a very intentional decision to follow you or to subscribe to you because they want to hear from you. It is not a cold lead, whereas maybe with Instagram, someone's following me because they're curious about my garden. Maybe they want to see my outfits for events. I don't know. But I know that I follow a lot of people on Instagram for reasons other than whatever is their businesses. I follow a lot of people for makeup tips, for fashion tips, for home decor tips, for gardening tips. And so they might not even have a following that follows them based on what their actual business is. Might have people following you for no reason that's at all related to what it is you're selling. And so that's what I love so much about email marketing is it's already it's already a lead that is deciding they want to hear from you and your business. There's a very good ROI when it comes to time spent. We all know how much time we spend on Instagram between scrolling, between thinking about what to post, between trying to take photos or find photos, or maybe video editing a reel. Maybe it's kind of creating the carousel in Canva. There's so much time that goes into Instagram, and I would love one day to kind of track the amount of time that goes into just making one post. Whereas the time that it takes me to write a newsletter is minimal. I'm usually telling a story. It usually flows really naturally. I have Grammarly on my computer. It does it for me. And so the time spent with email marketing is much less than any time that I spend on Instagram, hoping, even once that post is done and all the time that went into that, hoping that the algorithm will show it to people, hoping somebody might engage, hoping it might lead to a sale. And so the time ROI is so much better when it comes to email marketing and how I'm spending that time. Fourth is there's a lot of really great engagement when it comes to email. I know that when I'm sending a newsletter, if I've done all the things right, I've verified my domain and all that, and I've avoided the spam folders, I know that the chance of people opening my email is so much greater than the chance of someone seeing my message on Instagram or seeing my post on Instagram. It's a really great relationship builder because you can tell stories with your newsletters. And in my funnel, we're going to talk about that in a few minutes, but I can really make sure that I'm taking care of and giving them the exact information that they want from me. And I'm consistent with it. So it's consistently my name showing up at the top of their inbox. Like I said, consistent, top of mind. When you build out a funnel when it comes to your email strategy, you are consistently showing up all the time. And we all know that the first thing we do when we wake up, it's either open up Instagram, guys, or it's going to your email. If you're a corporate girly like me, it's definitely going into your email. And so I love that when other people are opening up their inboxes, they're going to see my name right there, front and center. It drives traffic and loyalty and sales. And the reason why it drives loyalty is, again, it's this consistent factor of showing up, not always asking for the sale, providing value so that when I do ask for the sale, they're so much more likely to take it because they've already been reading my emails over and over again. They know my voice, they know who I am. And I really feel like that loyalty is what is driving the sales. And lastly, and this is my absolute favorite one, it's highly measurable. I'm a data girl. I love to be able to see what a problem is and find a way to fix it. And email marketing gives me the data that I need and the know-how of what to do for the next email so that I can fix whatever problems it was. We're going to go into that at the very end of this class, but email marketing is just such a highly measurable tool that you can add into your business. The average social media view rate is around 5 to 8%, while emails average around 20 to 25. So the time that I am putting into my email marketing, there's a much better ROI, like I was saying, because 20 to 25% of those people are opening up my emails and they're reading them. Whereas I can guarantee you 20 to 25% of the people that follow me are not seeing that post that I took quadruple the amount of time to make on any social media platform. Email marketing can be 40% more effective than social media in terms of converting leads into clients. And I want to sit on this one for a second because the reason this stat is here is because people have, like I said, made a very conscious decision to join your email list. So when you're emailing them, they're much more likely to open the emails, to read the emails, to trust you as an expert in your industry, which is then going to convert to sales. Whereas I might make a post on social media, somebody might be following me for gardening tips and they don't even care about the content in my carousel. And so that trust is not being built, and they're not going to take action on my post because they might not even be following me for what it is I do. And so it's really an effective way, email marketing, of not just nurturing and building those trusts in the relationships, but to increase the amount of conversions that happen in your marketing strategy. Social media is just the handshake. It's the hi, you know it, we know it. You meet someone, you ask for their Instagram account. You're not asking someone right off the bat to join their email list, right? You're saying hi to them on social media, and then we need to bring them into your email marketing strategy, because that's where the real revenue happens. That's where those handshakes turn into actual revenue. Okay. I hope that was enough of a reason for you guys to get excited about email marketing. But now you're like, okay, Noella, what do we do? Like, what's the next step? So the next step is that you guys are going to decide on an email marketing platform that you love. Like I said, I've kind of used all of them. I started out with MailChimp. I was using ActiveCampaign for a little while, which was a little too complicated for me at the time. And then I switched over to Flowdesk. And I really love Flowdesk because it's super easy to use. It's very easy to kind of figure out if you're new to it. But it's also, as a photographer, a retired photographer, but as a creative, what's really important to me is that things look really beautiful. And I'm sure as photographers, you guys, that's really important to you, that things look pretty. And with ActiveCampaign and these other platforms, I'm spending so much time trying to make my emails look pretty. I was using Canva graphics, and then with a Canva graphic, then you're uploading as a JPEG, and it just became such this ordeal that it didn't feel like it was an actual time saver like I wanted email marketing to be. It felt almost more work. And when I knew that I had to like design things and try really hard to make it look pretty, it was a barrier for me to actually do it. Flowdesk has these insanely gorgeous templates that just make it super easy to put together something really pretty and informative. It has like pretty buttons and all the colors, you can brand it and your logo's there automatically. I use Flowdesk, in case you didn't figure it out. It is the platform of choice. And so that's your first step, is to pick your platform. And the one thing I want to say about that is if you don't care about pretty emails, find a platform that is just really easy to integrate into what you're already using. So if your website's on Showit or WordPress or Squarespace, just find an email marketing platform that integrates really nice with your website. Because again, we want things nice and easy, right? We don't want to have to zap this, zap that, try and integrate this or Claude that. We want it a natively built-in integration. Flowdesk integrates with almost every website platform. So we have the platform. Now what? You're going to need to create an opt-in form. And an opt-in form is simply the place where people are adding their name and their email address. It's just the place where they are giving you their information. And you can do that in multiple different ways. And if you're just getting started with email marketing, I'm going to tell you there's two things you should do when it comes to email marketing. One of them is just have a generic kind of spot on your website that people can enter it if they want to hear from you. This is going to be probably and almost certainly the least converting place of how you're going to get people to give you their email address. But as you see here on this slide, the example of no gatekeeping here, that is just a very simple opt-in place. It's put on the website. And it is very easy to do. I suggest that you guys add this opt-in form on the footer of your website. Very easy spot, because then it's on every page of your website. And I also suggest that you have a form on the homepage at the very top. Above the fold is one of the terms we use. It is just before you scroll. So when you go on your homepage, before you start scrolling down, have a spot right there for people to enter their email address and their name. You can also have an opt-in form on a full page form. So as you see here also, this capture art and dynamic spaces. This is a screenshot I took from one of our other speakers, Miles Whitboyer. He has this incredible freebie that he's giving away. And in order to get that freebie, you need to opt in on this full page form. It has a URL, so you can share that URL around with all your friends and all your potential clients and everyone you meet. It allows you to put a little bit more text and a little bit more context into why they are giving you their email address. But that's it, guys. It's just a simple spot that people can enter their name and their email. Standalone forms, homepage, above the fold, footers, have a pop-up. I actually use a program called Badao for pop-ups. And the reason why I love Badao is because I don't actually like when I go to a website and a pop-up comes up. It's it's kind of cringy to me. I actually prefer the pop-ups to pop up as someone's leaving my website, and Badao allows you to do that. So as soon as somebody kind of starts to hover over that little X, a pop-up will come up and say, hey, hold up. Are you interested in this freebie? Which we're going to talk about next. A freebie is a way of enticing someone to join your email list. So the website opt-in is just how, and then the lead magnet is kind of like an enticing way for people to, a reason for them to want to give you their email address. Essentially, it's earning a spot in your ideal client's inbox by offering them something in exchange. And this is the lead magnet that I was referring to that our other speaker, Miles Whitboyer, has done. It is a freebie called Capture, How to Create in Dynamic Spaces. It's this beautiful PDF that he made. It is directly speaking to his ideal clients. It is solving their problems. And it is something that you can go head over to his website, put your name and email address in, and you can download it. And people go crazy over these things. People want free. We all love free, right? And we all really love free knowledge, which is why we're here on the summit. But the important thing about these freebies, also known as lead magnets, again, guys, I'm sorry, I didn't make the rules, but sometimes these things are a little complicated and there's several words for several things. But a strong lead magnet is solving one small, very specific problem for the exact persons you want to work with. If your business focuses on weddings, your lead magnet should speak to couples planning weddings. It shouldn't speak to other photographers. It shouldn't speak to families. It shouldn't be vague inspiration. It should solve the problem of your ideal clients. And so I encourage you guys to start thinking about what kind of resource can you create that is going to solve your ideal clients' pain points? And what can you include in there that is going to be so enticing that when you offer to give it to them for free, they are happily giving you their email address. And that's the challenge I want for you guys today, is to think about what kind of freebie / lead magnet you can create by the end of this class. The very best lead magnets are super simple. They're very easy to consume, and they're connected to what it is you're selling. And we're going to talk about that in a second. But I want you to think of your lead magnet as the very beginning of a conversation. It is the hello. It is not the finished product, it is not the finished conversation. It is what its only job is to attract people and invite them into your world. And from that point on, we're going to let a funnel do the rest. And we're going to talk about that too. So hang on. But this is what I mean by it being directly related to what you sell. So if, for example, you know you have mini sessions coming up in the fall, or you know that you want to host a wall art and a print sale coming up. Maybe it's going to be part of your Black Friday sale. You can start creating lead magnets now that are going to help carry people through your funnel so that when you are ready to launch those mini sessions or launch the wall art sale, they're dying and ready to buy from you. And so this is a great example. Your lead magnet could be how to build a gallery wall. And then they're going to get entered and sucked into your funnel. And then you're going to ask for the sale. And the sale is going to be the wall art sale. Do you see how that's connected? You're essentially inviting them in, and then you're priming them, and you're warming them up, and you're warming them up, and you're proving that you are the expert on wall art. So that by the time you are ready to ask them to buy your wall art sale, they're already their hands on the button, guys. They're ready to go. It is only job, the lead magnet, is to clearly attract the right people. And you do that by giving them clarity and consistency and nurturing them. And so this is just actually an example. So a couple of years ago, I was marketing a giant marketing course that I had. I had put so much time and effort into this big, beautiful marketing course. And I created a ton of different lead magnets and different PDFs and different freebies. And at the time, I was kind of picking and choosing them randomly, right? I was just giving my knowledge out and hoping people would join my list. And it did work. But the best converting lead magnet I did was actually a little mini course called Copy That Doesn't Suck. And it was teaching photographers how to write copy for their blogs and their Instagram posts and their newsletters in a way that spoke like they were speaking like a human. It was just very down to earth and very informal. But that little mini course got everyone really excited about writing and marketing in their own voice. So by the time I launched my course, I had such a high success rate of sales because they were already primed. They already learned like one part of the skill to marketing, which was writing copy that doesn't suck. And then when I asked for the sale, easy. It was such an easy sale for them. And so this is a really great example, another one of just how when you are creating a lead magnet or a freebie and you want to grow your email list, really think about your marketing strategy over the next 6 to 8 months and what is it that you are trying to sell or trying to launch, and how can you start building that now so they're ready to go later. Give them something of value that solves the pain point that your ideal client has by providing one simple solution for them. Okay, so we have this opt-in form and we created this beautiful freebie, but now what? Where do you put that information? Everywhere, guys. I mean, everywhere. Add the freebie link to your Instagram bio, create a pinned reel talking about your freebie, share a different carousel explaining what's inside and why it's valuable, put the freebie opt-in at the bottom of every blog post. You can add it to a free resource page on your website. My favorite thing to do is to create multiple Pinterest pins and link them up to your freebie. I actually, at one point, had one freebie that had 100 pins going to it. And like I said, I want to enjoy my summer, guys. I don't want to spend all time on my phone on social media. Doing this, creating a lead magnet, coupling it with Pinterest, where it's automatically sharing your freebie out into the world without you having to constantly be talking about it, is an easy way for you to automate your marketing strategy. And lastly, just throw your freebie in your email signature. So anyone who emails you, whether they're a lead or another venue or, I don't know, friends, family, making sure that that is in your email signature so they can just easily access it. All right. And this is where things get a little bit more complicated. So we've talked about opt-in forms and placements and where it goes. We talked a bit about lead magnets and what kind of lead magnets to create. Lastly, we're going to talk about an inquiry follow-up strategy. And what that means is, I'm sure, in fact, I've heard this many times. So many photographers are saying, well, people are already emailing me, like they're already filling out my contact form. Can't I just add them to my email list? The quick answer is no, but you can with a little work. And so, yes, you can definitely take the people who are emailing you through your contact form and add them to your email list. The most important step here, though, is that you are putting a disclaimer. There needs to be a checkbox or fine print saying that if you're filling out this contact form, you know that you are going to be getting your email list you're going to be adding the email to their email list. That's very important because without that permission, it's kind of illegal to just add them to an email list. So you guys, first thing I want you to do right now, as soon as this summit is over, actually, I'm sure everyone in the summit is going to tell you to do something as soon as it's over, but this is really important, guys. I want you to take your contact form and go on your contact form and add a little checkbox or add some kind of fine print that is essentially them giving you permission to put their email address into your newsletter platform of choice. Number one step, that's super important, guys. I want you to do that because what I'm going to show you is you're going to get that contact form. The inquiry is going to land in your inbox. What next? I'm sure you guys probably have your CRM sending out some automatic like, hey, I got your email, I'll get back to you soon. But what if you created an integration or a Zap that sent that email directly into your email list and you had an automatic email go out, say, hey guys, I got your email, hang tight, I'm going to respond. And then you had a funnel in place that nurtured that. You sent them blog posts that you wrote. You sent them helpful guides and tips and tricks so that by the time you do send them an email and you're ready to book this consultation call, they already know you. They already got information out of you. They got FAQs. They got some guides. They already trust you. And by the time you are emailing them and you're like, hey, let's get on a call, they're like already ready to go. You don't even have to introduce yourself because they already feel like they trust you. And so this is just a few different examples of what this is going to look like. So the contact form is going to get submitted. You're going to add to your email list with consent, number one important. And a lot of platforms already do this. So there's actually a native integration between HoneyBook and Flowdesk right now that you can just connect the two and it will automatically move them over to your Flowdesk account. You can use things like Zap, but what's important is that these new inquiries are going to come into your email list and they're going to be added to a segment that can be called inquiry. You can call it whatever you want, but it's very important that you add them to that segment. You're going to have an auto response that's going to confirm that you received it. This is going to set the tone. You want to keep it short. You want to keep it warm and very human. You want to make sure your personality shines through. And then you're going to check in with them, right? You're going to share bits of your story. You're going to share some testimonials. You're going to share real clients, different stories from their wedding days. Maybe it's some portfolio pieces. Maybe you're going to give them some FAQs. You're going to give them a guide on pricing. You're going to really spend time building that relationship. And then by the time you are ready to book that call and get on a consultation with them, you're going to send them the link to Calendly or maybe Acuity, whatever it is you use. But by the time you are at that stage, they've already gotten information from you. They're already warmer, and they're ready to kind of roll and to get to know you a little bit more, and they're excited to get on that call. Now imagine if this happened with every one of your leads. Now comparing that to another photographer who, let's say they maybe at the same time submitted that contact form and got crickets. Maybe it was the weekend. Maybe you were out with your family, you were on vacation, and you never had a chance to respond to them right away. The photographer who has this nurturing relationship building funnel in place is much more likely to book that client than the photographer who there's nothing sent. It was crickets, right? We all know that clients are more likely to book the photographer that is quick to respond, that has given them the information they need, that's easily accessible, as opposed to the photographer who's emailing them back 5 days later like, hey, thank you so much for the inquiry. I'm so excited to connect with you. The one with the funnel is going to get the client. We all know that. So that's your inquiry to booking kind of funnel that's going to happen. And again, I really encourage you to check with the integrations of the platforms you're using because this is one that's super valuable. But let's say we've got the client, we shot the wedding, and now what? We're going to actually add those clients, the ones you just shot on Saturday, we're going to add them to a different segment that's called past client segment, because that segment is now going to nurture them far beyond the wedding booking. And I hear this all the time. Photographers will shoot the wedding and they deliver the gallery and then that's it. They sometimes don't hear from those clients anymore. You spent all this time nurturing this relationship and building this friendship with these clients that you have. And then you shoot the wedding, you deliver the gallery and bye friend, you don't talk to them anymore. You don't follow up with them. You don't check in on them. It's just a past client. I really encourage you to set up this post-wedding workflow. You want to maybe send a message of thanks, right? I'm sure we're all doing this right after the wedding day. We're sending them thank you messages. You're delivering the galleries to them. But then what? This is where the check-in email. So as soon as that wedding and the gallery is delivered, you can set up a funnel that is checking in on them throughout the year. You're going to want to maybe ask them for a review a little while after you gave the gallery to them. You're going to want to maybe kind of plant the seed that you want a referral. You're going to take care of them. You're going to send them anniversary emails. You're going to let them know about your album sale. A lot of the people I talk to complain that they don't get any sales from albums or prints. And the reason is that they're not asking for it. They're not staying top of mind to these clients. So these clients are now going to Walmart or they're going to Shutterfly or they're going wherever to print their albums because they don't even know that that's something you offer. And so that's where this post-wedding workflow is so important. And this is how you're going to get repeat clients and repeat revenue from existing clients is by continuing the relationship after. And email marketing is a fantastic way of doing that because you can kind of set the funnel and forget the funnel. And you can go about taking care of your existing clients, knowing your past ones are well taken care of and they're still being nurtured. So I mentioned the word segment a few times. What the heck is segmenting, Noella? Segmenting is just a way of organizing your email list into smaller groups that you can send people the emails that matter most to them. So having a past client segment is great because I can send them very specific past client type emails, right? The ones about the emails, the ones about the wall art, the ones about the sales, the reviews, the testimonial kind of emails. I'm not going to send those same emails to leads. I'm certainly not going to send those emails to maybe family photography clients of mine. And so I want you to think of segmenting like this. If you walked into a room of people and there's brides in one corner, there's families in another corner, maybe there's some photographer friends in that corner, you're not going to walk up to them all and say the same things. You're going to kind of curate your conversation. And that's what segmenting is. It's just grouping your list into smaller chunks so that I can make sure I'm sending the right content to the right type of people. This is going to drastically reduce the amount of unsubscribes, because if I'm sending out like a wedding album email to my entire list, and there's maybe a family on there that I shot 5 years ago, they're for sure going to unsubscribe because they're like, I don't care about your wedding albums. So this allows you to reduce the amount of unsubscribes, but also just making sure that I'm kind of following people along with their journey of from inquiry to current client to past client to maybe they downloaded my lead magnet here, maybe they're interested in wall art here. Segmenting lets you just kind of separate your emails. Again, you can separate them by client type. So like I said, maybe you have one for families and one for weddings, and maybe one for boudoir, commercial, maybe one for other photographers. It allows you to segment it by status and workflow. Like I said, leads, current clients, past clients. And finally, location is one that I find really helpful, especially if you're a destination photographer or you're a destination portrait or you travel a lot or you do commercial clients all over. I have a couple segments for the locations I travel to often. So I'm often in Las Vegas and I have a segment just for Las Vegas. I have one here for local people. That being, it's really helpful because every time I travel to Vegas, I can send an email list to just those people in Vegas and say, hey, I'm headed to your location. I'd love to connect with you. And so we're going to talk about welcome funnel. You knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. It's here. So funnel is just very fancy word that's probably made just to confuse us. Just kidding. But a funnel is essentially, it's just a funnel, right? Imagine an actual kitchen funnel. And the idea behind the funnel is that everyone kind of enters it. And as they trickle down through that funnel, you're going to narrow them down and you're going to eventually ask for the sale. And those that are already gone through the entire funnel, they're going to be higher likely chance that they're going to take action because they've already gone through the funnel. They've already made their way through. And now you're finally that little 20% of the emails you're sending, you're going to ask them to buy and they're likely to buy. And so this is what a funnel kind of looks like. Oh, here. So this is your welcome emails, and these funnels are extremely important because they are warming your audience up, right? They're going to set the entire tone. So as soon as someone joins your email list, they get added into a funnel. And you are now, it's your responsibility to create this funnel that immediately welcomes them and makes them feel important, makes them feel like they know you, makes them feel like they want to continue to read each and every one of your emails because they're dying to hear from you. The welcome emails, as soon as someone joins your email list, these are the highest open rate out of any email you're going to send. And so making sure it packs a whole lot of punch is super important. The other thing is you want to make sure that you're not assuming someone who's recently subscribed to your email list even knows anything about you. Maybe a link to the freebie was sent from a friend. Maybe there was a Facebook ad involved. Maybe that somebody jumped on your website to inquire, but they really know nothing about you. This is where your welcome funnel comes into place because you're introducing you to them and you're really saying hi to them. You're telling them who you are, what you're all about. It's very important that you remember they might not know who you are at all. And that's why the funnel is so important. They matter so much because they repeat repetitive manual emails. A funnel is automatic. So once you kind of write the emails that go into your funnel, you set it and you forget it. So it's not something that you have to continuously be like, oh, I got to go do a newsletter. I got to go do a newsletter. You write them and it happens automatically for you. So you don't have to worry that these people joining your email list, I got to go quickly email them. It is there. It is in place. They ensure that every single new subscriber gets consistent experience. Everyone's getting the same funnel and they get it quickly and they get it right away. And it's something that you just don't even have to think about anymore. Your business continues to run when you're shooting, when you're traveling, when you're resting. You don't have to worry about these people joining your list that they're being taken care of because they are. There's an automatic funnel in place. So if you ever thought, I should send an email about that, you can write that email and you can add it to your funnel so that it's going out automatically to anyone who joins your list. So you may have also heard the word evergreen. A funnel is essentially, it's something that is continuously working in the back end. It's not just for a launch, right? Like sometimes you might send an email. I might send an email today being like, hey guys, make sure you sign up for the Storyteller Network's summit. That's not evergreen because after this week, the summit's over. A funnel is so important because it's consistently, it's always relevant. It's not a sale. It's not an event. It's not a one-off. I like to think of these funnels as an evergreen tree because evergreen trees are just always green, right? No matter what the season is, you're going to look at an evergreen tree and it's going to be green. And that's kind of what I like to think about when I think of my funnel because it's always relevant content. I'm not adding summit content into my funnel. It is the summit content is going to be a one-off newsletter that I send to my email list, but the content in your funnel is always relevant. And so this is what your funnel could look like in action. Someone subscribes to your email list and they get entered into this funnel. You're going to send them a welcome email with the freebie or maybe just an introduction of who you are. This is the hello, my name is Noella. I think of this very first email as someone just came to my door, they're knocking, I'm answering the door and I'm welcoming them in. As I'm welcoming them in, I'm saying, oh, this is my kids, this is my cat, don't mind my dog, he's barking like crazy. That's your welcome email. It's the welcome in, the introduction, the warm hug. And then finally, you're going to send emails. And actually, with this class, I'm going to be giving you guys a workbook that you can work through that has a templates in there of exactly what you can put into your funnel. But the next emails you send are going to be all about your story, who you are. They're meant to build trust, to build brand connection. And then you're going to send emails that are building your authority up. So kind of flexing yourself as a photographer. Maybe there's some testimonials that you're sharing or client reviews or these beautiful galleries that you're really proud of. Maybe it's storytelling. I love to put storytelling in my funnel. And what I mean by that is maybe taking one huge story and dividing up by 4 emails and then being like, hang on, tomorrow I'm going to send you the second part to this story. It gets people really excited about opening your emails. Very last is you're going to ask for the call to action at the very end. So the idea behind a funnel is anyone enters in and you're sharing who you are, you're sharing everything about you, and then you're finally at the very end asking for that call to action. You're asking them to take some kind of action, whether it is filling out the contact form or booking the mini sessions or buying the product that you have for sale. You don't want to do that though until you've spent time nurturing them and building the relationship. So you've got them on your email list. You entice them with this like really beautiful lead magnet freebie. And once they got this beautiful lead magnet freebie, they've gotten this really great funnel that you wrote. They feel like they know you. They feel like they're connected to you. This funnel has been running while you've been traveling and shooting and doing all the fun things in your life. But now you're like, okay, but what exactly do I send them? This is some great examples of how you can nurture a relationship, whether you do this in your funnel or you send out individual emails. But I'm going to give you a whole bunch of different ideas on what you can send them. Behind the scenes content ideas, sneak peeks from recent sessions, your editing process, before and afters, the mood you were going for. Describe with your words what made you make these certain choices that you made. What's in your camera bag, your gear, your why. I use this because I shoot with this 35 lens because of this is my process. Relatable content that they really want to hear. Maybe it's about your photography philosophy, why you shoot the way you do. Are you posed? Are you candid? Your approach to lighting, is it off camera? Is it on camera? What you believe a great photo actually is. A story about how you became a photographer or why you became a photographer and moments of what have reminded you why you still love photography. Client stories, you can share sessions that didn't go perfectly. This content is super relatable. A client who's very nervous in front of your camera and what you did to help them kind of turn around. I've seen this with family photographers of like tips that they do to calm children down when they're like freaking out at family sessions. Maybe it's a follow-up from a past client. Maybe it's baby shower photos or anniversary prints that your clients hung. Gathering these stories and sharing them in your newsletters and your email funnel really help to build that trust that I've been talking about over and over again. And finally, you want to give them a lot of value. So not just telling stories and taking care of them and building these relationships, but also it's super important for you to kind of educate clients and really flex your authority and show that you are an expert. And you can do that by sending them newsletters such as what to wear and how to choose locations and different FAQs and questions that people might have when going through the process of finding a wedding photographer or a portrait photographer, but providing valuable emails that they're going to open it and they're going to be like, oh my gosh, that was so smart. And finally, at the very end, when you do ask for something, when you ask them to do something or you're trying to sell something, a very clear, confident, low pressure invitation to book you. Maybe it's mini sessions launch or a seasonal push. Maybe you're opening up your calendars for 2027, whatever it is, you can still, don't be afraid to ask them for the sale. And you won't be afraid to ask them for the sale once you know you've already spent so much time nurturing and building the trust with them. The very best marketing strategy will always, always be to serve your community, to build your authority up, and to show up for your community. 80% of everything you do, and this is not just email marketing, I stand behind this with all marketing across all platforms, 80% of the content you produce should be serving your audience and only 20% should be selling. I think people are so afraid of email marketing because they see things like maybe Old Navy, constant sale after sale after sale after sale. And we're like, oh, we don't want to do that. And that's why if you go by this formula, if you do 80% selling, 20% selling, 80% serving, 20% selling, you won't feel so cringy about it because you're like, they already love me. They're ready to go. Selling through email works only when trust has been built. Sales emails work best when it's layered with constant ongoing value. And you do that by referencing your offer slightly, little bits here and there across all your platforms, by making sure that you're teaching and you're inviting them instead of announcing things all the time, and also by letting your automations handle the heavy lifting. Once you have this beautiful welcome funnel in place, totally taking care of them and nurturing them and welcoming them, you're not going to feel really icky about sending that one email asking them to do something. And remember, if you're offering something that they truly need, you're doing them a favor. And I think that's the biggest thing when it comes to email marketing, is a mindset shift needs to take place. You want to make sure that whatever it is you're selling, whatever it is you're offering, you stand behind it and you know that it is something that they need. And so when you're asking them to buy it, you're confident you're just helping them. You're not asking for a sale. It's not cringy. You're helping them. You want to make sure that you're sending human first emails. Connect first, offer second. Always, always, always. So how to write human first emails. Do this. I want you to write like you talk. Don't try and write like you don't talk. Don't be formal and stuffy if that's not what your personality is like. Lead with story or questions. Make one clear ask per email. Use the word you more than I. So don't write an email just talking about me and everything. I. Make sure that you're referencing them and how you're here to help them. Have your subject lines be short and curiosity driven. Let your personality come through. If you guys don't follow, or if you have not subscribed to Tonic Templates emails, I highly suggest you do, because they are a perfect case study of emails that have the personality shining through. Their subject lines, their body of their emails, their call to everything is genius. So I would really suggest you go follow and subscribe to their email list. I want you to avoid starting every email with the word I. Like I said, don't have long paragraphs with no white space in between. Don't sound pushy or desperate. Don't have vague call to actions. Don't send them only when you need to fill your calendar. Again, this is what I hear all the time. Don't only send emails with the sales. And don't sound like a brand or a corporation. Make sure you're sounding like a human, like a person. Human first, right? Very quickly touching on subject lines, you guys. Subject lines are the most important part of your email because it is the first impression. If your subject line is not relatable, they're not opening the email. End of story. So making sure that your subject lines are kind of vague, kind of open-ended, that you're imagining you're talking to your best friend. You want it to be attention grabbing. You want to keep it short, super sweet. Maybe provide a question and the answer is in the email. Finally, scaling is not about sending more emails. It's about removing you as the bottleneck. So Email should support your business when you're shooting, when you're traveling, when you're offline. These emails are just, the funnel is running automatically. Nobody's waiting on you to email them. It is something that you set and you just kind of forget, which is really lovely. And lastly, I'm going to very quickly touch on this because I did talk about it at the very beginning of the class, tracking and analytics. The number one reason why I love email marketing, it is trackable. You can use the analytics that your program gives you to make much smarter decisions for the rest of the emails you send going forward. Analytics are feedback. Analytics remove guesswork. You don't have to like feel your way through a marketing strategy. The results are going to allow you to refine what you're doing going forward. And so some of the key metrics I like to track when it comes to my emails is open rates, click-through rates, unsubscribe rates, number of replies. Open rates, you guys, this is an easy one. If you have low open rates, it's telling you that your subject lines suck. Because if someone sees a subject line and they are not interested enough to open the email, they're just not going to. And so this is where if your open rates are low, revisit your subject lines. A lot of email marketing platforms actually allow you to resend an email to those who didn't open it. And it actually allows you to change the subject line. Really handy tool. I love to use it. If I have low open rates, I'll just hit resend it again, change up the subject line to something I think is better, and see those open rates go up. Click-through rates are telling me if my call to actions and my buttons suck. So if they're opening my email, but they're not clicking in my email, they're not going to my blog, or they're not going to my website, or they're not going to my Instagram, wherever it was I directed them, if they're not doing that, that call to action was weak. If my unsubscribe rates are really high, it means I'm not sending them the right emails. And that's exactly why segmenting is so important. Making sure that you segment your email list so you're sending them the right content, because I'm a 43-year-old. If I'm getting newborn tips in my inbox, I'm unsubscribing. I'm not interested in that. My kid's almost 18 or almost 19 actually. So making sure segmenting is done and in place is going to prevent unsubscribe rates. So if you notice your unsubscribe rates are high, it's because you haven't segmented your list. Finally, number of replies. I just like to track this. I want to know if my call to action, are people interested in talking to me? Are they interested in having a conversation? And often I'll put in my emails, like, if I don't have a strong call to action, if I'm not selling something or I'm not directing them to somewhere, I'll just say, hey, hit reply, tell me how your day was. And I love getting those responses. And so these are all some interesting analytics that you can track when it comes to your email marketing strategy. And that's the final step. That's what I encourage everyone to do once they put a funnel in place, is just every quarter revisit the data and make small tweaks. And so I hope that this class helped you guys feel a little less scared when it comes to email marketing. And I hope that it allowed you to kind of brainstorm some different ways that you can build your email list with lead magnets, and that it allowed you to get clearer on the type of content you can send your email list, and that it's not a scary strategy at all. It's so much easier than any other platform I've ever spent time on when it comes to marketing my business. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class. There is a supplementary workbook that I'm going to give along with it that's going to really show you guys kind of what goes into welcome emails, as well as just some different tips. So I hope you enjoyed it. Bye, guys. Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I feel like Noella personally made that slideshow just for me, because I feel completely called out. So email marketing is definitely something that I have at the top of my list going forward after all of that. For those that are just now joining us, welcome back to the Storyteller Network. This is a new educational platform specifically for photographers. What you're part of right now is one of the summits. We have another summit, a lighting summit, that's coming up in September. And then the Storyteller Network is also home to a bunch of podcasts. I'm going to read these off real quick because there are a ton of them in here. So what we have is The Vendor Table. We have Self with Sue Bryce, Studio Tours with Nikki Klosser, The Creative Thread with Meg Lokes, Raw with Vanessa Joy, Reinvent with Noella, Summer School with Summer Grace, the Six Figure Photography Podcast with Ben Hartley, the Empowered Photographer Podcast with Elena Blair, the Photographic Collective Podcast with Miles Whitboyer and Jared Fincher. And that is just a host of amazing podcasts, plus all of the educational content that you're going to get here on the network. Now, just as a reminder, everything that you are watching here live is free. But if you would like access to all of the classes, maybe you can't watch all of them live, or if you just want to rewatch any of the content, you can access that for $149. Outside of the live event, that is going to go up to $399. So you want to make sure that you purchase that before this live event is over. From there, we had a couple of questions in the comments about the workbook. So Noella didn't have a little QR code. So I think she's trying to get access to that in the comments, but there's also going to be an email going out to everybody that has registered. So you want to make sure that you have your email, you give it and you register, and you'll get access to all of these workbooks. They'll email those out directly after. From there, we are going to take a quick commercial break. So don't go anywhere. It's literally just a few minutes. So stick around, and then we're going to jump back into the show.
If you're ready to learn everything you need to grow your photography business, WPPI is the place to do it.
Is photography dying or something? It's stronger than ever.
I love the artistry of photography and meeting other photographers that are passionate about it still.
Connect with other people that share the same passion as us.
Enhance my work and give me another point of view of the art.
They want us to help them tell the story. That's our job as photographers.
That's the kind of lighting I would love for you guys to be able to learn.
It's the best investment I can do in me and my business.
This is where you can come to get that inspiration, to start feeling reinvigorated, and remember what it is that you truly love about photography in the first place. We all want to grow and learn and have a sustainable photography career so we can do something we love forever.
Where do you go when you need a boost of inspiration, creativity, and innovation? I come to WPPI.
WPPI is the place to be for photographers, and I will see you on the show floor next year.
Before Smart Albums, creating an album, it was quite a process.
I would build everything from scratch.
It took me hours and hours.
Anywhere from 4 to 6 hours of time, because it was manually grabbing things and putting them in places.
I would actually discourage my clients from ordering an album because the process took so long.
And then Smart Albums came in and made it super fast. That whole process turned to 5 minutes.
10 to 15 minutes tops for a wedding book design. The whole process is so simple and streamlined. It's like nothing I've ever seen before.
It's so functional and so usable. It was sort of like the equivalent of handing a kid an iPad and they just sort of know how to use it right away.
It's almost like having a life coach sitting next to you, just saying, don't worry, it's easy.
The album basically designs itself.
This is what I've been waiting for.
If you're a wedding photographer and you're still not using AI in your workflow, this is probably the best opportunity you're going to get. Imagine is the best AI platform for professional photographers, and they are offering their monthly limitless plan for just $10 for your first month. $10. That is not a typo. I mean, $10 is basically an expensive coffee and a pastry somewhere. And with that, you get unlimited AI editing, unlimited AI culling, personal AI profiles, AI tools, the full Imagine workflow. All of this just in time for peak wedding season as well. Now, if you're still thinking, yeah, but I don't want AI to make my work look like someone else's, good, because you shouldn't. That's exactly the point. Imagine doesn't slap a generic look on your photos. It learns how you edit, your style, your decisions. It's all about your taste. And then it applies that consistently, frame after frame to gallery after gallery. It just looks like your work. And you don't end up losing your entire summer to an editing backlog. Honestly, it's insane. I can't find a more professional word. So we'll just go with insane.
Okay, welcome back to the Storyteller Network. I am super excited. If you guys saw the commercial for WPPI, that commercial was fantastic. And I promise you that even that does not do it justice. WPPI is so fun. It's one of my favorite events of the entire year. I go all the time. So if you haven't been, highly recommend going. Smart Albums, fantastic, and does amazing things. And then Imagine, personal user, they are so great. Definitely recommend checking out that $10 unlimited plan, because why wouldn't you? It's unlimited, $10. Try it out. Okay, so from here, we are going to dive into another class. This one is going to be all about marketing, and it is from yours truly. So I'm not going to talk too much about myself. I'll talk a little bit about myself in the presentation, but I'm here in the chat. So if you have any questions, drop them in there, and let's watch this together. What's going on, everyone? Thanks for joining us today. What you hopefully just saw was a quick slideshow of some of my most favorite images that I've ever taken. And hopefully you can tell that I like images that have a lot of emotion, a lot of epicness. But unfortunately, having good images doesn't necessarily mean that you have a good business. And having good images doesn't always necessarily mean you're going to bring in leads with those good images, which is a bit of foreshadowing into what we are going to be talking about during this presentation. But before I get into that, I want to rewind a bit and do a quick flyby of who I am and kind of how I got started in the photography industry. So to start, my name is Jason Vinson. My wife's name is Chasney. My oldest kid's name, his son is Zayden. My middle daughter is Riken, and then my youngest daughter is Kaiden. And I've had the pleasure of actually photographing all three of their births. All three of them are IVF babies. And one of my favorite facts about the whole situation is that if you go off of date of conception, the two girls are actually twins because they were born from the same batch. Just the youngest was actually frozen for 2 years. Which I think is always super interesting to mention. But to talk a little bit about how we got started into photography, basically what happened is that when me and my wife got married, we decided that we wanted to get a good camera to take with us on our honeymoon. And so this is the first camera we ever got. It's the Sony A550. At the time, I was thinking that I was buying this like amazing, best of the best camera. Turns out that it's actually just kind of like a prosumer crop sensor camera. It was perfect for what it was at the time. But this is kind of like our stepping stone into the photography world. And for me especially, I realized pretty quickly that I was going to enjoy kind of like the technicalities of photography, because even before the camera showed up on the doorstep, I was waiting for it to ship out and stuff. It was one of those things where I ordered it on announcement date and it took a while for them to finally start shipping out. So even before it showed up, I was already going down the rabbit hole of reading blog posts and articles and watching YouTube videos. So much so that I already knew kind of what all of the settings were. I knew how I wanted to set the camera up before it even showed up on the doorstep. And so we took this camera with us on our honeymoon. These are the images that we took while we were on the honeymoon. And then we do what you do when you take a bunch of cool photos that you like. We got home and we posted them to social media. And not too quickly, or not too long after we posted them, one of my wife's friends reached out and was like, "Hey, I love your photos that you took on your honeymoon. Would you like to take our family photos?" And so we were like, sure, that could be kind of interesting. And so here we are. This is the very first family session that we ever took. But even at this time, me and my wife shot this together, but we only had one camera and one lens. And so basically, I would take some photos, and while I was taking photos, my wife would be figuring out what she wanted to do, and then I would hand her the camera, and then she would take some photos, and while she was shooting, I would look around and figure out what I wanted to do. And we did that for quite a while. And so, at this point, we shot a handful of family sessions, and we shot some toddler sessions and a newborn session, which I do not like doing those, found that out very fast. And things were going great, right? We're getting 15 likes on all of our posts on Facebook. Grandparents and parents are commenting on every single post. So we are absolutely just killing the game. And then someone said, "Will you photograph our wedding?" And it was at this point that we were like, hold on, time to pump the brakes. Because there, as you probably know, there's a lot more that goes into wedding photography than just shooting a family session at the park. For one, you need more than one camera and more than one lens. And so, we talked about it. We tried to give them all of the, warnings of, hey, we've never done this before. And they insisted, like, hey, it's kind of one of those things of like, hey, we're going to pay you to do it, or we're not going to pay anybody to do it. I think we charged them $500. And with that, we went out and we decided that if we're going to do this wedding, we're going to take this photography thing a little bit more seriously. And so we went out and, we spent thousands of dollars on gear when we got paid $500 to shoot this wedding. But, we needed new lenses and new cameras and stuff like that. And so even then, we bought the first full frame camera that Sony ever released. It was the Sony A900. So we got two of those, and then we got the 24-70, we got the 70-200. But even then, those are kind of like the two main bodies and two main lenses that we got. And so even then, if I was shooting wide, my wife had to shoot tight. That was the only other option. And so it became this thing where during receptions, it was always a fight of who got to shoot the 24-70, because one poor sucker is going to be stuck with a 70-200 on the dance floor, which no one wants to do that. And so here is what we got from the very first wedding. Not great, but whose first wedding is? Actually, I saw a slideshow from another photographer not too long ago where she shared her images from her very first wedding. It was at a conference I was speaking at, and I did not want to go after her because she shared her first wedding images, and then these are my first wedding images. Hers were amazing. Mine, not so much. I don't know what we're doing here with the whole, tilted photo. There's some weird posing things, but even still, at this point, I'm still interested in off-camera flash. So over here, we're still kind of playing with lighting and trying to figure things out. We still have some, issues to work out with blown highlights and stuff like that. But, after this wedding, we went back to the parking lot and we took a big, deep breath and realized that this was fun. It was stressful. It was hectic. Not everything went right, but it was fun, right? I love the challenge and the stress of it. I love the problem solving that comes with wedding photography and stuff. And so I went full bore into honing my craft and becoming a better photographer. And all that to say that there is nothing wrong with a side hustle. So no matter where you are in business, whether you are a full-time wedding photographer or a full-time portrait photographer or whatever, or you're just doing this part-time as a side hustle, I think side hustle photography is absolutely valid. Because I did that from about 2010 to about 2017. Photography was strictly just a side hustle. Before going full time, I was doing calculations and compositions, right? This is a picture of my desk. I was a mechanical engineer. working for Tyson Foods. And then on the weekends and, after work, I was doing sessions and weddings and stuff like that. Until 2017 came, and then I got this opportunity through a online blog that I worked for called F-Stoppers. There was a company that was doing post-production for people, and they were big in Europe and India and stuff like that, and they were trying to break into the United States. And so they wanted to fly me and another journalist out to basically tour their facility and do like an interview and article about their company to show that it was like a great place for people to work and they treated their employees well, because there's always this like misconception of, outsourcing things to India and all of that fun stuff. And so they wanted to fly me out, and as part of that, they were going to send me and this other journalist to go experience the Holy Festival, and it was all expenses paid, and it was a great, amazing opportunity. But at the time, I was using all of my vacation days to photograph weddings. We were doing destination weddings already, and so you do a wedding in Mexico and you add on a few days, and so I had all of my vacation days earmarked for weddings that we were already going to, and so I couldn't take time off to go. And so I scheduled a meeting with my boss and my boss's boss, and I requested time off without pay. They told me no. And so 2 weeks before my flight left to India, I put in my 2 weeks notice, and I've been full-time ever since. And so here's just a handful of images that I love from that trip. To this day, it was still a trip of a lifetime. I'd love to go back to India at some point. But it was definitely a defining trip for me photographically, just being able to be full on photography for 2 weeks and do street photography and stuff, but also just experiencing, the culture and all of that fun stuff. So just as a whole, it was a trip of a lifetime. Again, some favorite images. This is what I looked like at the end of every single day. And, so I came back home, and now I have this new professional freedom because I don't have the day job. But I'm also very quickly hitting this sort of, business reality. And it also lined up with this time where, when we first got started in 2010, it was, around the time where my wife had recently graduated college, and, we're both young adults just out of college, new into, the full-time corporate world. And so we have all of these friends that are getting engaged and getting married and stuff. And so we're getting all of these referrals from people we know and, bridesmaids at weddings and stuff like that. But at this point in 2017, 7 years after the fact of getting started, we're quickly realizing that this referral well is starting to dry up. And I specifically remember a wedding that I photographed where, we're photographing the bride, and every single of the, I think, 6 or 7 bridesmaids, we had photographed all of their weddings except for one who was also already on the schedule to be married later that year. And so I saw real quick, I was like, well, I guess this referral well is dried up because there's no more bridesmaids that we're going to get weddings from. And so I was starting to see hints at where things were going, which is why this class exists, right? And so now we're going to start talking about some marketing and, bringing in leads outside of just general word of mouth type of things. Because again, we can't just take pretty photos and expect people to see pretty photos and give us lots of money to take pretty photos, because that's just not how things work. Because as photographers, we have to be the wearer of many hats, as I'm sure many of you have already heard or experienced, right? So we have to be photographers, but we also have to be editors and SEO specialists. We have to be designers. We have to be marketing experts. We have to be customer service and everything else that goes into this whole entire business of photography. Or we need to outsource it, which is, that's a whole nother class all on its own. But in the realm of just the marketing hat, right? If we just put on our marketing hat, even within just this area, there are so many different ways that we can go down the rabbit hole of marketing. So there's networking, like social events and gatherings and chamber of commerce types of things. There's working with venues and planners. There's SEO. Now there's GEO, which is generative engine optimization, things like ChatGPT and Gemini. There's social media, there's wedding shows, there's open houses, and a bunch of other avenues that you can go down to market your photography business based on what niche you're in or where your ideal clients are hanging out and finding, potential people to work with. Now, for me, the big hitters within this list was SEO and also now GEO, as well as social media. And so these are kind of going to be the three main topics that I talk about for the rest of this presentation. Now, it's important that we know content creation is not just about social media. In this day and age, when people hear content and content creation and you need to create content, the first thing that comes to mind is like social media. But we don't want to put all of our eggs into the MySpace basket, right? So I'm aging myself here, but if you don't know what MySpace is, it was basically like Instagram or Facebook before there was Instagram and Facebook, and everybody loved it. Everybody was on it. And then one day it just poof and it was gone. And nobody ever heard about it anymore. It's not around anymore. And so while I personally don't think that the companies like Google and Instagram and Facebook are going anywhere anytime soon, we don't want to strictly rely on these other avenues for all of our marketing, because if one of them shuts down and we're fully reliant on them, then as their business dries up, so does ours. So I'm going to talk about some tactics and tools for real world success. These are things that I have personally done and that I personally use and that I have personally found that work for me. Now, before I dive into them, I want to lay just a quick technical foundation to just iron out some errors before they hurt your business or before they hurt your business more, because there are things that I personally suffered with when I was kind of trying to get my brain wrapped around what SEO and stuff actually was. And so when I first started and I was creating websites and blogs and stuff like that, I knew that when people Googled Northwest Arkansas wedding photographer, I wanted to show up. And so I put Northwest Arkansas wedding photographer everywhere across my website. It was on the main website. It was on blog post headings. It was in gallery pages. It was in alt text. Anywhere that I could justifiably put Northwest Arkansas wedding photographer, I put it in there. And the problem is that I thought I was giving Google no doubt that I was in fact a Northwest Arkansas wedding photographer because it was everywhere across my entire website. But I quickly found out that that is actually not only the wrong thing to do, it's actually detrimental to what your end result actually is. Because what you end up with is 100 pages of essentially invisible content. So whenever you create a bunch of pages that all have the same keyword, when someone Googles that term and Google goes out and it starts grabbing pages, it will look at your website and it sees 35 pages or 100 pages that say Northwest Arkansas wedding photographer. And so Google or any search engine doesn't know which page to show the searcher. And so it's going to randomly pick one. And because it's randomly picking one, it's probably not even going to be anywhere in the top 10 or the top 10 pages. But if eventually anybody ever sees it, when they click on it, it's probably not going to be what the searcher is actually looking for, because, right, I've just put this search term everywhere that I possibly can. And so when somebody is searching Northwest Arkansas wedding photography and another page comes up where I say Northwest Arkansas wedding photography, if it's not actually referencing the type of content that they're looking for, they're going to quickly leave, which is then going to hit me even further down the Google ranks. This has a technical term. It's called keyword cannibalization. Basically, what's happening is that all of your pages are competing with each other before they even get the chance to go out and compete with the other people that are using those terms. So it's already hard enough to rank a page amongst all of the competition that is out in the internet. And so we want to make sure that we're not competing with ourselves before we even get onto the main stage. So that's what we're going to talk about a little bit. So you also might be asking yourself, if you're like me, does keyword cannibalization affect AI search? And the answer is yes. They're the same picture. If you are one of my office fanatics like myself, drop me some words in the comments. But essentially what we want to do is we want to follow this single page rule, right? We want one authoritative page for every keyword that we have, which will make it so that there's no like internal competition. So when someone Googles Northwest Arkansas wedding photography on my website, I want only one page for Google to see. And so when someone Googles a term, Google comes to my website and it says, this is the page to show. It's the only page to show. And so it's going to show that page. Now, whether that page has good content, that's a whole nother story, but we at least want to make sure that when Google is trying to serve up a page for a search term, that we have one specific page for Google to grab and to show, or we have one page for AI to grab and to show within its window. Okay, and so now back in the day, whenever I first got started, you needed a lot of very specialized tools in order to make sure that all of your web pages were formatted in a way that they only showed for one search term, and all of these other different things. And so there's tools like Ahrefs, or however you say that. There's SEMrush. There's a bunch of expensive subscriptions, and I'm sure all of these tools still exist. And if you get really deep into the weeds of SEO and website optimization, it might at some point be beneficial for you to eventually sign up for one of these for a month just to kind of run your website through it. But for now, because AI is here and it has the access to, crawl all of our pages and see all of our content and cross-reference all of this to a bunch of other things, we can get very, very far with just the free, simple tools within, things like ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude, or all these other things. And I think that, especially if you're just getting started, sticking with the simple AI method that I'm gonna walk through is gonna get you pretty dang far. And then if you want to go further, then at that point you can maybe start looking into some of the more specialized tools. Okay, so what I did is I just go to Gemini or whatever AI language model that you want to use, and I just say, hey, look at every single one of my pages on my website, and see if there are any pages suffering from keyword cannibalization. And it'll go out and it'll surf all of your pages, and it's going to spit out some things. And then once you start seeing where these overlaps are, then you can start fixing them. And there's basically 3 different ways that you can fix keyword cannibalization errors. One is that you can combine them. So if you have like 2 posts that are talking about, Northwest Arkansas wedding photography, I can then combine them into one larger, more authoritative post. Or I can keep one as a Northwest Arkansas wedding photography post, and then I can pivot another one. So another example is like there is a wedding venue that's nearby called Osage House. I had at some point 2 posts about Osage House. What I did is I kept one as a post about Osage House, and then I spun the other one to be about Cave Springs wedding venues or wedding photography, because Osage House is within the city of Cave Springs. And so now if someone's searching for Osage House, I have a post for Osage House. And then if someone is searching for Cave Springs wedding photography, I have a post for that. Okay, so that'd be an example of pivoting a post to something else. Or sometimes we have pages that we just want for, client reference. Like we're gonna create a page about a wedding, but we don't necessarily want that page to show up within Google search, right? I have a specific page that I want to show when someone Googles something. And so in those situations, we can do what's called no indexing. We just click a little box and it's basically a fancy little thing that says, hey, Google, don't look at this page. And then once we start messing with pages, we also want to make sure that we keep in mind if there's backlinks to that page, if we need to redirect the pages, and we want to make sure that if we're deleting pages that there's not going to be any sort of 404 errors. I'm sure all of you have probably seen this at some point where you go click a link to take you to a website and the website's gone and you just get a 404 error. Not a huge deal in the long run of people looking for content, but it can hurt your site a lot, especially if there's people constantly coming to your website that are getting 404 errors. So we want to make sure that we are redirecting those to new content, or we have some sort of way to fix those broken links. And we also have to keep in mind that AI isn't perfect. Obviously, between me recording this and you watching this, there's going to be crazy AI, implementations, and, it's going to get better and better and better. But at least now AI is not perfect, and I don't see AI getting perfect in the long run. And so you have to keep in mind that AI can make mistakes, will make mistakes. They're called hallucinations. And so unless you get really good at prompting, there's always going to be little things. So we just always want to keep in mind that AI does make mistakes. And I had a perfect example of this where when I was, doing some testing and actually going through building this presentation, I was also going through and doing some of the stuff from my actual website. And I ran the prompt that I told you earlier where I was like, hey, look through my website. I did a prompt actually where I said, hey, look through my website of all of my wedding venue pages and stuff like that. And I said, tell me where I'm maybe missing a wedding venue, or where there's just there's opportunities for me to create a wedding post. And it came back with Crystal Bridges and Stonebreaker Hotel. It said I didn't have any content for Crystal Bridges. And it said that one of my web pages was referencing a venue that had been rebranded and renamed to Stonebreaker Hotel. Well, one of them was correct. So I did have content about a wedding venue that had been renamed Stonebreaker Hotel. So I needed to fix that. But it told me I didn't have any content for Crystal Bridges, which I actually do have a pretty significant post about Crystal Bridges. And so you want to make sure that just because it says something, you can go in and verify it. And I even got in the chat and I was like, are you sure about the Crystal Bridges thing? And then it goes through and is like, oh yeah, you're right, I did find this page. So you can always talk with it back and forth, but you could also just go to your website and make sure. But it would be a good thing if it does say that you don't have a post, you have it, to verify with it that it can see it, because you could have something broken on the back end where you have the page, but it's not visible for some reason. Okay, so take what it says with half truths, right? And always verify the information that it's giving you. Also, don't use AI to write your content for you. AI as a whole is just a collection of all of the data that is already out there. And so if you use AI to write your content, you're just taking content that already exists and rewording it and repurposing it to be on your website. So you're not supplying anything new. You're not giving a searcher anything that it can't already find. You might be able to combine a bunch of different posts into one thing using AI, but even still, you always want to be able to put your own voice into the content that you're putting onto your website. So the way that I like to think about it is I use AI for the framework of a post. So lining out all of the things that I want to talk about, like key specific parts of a venue or parts of a wedding day or things like that. And then I go in and I manually add in the soul, right? Opinions, things that I personally feel, things that, are normal for most photographers, but how I like to do them personally. Okay, because I want people to see me as an authoritative figure, and I want to supply searchers with something new and something that they can't already find anywhere else. Also, keep in mind that little details go a long way. And so there's a lot of things that you can do on the back end of your website. There's things like alt text. There's things like formatting on your post to make sure that Google and AI can read the article properly and all of these other things. So the rabbit hole is very deep when you start going down the SEO rabbit hole. But if you want to go down that rabbit hole, I highly recommend joining the Facebook group, SEO for Photographers. It's Fuel Your Photos. They have an entire online course that I use, and it's absolutely amazing. I don't have an affiliate link. They don't know they're part of this presentation. It's just a truthful recommendation for them. if you want to get deeper into your SEO knowledge and learning about all of the intricacies that go into this. Okay, now, before we go any further, still, we also need to think about search intent. So whenever we're creating content, it shouldn't just be like, oh, I want to blog about this wedding, and so I'm going to write a story about the day and throw up a bunch of images and throw it onto the internet. We need to think about what people are actually typing into the search box. What do people want to see when they type in certain search terms? Because nobody is searching for Jackie and Steve got married, right? So if you write a blog post that is Jackie and Steve got married at this wedding venue, nobody cares about that post except for, you know, Jackie and Steve will care about that. They'll share it. Their friends and family will go look at it. But at the end of the day, you're going to get 0 searches. So you might get a quick little spike of views from Jackie and Steve and all of their friends and family, but no one's going to really find that unless maybe you have like the wedding venue as part of that title or something, because nobody's searching for Jackie and Steve got married. We also, as photographers, we fall into this trap where we feel like we need to constantly prove that we're photographers. And while, yes, we do need to have content that proves we're photographers, us being photographers should be overarching across all of our content. And then we also need to prove that we are experts at newborn photography, or we're experts at maternity photos, or we're experts at wedding photography. And so we need to create content about the entire niche as a whole and not just about the little bubble that is wedding photography, or that is the wedding photography part of it. Because at the end of the day, being number 1 on a list when someone Googles Northwest Arkansas wedding photographer, even if I'm number 1 on that list, I'm still on a list of 10, 15, 20 other wedding photographers. So what I want to do is I want to get on people's list before they search for a Northwest Arkansas wedding photographer, which is what this slide is. I got ahead of myself. Okay, and so for me, one of those the number one ways that I can do that is through wedding venues, right? And so in the stages of planning a wedding, so someone gets engaged, one of the first things that a couple does, and it kind of goes hand in hand, is they pick a wedding venue and they pick a wedding date. Sometimes a couple will pick a wedding venue and they'll pick a wedding date based on when that venue is available. And then other times they'll pick a wedding date and then they'll just shop a bunch of wedding venues until they find a wedding venue that fits for them on the wedding date that they have picked. But before they search for anything else, they need a wedding date and they need a wedding venue. A lot of vendors won't even talk to a couple before they have a wedding date solidified. And so what I did is I created a wedding venue guide. So basically, I want people, when they're searching for a wedding venue, I want them to come to me. And so the way that I did that is I created a list of my top 20 wedding venues. And then I emailed every single one of those wedding venues a list of targeting questions for them to answer so that I can build out some content. Now, again, I am keeping in mind searcher intent. And so when someone Googles a wedding venue, I'm asking myself, what is it that they're trying to find out, right? They're not just looking for a bunch of pretty photos of that wedding venue, right? They want to know how many people can fit in that wedding venue. If it's an outdoor wedding venue, what happens if it rains? Can both the bride and the groom get ready in the same location? What comes with the rental? If I rent the space, do I also get tables and chairs and linens and all this other stuff? Or do I just get the space and I have to rent all of these other things? What time can I set up? What time do I have to tear down and be all the way out of the wedding venue? If it's just like one big space and the ceremony is inside, do I need to flip that room to be a reception later on, or do you have a dedicated space for a wedding and a dedicated space for a reception? How much does it cost? Is there a weekday cost sort of discount? And then also accommodations. Where are my guests going to stay? Is there an Airbnb nearby? Is there hotels nearby? All of these other things. And so these are the types of questions that I'm asking the venue as well as myself. And this is the type of information that I'm going to put within my content. Okay. And now the key here is that with this strategy, I wasn't just producing a top 20 wedding venues page. I was actually producing 2 pages. One is the top 20 wedding venue page, and the other is a specific page for just that wedding venue. Okay, because what I'm doing is I'm supplying useful information for when someone Googles best wedding venues. And so my page is going to rank because I have all of this information about all of these wedding venues within one singular post. But I also have where if someone Googles best wedding venues and they end up on my page of, top 20 wedding venues, and they find one that they like, they can now dig deeper into that wedding venue without having to leave my website. And so if they're on my top 20 page and they find that they love the Osage House wedding venue, they don't have to leave and go to Osage House wedding venue page to find out more information. They can stay on my website and go to the dedicated page about Osage House wedding venues to find out all of the other information that they need to know. Okay, and so these specific pages also show up when people search for the wedding venue by name. So if they Google the best wedding venues in the area, the list shows up. But if they Google a specific wedding venue, I also still have a page that will show up that serves that search intent as well. And then these go back and forth. And so if someone's searching for Osage House wedding venue and my page comes up, that also links to my best wedding venues in Northwest Arkansas. And so they can hop back and forth shopping wedding venues without ever leaving my website. Okay. Also, it's important to know that people search for unbiased authority. So even if someone's looking for Osage House wedding venue, I'm just going to use this as my example because I've been using it the whole time. If someone's searching for Osage House wedding venue and Osage House shows up as number 1 because they're the actual wedding venue, they're going to click in there and they're going to search around, but they're also going to click back to their search and they're going to look for other information about that wedding venue, because when people shop, they do want to go to the website of what they're shopping for, but they also want unbiased opinions. And so that's why things like reviews are so important, or review videos. And so my website is essentially kind of like a review, but I'm giving a whole bunch more information. Okay. And a lot of the times my dedicated venue page shows more information than the actual wedding venue's website shows throughout its whole entire web page, throughout all of the different links and stuff like that. Because again, I'm thinking about search intent and trying to give as much information about this wedding venue as possible. Whereas a lot of wedding venues are kind of like wedding photographers, where they want to hold back some of the information because they want people to reach out and they want to have people get in contact with them. They want to set up calls and they want to set up meetings and stuff like that. And so as a wedding photographer, I don't need to do that for wedding venues. I can just give all the information, and wedding venues haven't had an issue with this. I've supplied a lot of business to a lot of wedding venues, and I kind of hold couples' hands. Like if they're interested in a wedding venue, they can reach out to me and I'll connect them with the right person and all these different things. And so it's not necessarily stepping on the toes of the wedding venue, but just something to keep in mind. And now within these posts, one, we're giving all of the detailed information that someone is looking for, but we're also giving them the visual proof, right? So this is where the photography side comes in. This is how we can showcase who we are and what we do while giving a searcher all of the information that they're looking for. So we want to make sure that we're giving them the information that brings them in, and then we use photos to kind of keep them interested. So the key is supplying value while showing images and not just force feeding them our work. And so I'm sure you've probably seen this where you search for something or a link pops up and you click on the link to find out the information and you just get bombarded with ads, or you click a link and there's like a whole 2 pages of images before you get to the information that you want. And so we don't want to supply that. That's kind of like, how a website performs and how people experience. It's like the experience side of things, where if someone clicks in to find out information about Osage House, I don't want them to have to keep scrolling before they find the information that they want. because all of my images that I'm like force feeding them is kind of like being force fed advertisements before they get to the information that they want. So they're going to back out before they get to the information, which is then going to ding you on rankings and you're going to fall lower down. But if people click into the site and they start getting their information right away with a little sprinkle of images, they're going to stay on your website a lot longer. They're going to get the information they need, and then you're going to get benefited from having people on your website longer. Google is going to love that. Your clients, your potential clients are going to love that, and they're going to stick around longer. Okay. Now, the whole wedding venue guide thing isn't new. The Feel Your Photos SEO course that I talked about, they talk about the process of building wedding venue guides for SEO. A lot of people talk about this. Something different that I did that I've never seen anybody else do is what I did is I turned my top 20 wedding venues guide into an award. So instead of like my guide to my favorite wedding venues, it is just the top 20 wedding venues in Northwest Arkansas. I built a little badge. I emailed all of the wedding venues and I was like, hey, congratulations. You are a top 20 wedding venue in Northwest Arkansas. They're putting their badge on their website because people love to put little badges on their website. And so what this does is it makes me look like, and I'm the authoritative decision maker of what the best wedding venues in Northwest Arkansas are, so much so that I can give an award for this thing. And so it makes me look like more of an authoritative figure. And it helps other wedding venues out because now they have this badge. And then it helps me because it links back to my website, all these other things. Okay. So again, this is kind of like the backlink strategy. So instead of just having this amazing wedding venue guide, it's also getting linked to by all of the wedding venues. And so it's just kind of building an ecosystem. Here's another example from Osage House. On their main website, they have a link to my best wedding venues guide in Northwest Arkansas, as well as a link to their specific page about the wedding venue. And so again, obviously this isn't stepping on wedding venues' toes because they're putting it on their main page. Okay. Now, the key is here, so I'm lining out all of the details here for wedding venues, but we don't necessarily need to stop at wedding venues, right? So we need to ask ourselves what people are searching for before and during the time that they're searching for wedding photographers. Sometimes after, but not necessarily after, because sometimes people will book things like, I'm trying to think of things that aren't super important on the list that kind of wait till the very end. Like, it's very rare that a DJ gets hired before a wedding photographer. But there's times where people really, really value music and DJs and bands and stuff like that. And so they might hire a DJ and band before wedding photography. It's more rare, but we can still think about those types of things and create content about bands and DJs and stuff like that. So these are kind of like the planning stages. So people are on the venue hunt, then they're on the vendor search, then they're on to design details, and then they have the big day. And so we want to show content for every step of this process. So here's just some examples of some content that I've created along the way. So I have a post about the best bridal boutiques in Northwest Arkansas. I have honeymoon in Arkansas, cabins, resorts, camping, and so much more. So this is another example of content that people aren't necessarily shopping for before they hire a wedding photography, but you never know. Some people might start this process, but they're really excited about a honeymoon before they actually hire a wedding photographer. And then again, it's just also helpful information for clients and potential clients if bringing in traffic and things like that. Where'd it go? There we go. Glass chapels is a big thing here. There's a few of them. So I have a whole entire post all about just glass chapels in Northwest Arkansas. Northwest Arkansas bachelorette party ideas with example itineraries. 14 best elopement locations in Northwest Arkansas. And you can see January 2026, I try to go in and I try to update these every year with new information, or at least just to update the title so people know that it's kind of like recent and updated and relevant content. Similar to my top 20 wedding venues guide, I did a similar thing with wedding planners. But then we also need to think about before the planning stages, right? So even before they get engaged, so things to do in Northwest Arkansas, date nights, proposals, engagements. So these are all areas where we can get on people's radars before they even start thinking about weddings or wedding photography. So Northwest Arkansas date night ideas. This is a big post for us. Northwest Arkansas proposal ideas, outdoor and indoor locations, best romantic getaways in Arkansas, Northwest Arkansas Valentine's Day ideas, planning a couples party. Northwest Arkansas is very big for mountain biking. We're now the mountain bike capital of the world, I guess. And so I have some content kind of around that. Best engagement photo locations. And what this is it's called evergreen content. And so it's content that is always working for you. So you do a little bit of work, you create a post, and instead of it being like a flash in the pan, it's content that brings people in forever. Okay. And so like that post that I talked about, Jackie and Steve got married, while you might get a quick spike of viewers from, you know, the couple and their friends and family, if instead that post, while it still could have pictures of Jackie and Steve, if that post is about Osage House Wedding Venue, that post is going to perform much better and for longer, because people are going to always and constantly be searching for Osage House Wedding Venue until they close down. And so for that entire time, that post is going to do well, whereas, you know, the Jackie and Steve one is just going to be a quick little blip on the map. And here's some examples of what I think it's like a week or 2 weeks of stats on these pages. So like, again, Northwest Arkansas Date Night Ideas does really well, 20,000 impressions, more than 600 clicks. My website does very well. Best wedding venues in Northwest Arkansas, 30,000 impressions, 377 clicks. Glass Chapels. And so this just gives you an example of some of the pieces of content and how well they perform within my ecosystem here. Okay, so the idea with all of this content, right, is hopefully they love our images so much that they don't look anywhere else. They reach out and they hire us, right? So that's the number one goal, is that we get on their radar as they're looking for venues. They reach out to us and they book us before they even do the search Northwest Arkansas wedding photographer. But that's not always going to happen, right? That's the goal, but that's not how it works. And so we want to make them an offer they can't refuse, which is where my wedding planning guide comes in, because we want to turn the couples that are on our website looking at all these guides and pages and stuff like that. We want to turn them from researcher into a subscriber. Because most couples, when they go down this rabbit hole of planning, they're looking for wedding venues, and then they see something that talks about flowers, and then they go start looking at flowers, and then the flowers talks about invites, and they go start looking at invites. And so they go down this crazy rabbit hole, and then eventually they come up out of the internet and they're like, where the hell am I? And so we want to offer them essentially a roadmap to help them through this process. And that's where the wedding planning guide comes in. And so no matter where they're at in their planning process, and no matter where they're at on our website, whether at the best wedding venues or a specific wedding page or the elopements or the proposal ideas, all of those pages at some point within the content will mention and link to a 62-page wedding planning guide that we have. And this is a free wedding planning guide that we have available for anybody that wants it. And it's free, but almost free. Because in order to get the guide, they have to give us one piece of information, and that's their name and their email, because the guide is going to get emailed to their email. And so this is an idea of what the wedding guide looks like. So whenever they click on it, they can get a little overview of what's in the guide. Obviously, you can tell it's very text heavy, but it's also very image heavy. And so we're using this to not only be helpful, but also to sell the idea of us photographing their wedding. We're talking about how we like to do things, what we value in wedding photography. We're educating them on things. And so the wedding guide is there to help them, but it's also there to market to them as well. Because we're proving that we know what we're talking about, right? So we're giving real tips. We're supplying visual proof of those tips. And this is causing us to look like an expert, because we are an expert, right? And so we're just using this guide to prove that we're an expert. And so through this guide, one of the things that us as Vincent Images likes to do is really hit on the importance of authentic moments, right? So real, unposed, and irreplaceable memories. There's a lot of wedding photographers that call documentary photography candids or whatever, but they're still posing and like they're making it look documentary and look candid, but it's not. And in our eyes, we never want our couples to look at a photo and remember us telling them what to do in order to grab that photo when it comes to moments. Okay, and so through the documents and through our content, we're explaining what the difference is, because most people don't understand that there's a difference between a posed candid photo and a real candid photo until they get the images back and they're like, oh, they posed me to get this, so I don't feel anything because I remember them telling me what to do in order to get that photo. So images like this, right? So this is the visual proof that we use to explain the benefit of this, right? Images like this. Images like this. Who doesn't want a photo of their grandparents like this? Okay, dance photos like this. I don't even know how you would pose this. Okay, messy details. I'm a sucker for messy wedding details. And then we also explain that with us, epic comes standard, right? So that's part of our brand, is that we are always trying to produce and create epic portraits. So obviously now we're explaining the difference between authentic moments and portraits, because there is a disconnect there. There's a difference where moments are moments. We're not posing those. We're not directing those. We want you to look at those and we want you to feel what it was like in that moment. Whereas portraits, now we're creating artwork, right? We are going to pose you. We are going to direct you. And with us, epic comes standard. And we talk a little bit about this as we're giving the visual proof, right? We're showing the epic images as we're talking about this. And we also explain that we never want a client to see their exact same photo on someone else's fireplace, right? I know for a fact that there are a lot of photographers out there that are like this, where every single wedding they shoot the same getting ready images, they shoot the same portraits, they shoot the same thing, and this gets even more exasperated if they're shooting in the same venue, right? They're shooting at the exact same location, so much so that you could literally just like cut and paste one couple onto another image and they would be the exact same. Okay. I call it the fast food of wedding photography, right? It's cheap, it's bland, it's predictable, 0% uniqueness guaranteed, but not us, right? And so again, I'm talking about this to educate them, to market to them, to explain why we are different. And so this is a good example of how I prove the idea of always creating something different. So this is, again, one of those glass chapels that's in Northwest Arkansas. And this is one of the very first times, I think it's the first time that we shot a wedding here. And I took this portrait with a off-camera flash against the door or whatever. I'm not going to get too into the weeds of how I photograph these. But I posted this to social media, and within an hour or so, I got a comment from another bride that that we have coming up like 2 weeks later that is also getting married at this chapel. And she's like, oh, I love this photo so much. I can't wait for my wedding, blah, blah, blah. And I can't remember the exact wording, but I knew for a fact that she wanted this photo. But in my head, again, I don't want to just cut and paste one couple with another and create the exact same photo. I want them to have their own version of it, even if it's similar, right? And so you'll see that in this example. But even if they're similar, I still want them to be unique enough that they are their own. They're their own representation of that day. And so when their wedding came around, we took this photo, right? It's pretty similar. Same lighting, same composition, probably the same lens, but it's a different time of day. It's a different approach to how we captured it in order to get it. And then, I can't remember how long it was, but someone else reached out and we shot at this wedding again. So this time, again, same composition, but now it's different time of day, different lighting this time. It's unique to this couple. Then we shot there again, different lighting, same composition. This time, the couple is a little bit spread apart. They're in little pockets of light. Then we shot there again. Now, we have off-camera flash against the chapel to make it look like it's sunset, and we have a little bit of a different pose. Then we shot there again. Now the off-camera flash is pulled away from the door a little bit. So instead of it being just like a little hotspot on the door, it's now filling in all of the arches and like the detail of the structure. Then we shot there again. Now we're inside the chapel, flash against the door. Then we shot there again. Now the flash is a little bit different, angled up so that it rakes across all of these details. So you can see all these little fine highlights along the arches and structure of these little beams and stuff that are going through the glass. Then we shot there again. Now the flash is pulled back a little bit, lighting up all of the structure from the inside. Then we shot there again. Now we're at the front of the chapel. This is traditionally where the bride and groom will get married. And so instead of the door, it's just like a big glass window. Then we shot there again. This is probably one of the only photos that you'll see from this perspective at this chapel, because at this point we've photographed at this chapel quite a few times. And so, you know, the church lady that's like telling you, you have 5 minutes before you have to get out. She's like, I don't have a wedding here. You have to be out in 10 minutes. I'm going to run to the office real quick. And I took that as my opportunity to run out here, because you're not allowed to be on this side of the chapel. It's kind of like there's like air conditioning units and I think trash cans and stuff back here, so they don't want people back there. But I really wanted to get this photo. So I ran around the chapel, grabbed this photo. Then I shot there again. Now we're looking through the door to the place where people stand to get married against the window. Then I shot there again. Now I have the chapel behind me, and I'm just reflecting it in a little mirror, again, just to try and create something different and unique. Even though all of these are somewhat similar in how they're lit or composed or whatever, they're all unique to the couple. Then I shot there again. Now we have just a little bit of shutter drag and some lighting and stuff. So this just gives you an example, and this is an example that we can give to our couples to explain why we're different, right? And so we're using all of this content and marketing materials to explain to people why we're the expert, why we're the people that they should go with. And throughout all of this, this guide, we also talk about the portrait time dilemma. So when a lot of people view the type of images that I like to create, there's this assumption that I get, you know, vast amounts of time to create portraits on a wedding day. And sometimes I do. And, you know, and I'm sure sometimes you as a wedding photographer get more time than other weddings. But for the majority of weddings, I'm just like you as well, where, you know, I get 20 minutes for formals and 15 minutes for couples portraits and maybe 5 minutes to get creative after I get the, like, you know, smile at the camera and the, you know, the classic images that you just need to fill a gallery with, which is where portrait breakout sessions come in. And again, I talk about this in the wedding guide because I'm, again, explaining why we're different and why we do what we do. And what portrait breakout sessions are is it's a real thing that I do at every single wedding, but most couples, probably all couples, have never heard the term portrait breakout session, just like you've probably never heard of portrait breakout sessions, because I made it up. But because I made it up and no one's heard of it, now I'm offering something that other photographers don't offer or don't talk about. And so they only think that I offer it. And so it's just something, again, to pull me away from the pack and show that I can do things, or that I do things a little bit different. Okay, and so what portrait breakout sessions are is basically my fancy way of telling a couple that at any point during the day, if I get an idea for a portrait, I can potentially pull them away from what they're doing. And it's not like a forceful, like, I have an idea, come to me right now. It's like hey, I got an idea, whenever you're ready. But because we've talked about this, as soon as I bring it up, inevitably the couple, or if it's just the bride or just the groom, whatever, they're like, oh, it's time. This is what we talked about. He's feeling the juice, right? He knows what he wants to do. So they get super excited whenever I do come up to pull them away. And basically this just gives me freedom so that during portrait time, I don't feel the pressure to have to create something creative during that portrait time. I totally can, and I totally do. But I don't feel the pressure anymore to create these epic, crazy images, because I have time throughout the entire day to come up with something, or to find something, or to see something. And so it just gives me a lot more freedom and spontaneity to work. So this is an example. So this is the before, this is the after. This is just We're waiting for the groom to get into place so we can do the first look. And so we're just waiting for her to come down the stairs. And so while we're waiting, I was just like, oh, I like this wallpaper, throw up an off-camera flash and get something interesting. Or this is a situation where we're waiting for some introductions and stuff like that. The wedding is at the end of the hallway or whatever, and the bride's waiting in this little hallway where right here, you can kind of see her here. And so throw up a couple off-camera flashes. I liked the cleanness of all of the walls and stuff like that, so we can get something like this. And so what this does is it just gives me, infinite creativity throughout the day instead of having to force it into this 15-minute window. And as I talk about this and how I do this and what I do, couples either love it or they hate it, right? And so here's another example where, we're outside, this like 3 p.m, and in my head, I'm like, oh man, I really wish that this light was on and that it was dark so I can get this like cool dramatic image with this, cool lamp against this brick wall. And so instead of turning on the light and waiting for it to get dark, I just put an off-camera flash back behind this lamp, and we can get something like this. It also gives me the ability to chase the light, right? And so when the light's hitting just right, we don't have the flexibility or freedom to be like, oh, the light coming through that window is amazing. I'm going to come back in 3 hours during portrait time to use it, because in 3 hours, that light's going to be totally different. It's one of those things where you either use it or you lose it. Like literally, the light will go away. And so this is an example where the light's coming through a window after the bride's getting done getting ready. We're getting ready to leave to go to the ceremony. And so had I waited till after the ceremony during portrait time to come back, this light is going to be totally gone. Likewise here, like even in 30 minutes, the sun is going to be at a situation where these shadows aren't going to be falling on the wall in a way that they are right now. Or, off-camera flash. If I see a little place, you can just stick an off-camera flash up in there. Almost always I will do this portrait breakout stuff during reception downtime as well. So this is an example. The bride and groom got married in their living room, and the reception was in their backyard. Very small wedding, but it literally just started to dump rain, and so the reception moved from the backyard into their garage. This is just a regular neighborhood, regular houses. And so while it's raining, it's like, okay, I got some inspiration, threw up an off-camera flash and a constant light, and we get something like this. Okay, and then I always use this time to really to work a scene, right? Whenever we get an idea, we don't want to just take the initial idea and then look at the back of our camera and be like, oh, we got it, and then call it quits and be done and move on to the next thing, right? We get the initial idea, and especially when we're using off-camera flash and stuff, we want to give ourselves the ability to explore and to play with an idea past what an initial idea was, or we want to leave ourselves open to inspiration while we're working. And so this is the initial idea. And a lot of the times when I'm shooting in low light situations like this, I will use a lower shutter speed, because with in-body stabilization on the Sonys and stuff like that, they're so good that I can hand hold at like 1/4 of a second, or sometimes slower, especially when I'm using flash. And so in those situations, sometimes I'll intentionally put movement into the camera to get something different. And so while this is the initial idea, because I'm already set up, I already have my camera at a low shutter speed, I might as well just do a little camera shake and see what we get. So we get something like this. I decided to get down a little bit lower because I saw some of the blue sky outside, and so I got a little lower to frame them within the blue sky, so we get something like this. While I'm down here, I might as well shake the camera again, so we get something like this. And then instead of going up and down, I might as well shake the camera a little bit different. We get something like this. Okay, add a little bit of fog, we get something like this. Again, might as well shake the camera, so we get something like this. And so all of these images took maybe 5 minutes, right? And so we're getting a little bit outside of the marketing and content and stuff, but I kind of want to explain marketing and content isn't just about creating content. It's about the content that you're showing and what the idea of what you're trying to sell, right? And so this is what I'm trying to sell. So I'm showing you how I'm doing that, so you can get an idea of thinking about what it is that you offer, what it is that you're trying to sell, and how you can create content and ideas and phrases and things that that promote that to people that are viewing your content, right? And so here's another example. This is a bride and a bride on a beach. They're backlit. Again, I'm in a low light situation, and so this is the initial idea. But again, I'm at a lower shutter speed, so I might as well do a little shaky shake. We get something like this. Then I might as well do a little shaky shake in a different direction. We get something like this. And then I throw on a different lens. This is an anamorphic lens, which gives the cool like Michael Bay lens flare. So we get something like this. Okay, and so what this does is not only gives us the freedom to be creative when creativity hits, instead of forcing creativity into this small little window during portrait time, but it also gives us visual variety because we're shooting these portraits and being creative throughout the day across different lighting scenes and across different locations. And so now I have this visual variety that I get to show a couple instead of, you know, as much visual variety as I can pack into a 15-minute window, right? And so clients love to see stuff like this because they say, oh, I'm not just hiring this photographer to take creative and interesting portraits during 15 minutes. I'm getting this throughout the day. I'm getting visual variety. I'm getting interesting stuff throughout the entirety of the day. Okay, and then again, this is also a good way to filter your leads, right? So like I said before, some people love this as an idea and then some people hate it. And so if they love it, then they're going to love us and they're instantly going to want to work with us. And if they hate it, then we don't want to work with them. And so it helps filter those people out and make it so that they don't even think about us and we don't have to think about them. Okay, so now let's dive back into the content creation, because now we've put a ton of work into our website and into the content that we're putting out into Google and out into the AI spaces and stuff like this. And so we don't want potential clients to come to our website and see all of this amazing content and amazing creations and images and, you know, evergreen content, stuff like that. And then they go over to our social media and then they see crickets, right? So we still need to put effort into social media. We don't want to put all of our eggs into that basket, but we still need to put some eggs over there, okay? And so for me, I'm a little bit different, as most of the educators here on this space are. So I'm an educator and I like creating content for photographers. I like educating photographers, but I also still need to be a photographer. And so I have this kind of dual identity where I'm constantly creating social media content for photographers, but also creating social media content for potential clients. And so that's honestly something that I've just personally been struggling with. I know, I think Vanessa Joy recently created a specific Instagram just for her business side, which might be something that I do eventually, but I'm not sure yet. But there's all these different ways that you can tackle it, but this is just a caveat. So if you go to my social media, you are going to see stuff that's marketed to people like you all out there, but also stuff marketed to other photographers. But ideally, I'm creating stuff that's to both, right? So inevitably, there's going to be stuff that's only marketed towards photographers, and there's going to be stuff that's only marketed to clients. But ideally, whenever I create content, it's going to satisfy both of those audiences. And then again, all this to say, I'm not an expert. I don't have a college degree in social media. I spend a decent amount of time on social media and I've learned a decent amount of stuff, and I'm here to share with you the things that I've done that work. But I'll never claim to be a social media expert, and I'm not going to develop a course all about social media like some people can and do. But I do want to share the stuff that I've found that works for me, because I have seen some success. Some of these screenshots are old from when I initially created this presentation. I think I'm at 120 something thousand followers now. But during this snapshot of, I think, a month, I had just over almost 2.5 million views, just over 150,000 interactions. And so this kind of gives you an idea of some of the reach that I've been able to get. Okay, so one of the ways that I've seen the most success is mastering the flip. And so frameworks from content that perform. And so what I mean by this is that as I'm scrolling through social media, there are times where I will come across a post like this. And so this is going to be one specific example among many. that I'm going to walk through. And so I was scrolling through and I saw this post. It starts off here where it says storytelling I see nobody using. And I was like, okay, you got me. So I scroll to the side and I start reading, okay, step 1, it's talking about a curiosity driver. Step 2, it's talking about creating discomfort. Step 3, it's scratching pain points and all of this stuff. And I go through all of the lists and I look at it. I'm like, yeah, I think this is something that I can use. I think I can come up with some ideas to use this sort of framework in order to create content specific to my niche of wedding photographers and clients and stuff like that. But rather than sitting down and spending a ton of time of being like, okay, well, what are some curiosity drivers? And then how do I use that to create discomfort and all this different stuff? I'm going to use AI to help me. And so what I did is I literally just took those screenshots. I took all the screenshots from that post. I plugged it into AI and I said, hey, based off of this framework, this is my curiosity driver. Your wedding images shouldn't look like a magazine cover. And then I gave it some specific talking points that I wanted it to hit on, like talk about the importance of real and authentic moments, specifically mention that they talk about how 20 years couples won't care about perfection. They'll care about the people. And then they'll care about the feeling of their dad walking down the aisle, and the look that they saw when their partner gave them when no one was looking, right? And so sometimes, like this specific one here where I'm saying dad walking them down the aisle, in this scene, the specific like phrase that I'm mentioning, I have a specific image in mind that I want to use. And so sometimes I'll use specific phrasing that I know will relate to a specific image I want to use. Other times I'll use phrasing that I think will just fit, and then I'll go through and I'll try and find an image that matches. But here's an example of what that post looked like. So I'm using an image that is going to make people stop and look, because it's very rare that you get a picture of a bride on the toilet. And then I'm specifically calling out your wedding photos shouldn't look like a magazine cover, which is already kind of counterintuitive to what most people think. And so I'm hitting on two fronts, on the hook as well as on the image. And then I go in to say, if they do, I honestly think something went wrong. If you spend 8 hours posing for the perfect images, you aren't actually at your wedding. You're on a film set and you're the unpaid actor. I see couples terrified of a stray hair or a wrinkled dress. We convince ourselves that perfection protects the memory. But 20 years from now, you won't care about the perfect. You'll ache to remember how it felt when your dad saw you, or the look your partner gave you when they thought no one was watching. Perfection is boring. Real love is messy. Real moments matter. Rock on. And then just for reference, here's some of the stats. Again, these screenshots are old, so I'm not sure what it's at now. But at time of taking the screenshots, I got almost 120,000 views, almost 8,000 post interactions, and just over 300 followers from this post. So again, similar to when we were talking about creating content for our website and using AI to help us do that, similar to this, we want AI to help us build the bones, but we still want to be the heart and soul of the voice. And so I'm not just giving AI a hook and it writing out all of the text. I'm giving it the hook. I'm giving it key things that I want it to hit on. It's laying out the framework and the foundation of it, and then I'm going through and I'm changing things and making things sound like me or being my voice. So it's an iterative process, right? I've never gave something to AI, got a result, and been totally happy, right? There's always going to be refinements. And what that looks like is a lot of the times what I'm doing is I'm just removing options that it gives me. And so when it gives me like a hook and then it gives me the text for each individual slide, I'm removing ones that I don't like. I'm taking ones that I don't like and I'm saying, hey, give me 5 more examples or options for this specific slide. And then a lot of the times what I'm doing is based on all of those, I'm writing my own result at the end of it. And so I'm essentially just kind of using it for inspiration. And then once I find something that kind of resonates with me and my voice and how I feel about the topic that we're discussing, then I'll go in and I'll just write my own and then I'll insert it. Okay, and so the way that I I like to start this specific type of post or type of content is that I like to start with the curiosity driver, a phrase or a hook that is going to get people to stop scrolling. And then from there, I will feed it specific pieces of content or ideas that I want it to touch on within the scope of the curiosity driver. And so here's an example. I got the curiosity driver of stop telling your kids to say cheese, right? So this is something that I struggle with a lot in my family documentary work. As I grew up, parents and aunts and uncles and grandparents were always telling me to say cheese, say cheese, say cheese. And there's parents that still do that. They're always like, say cheese, smile at the camera, all of these things. And so when I come in with a camera to do unposed documentary work of a family, as soon as the kid looks at me, they're cheesing, and it's like, no, I don't want that. Or as I'm taking a cool documentary photo, the parent is behind me saying, oh, say cheese, they're looking, they're taking your picture. And I'm like, well, now I don't want to take the picture because they're smiling at me. And so I got the idea of like, stop telling your kids to say cheese. And then I give it a little bit more information, right? So the future you doesn't need images of your kid awkwardly smiling at the camera. In 20 years, you're going to want to remember the real life moments. You're going to ache for images of your kid being themselves, doing the things they love to do. And you'll miss the way they cry and run to you for love, right? So it's very rare for parents to have really good and authentic images of kids like having meltdowns or crying or struggling or being bored or all these other things. And so these are kind of the moments that, as a dad, I cherish. And so as a documentary photographer, I want to give to families, and these are the type of images that I can't get if you're behind me telling your kid to say cheese, right? And so this is the idea that I'm trying to sell. And so in this specific post, I'm dual targeting, right? So I have photographers and I have clients. And so for the clients, I'm trying to sell the idea of like, this is why you need family documentary photography. This is why you shouldn't tell your kids to say cheese and stuff. But on the photographer side, I'm also trying to inspire people like you to take real life moments and real life documentary images of your kids so that you can have images like that of your family. And so here's what that post looked like. So stop telling your kids to say cheese. A child smiling at the lens isn't a memory. It's a performance. And we are the directors telling them to act happy instead of letting them be happy. I know you want the nice, perfect family photo, but 20 years from now, you won't care about the perfect, clean clothes. You'll ache for the evidence of who they actually were. Proof of the wild energy, proof of the wild exploring, proof of the real life. You'll want to remember the chaos, not the compliance. So maybe put the director's chair away for once and capture some real moments. Or you can hire me to do it for you. You can hire me. Hire me to take photos of your family. Either way, let's start embracing the real moments. You'll thank me if you do. And your kids will be even more thankful. Okay, and so here's the stats. So almost 80,000 views, just over 4,000 interactions, and a little more than 100 followers. So moving on, another idea of this post, just so I can give some more examples of how I'm using this framework. And again, this is just a single framework across a few different posts and different ways of using it. I'm talking about the battle with AI. And so I came up with the idea, I've had this idea where I think eventually AI is going to make photography and authentic moment photography more important because perfection is going to be so readily available and so in your face all the time that people are going to stop valuing the perfection, and the authentic moments will become more and more and more valuable as AI kind of starts to take over. And so working off of that, I came up with this disruptor, this hook that says, I'm a wedding photographer and I hope AI takes over wedding photography. And then I said, because then we'll start to value the true and authentic images, because yes, AI can make any image look amazing. and real and cinematic, but those images won't inspire a feeling because they'll be of moments that you didn't actually live. They're moments that didn't happen. But I still do love taking portraits. And so I don't want to like completely dismiss the portrait side of what I do. And so through that, I said, explain that it's not necessarily about getting a perfect, amazing portrait on a mountaintop. It's about the experience of making that image, right? So just because it's art, just because it's a portrait, doesn't mean there isn't an experience involved of taking that image together, right? And so here's what that post looks like. So I'm a wedding photographer, and I hope AI takes over wedding photography. Seriously, let the robots have the perfect sunsets. Let them have the flawless skin and the idealized poses. Because once perfect becomes cheap, real becomes the new luxury. And when the world is flooded with fake perfection, humanity becomes the rarest currency. We'll start to crave what AI cannot give us, the messy, unscripted reality of being alive. AI can replicate the wrinkles on the back of your grandmother's hand, but it can't remind you of the warmth you felt when you held it. This shifts how we view epic photos too. It's no longer just about the final JPEG. If AI can put you on top of a mountain in seconds, the value isn't in the view anymore. The value's in the climb. The image isn't just a pretty picture, it's proof that you showed up and did the work together. Don't just seek an image that looks real, seek an experience that feels real, then let us capture the proof. Here's the stats for that. Just over 350,000 views, just over 3,000 interactions, and I can't see the around 40 followers. Not a ton of followers, but good interactions and views as a whole. Okay. And again, this is just one example of just one little framework that I saw that I used a handful of times. And so we don't want to just stop here, and we don't want to get complacent and just use one single idea, right? So we need to apply logic into how we use these frameworks and how we develop these frameworks and how we look for these frameworks. And so what I like to do is what I call cross-industry inspiration. And so I love when I'm scrolling through social media, I love to find things that work, but specifically things that work in other niches. And then I ask myself, how can I spin this into what I do, right? And so if I'm big into chess, and I like AI things, and sometimes I get some workout inspiration stuff, even though I don't work out enough. But as these things come through and I see content that's working, I ask myself, why is it working, and how can I get that to come into my genre? So I call it kind of like trend jacking, right? You're seeing something that's trending, and you're stealing that and you're repurposing it into the field of work that you do. Okay. Another thing that I like to do, just because I like to create some silly content, I call it meme spinning. So similar thing where I'm going through other niches, other types of work, and I will see a funny meme or a funny video or something like that, and I will ask myself, how can I spin that into being photography related or lighting or weddings or whatever. And so here's an example of what that looks like.
I don't know what it is, but you have got it.
And that works out because Sony is a sponsor of this event. Shout out to Sony. And just for reference, where are we at? Here we go. Here's the stats. Just over 1.2 million views, more than 66,000 interactions, and I got almost 300 followers from this. And so, again, this is the part of the side where now I'm only kind of creating content for photographers, but photographers like this type of content. So it's bringing people in because I post some funny reels every once in a while. And then honestly, I just think it's funny. And so I'm going to keep doing it. So moving along a little bit, the off-camera flash idea. So this is another one that I had. This is not based on a framework or anything like that. This is just a random idea that I had because I went down the rabbit hole of starting to create a post. And so I thought in my head, I was like, oh, I haven't done this in a while. I created a carousel in the past where I had like images that didn't have flash, and then when I added the flash to kind of show the difference of what the flash is doing and stuff. And so I was like, oh, I'll create another carousel with this. And then I started thinking, I was like, oh, well, maybe reels are kind of performing better, so maybe I'll just do that as a reel instead. Where's my mouse? There we go. And so I was like, oh, well, if I do it as a reel to music, I wanted something that kind of brought people in more than just seeing like before, and after. And I didn't really want to show like just a BTS clip, because I was going to show a bunch of images, and I was like, this is at the time where AI video was first kind of starting to make headlines and becoming pretty good. And so I was like, oh man, maybe it'd be funny if I used AI video to create this like professor in this like 60-second style interview. And this like professor would say, oh, it's scientific fact, photographers that use off-camera flash create the most epic images, and it's easily proven, or whatever. And so I created this video, and then I started looking for songs that fit, and I couldn't quite find a song that fit the video or all of the clips that I wanted to use. And so I got stuck on the end of the video where he says it's easily proven. And so I thought to myself, I was like, oh, well, I'll create a song. There's a website called Suno. So again, I used AI to create this custom song, and it says easily proven, but not easily done. And so I created this song called Easily Proven, Not Easily Done. And so this is whatever. There we go. And then I also used AI to help me build out the song, like the beats per minute. And I explained to it what I was trying to do, and the videos and images and the type of music that I wanted. And so it created the prompt for me to create the song and all of this fun stuff. And so the result is 100% custom content, where I used AI to create the hook video, AI to create the song. And then I have all of this behind the scenes footage and images that show like with flash, without flash. And so here is what that video looks like.
It's scientific fact. Photographers that use off-camera flash create the most epic images. And this is easily proven.
Easily proven! But not easily done! Not easily done! Not easily done. Not easily done.
I like that at the end. So epic video, loved it, threw it up on the internet. It got 2,000 views, and then it completely stalled out, right? I thought it was going to perform I thought it was just going to go wild. I put a lot of work into it, more work than I probably should have, because at the time I had to teach myself how to create this AI video. Then I had to teach myself how to create this AI song, and I went down all these different rabbit holes. And so it took forever, and I had very high expectations, and it hit 2,000 views, and then it just dropped off, and it was up for another couple days that it didn't get any views, any comments, any shares, or anything like that. And so, content is like spaghetti, right? You throw it against the wall. Sometimes it sticks, sometimes it doesn't. Some pieces stick, some pieces don't. You don't really know why. Two pieces of spaghetti are the exact same. One stuck, one fell on the floor, right? And that's kind of how social media works. And so, I had this amazing idea. I had super high hopes, and then it totally flopped. And so I own the flop, right? So I shared the reel on Instagram stories, and I was like, oh man, I can't believe I spent all this time on this video and it didn't go anywhere, and it didn't get any views or whatever. Just as my way of just like complaining to the internet. And then my friend Lauren Ashley wrote me, and she's like, this is epic. You just needed some hook text in the beginning. And I was like, okay. Lauren's got almost 650,000 followers. So I think she knows a little bit more about this than I do. And so I took her advice, and, I created this video, which I'm going to play it again just so you can see exactly how similar it is, because it's literally the exact same The only thing I did was add hook text at the very beginning, and then a little thing of text over one of the BTS footages that kind of goes with the song.
It's scientific fact. Photographers that use off-camera flash create the most epic images. And this is easily proven.
Easily proven! But not easily done! Not easily done! Not easily done. Not easily done.
Okay, so as you could tell, nothing changed. All I did was the hook. I added captions and then a little piece of text in the middle. And then here's where we're at. So the initial one got 2,000 views and then just totally stopped. This one, at time of screenshot, got just over 260,000 views, almost 27,500 interactions, and I got more than 2,000 followers from it. And all I did was change the hook text or add hook text. So all that to say, like, again, spaghetti against the wall. Sometimes it'll stick, sometimes it won't. Sometimes it could just be the time of day. Sometimes it could be, you know, if certain things are trending at that time and other times they're not. And then little things like hooks and captions and stuff can go a long way whenever you're creating content. So if you put a lot of work into something and it flops, try and figure out something to do to it to make it spin a little bit better, or to grab someone's attention a little quicker at the beginning, or things like that, right? Because we all learn from our failures. I'm a big advocate of failing and learning from mistakes and stuff like that. I'm constantly trying things new ways and different ways, and trying to do things just a little bit different. And learn from when things don't go right, or to get inspired when things go right, but, you know, something else happened in it, right? Because at the end of the day, right, we're all just trying to do our best. So I hope you guys found this presentation useful. Definitely drop me some comments at wherever the comments are on this thing. If you have any questions, leave the questions. Hopefully I'm either in the comments, or I can hop in the comments later or whatever, or scan the little QR code, give me a follow over on Instagram, leave me some comments, send me a DM if you have any questions or anything like that. And with that, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the show. See you guys. What's going on, everyone? All right, if you guys just stuck through an hour and a half of me rambling about marketing, I appreciate your patience. For those of you just tuning in, this is the Storyteller Network, a new platform specifically just for photographers, hosting to a ton of amazing podcasts as well as educational content like this. Also, we are getting ready, or they're getting ready to announce a lighting summit that's going to be in September. So make sure that you like and follow. If you're still here and you've been sticking around for a while, do me a favor, hit the like button, drop some comments, take some selfies, throw them up on Instagram, tag me, tag the Storyteller Network, and I'm sure they would love that. For everybody watching as well, everything that you're seeing on here is completely and 100% free as you're watching it while this is live. There will be no replays, though, so if you missed a class or you're not able to watch all of the content today and tomorrow, you definitely want to take advantage of the deal that is going on. There is a deal going on for $149. You can access all of the content as well as some bonus videos, totaling in total of more than 12 hours of content. Plus there's bonus pieces of content as well, like PDFs and guides and walkthroughs. So you definitely don't want to miss out on that. Now moving on, we have another presentation coming up. We're still going. The day's not over. Bringing on my friend, the amazing John Branch. John, how's it going, buddy?
Hello.
John, give us a quick little, little teaser of what you're going to be talking about, so that we can make all these people stick around and hear your beautiful voice.
I'm going to talk about the fun subject of video, but how you can add value to your business with it. And I know photographers feel a kind of way about video, but we'll kind of calm that and massage it out for you.
I love it. So as someone that's currently in the process of trying to start adding video and doing more and more video, I know that I am particularly interested in this presentation. So yeah, I can't wait to see it. And yeah, guys, keep the comments going. I'm in the comments. There's other instructors in the comments. And let's keep going.
Yeah.
Over the years,
kick it off.
I feel like there's been a single word that has come up that wedding photographers cannot stand, and that has been video. You got into this wanting to be a photographer, so now that everyone's making reels and shorts and TikToks, you're thinking to yourself, why is it that I have to do video? But what if I told you you can add a huge amount of value to your business by adding video in various places? And now that it's 2026 and we have so many ways to easily access video, trust me, this will add a huge amount of value to your business, and we're not even talking about being able to charge more. I want to teach you how to quickly get over the fear of video, to realize that as a photographer, you're already 80% to knowing everything about video, so that you can start recording video for your business on your website and your interactions with your couples, for content creation for your couples, maybe even content creation for yourself. Basically, there's no limit to what you can do with adding video to your business, which is why it adds so much value. Now, to give you a little background about myself, my name is John Branch IV. I've been a wedding photographer now for over 12 years. And I am not a videographer at all. My start to videography actually started when I went to college for audio post-production. And then for about 4 years, I worked in audio post-production for TV shows and commercials. So I was doing a lot of HD TV shows, different commercials on the radio and on TV. And audio and video are very similar in the way that you edit them, and this was my first taste of video. After a couple of years, I started doing photography. I am self-taught, and in that time, I learned how to become a photographer, learned about exposure, composition, and everything else in between. When I finally quit my day job and went full-time as a wedding photographer, that's when I realized photo and video are basically the same thing, and then audio editing and video editing are closely related as well, and I married the two. I started my YouTube channel in 2018, and ever since then, it has been a goal of mine to teach photographers that video is not as scary as it seems, and how much you can actually add to your business by doing it. Because to be in all honesty, the reason I'm here in front of you recording this is because I started adding video to my business. And I use it in various places. I have it on my website. I have it in my contact forms with my couples. I do it on my YouTube channel for behind the scenes videos. And I also do content creation and ceremony recordings for my couples, which is something that I can upcharge for. So if that wasn't enough to convince you that video is worth adding to your business, here go some stats that should definitely change your mind. In 2025 alone, there were 3 billion people watching videos on Instagram. YouTube came up second at 2.5 billion, and TikTok last at 1.9 billion. And if you were wondering, all these numbers are way higher than Netflix. So people are using YouTube like they would Netflix. People are watching reels on Instagram way more often than they are trying to watch TV shows on regular TV or Netflix. This means there are a lot of eyes on this content, so you're missing out on potential couples by just not doing any video at all. And mind you, I'm sure I sound like a broken record. You're probably like, oh, everyone says to make reels. I just don't want to make so many reels. You don't really have to, but you definitely need some form of video in your business. On top of so many eyes viewing video as well, 1 in 6 couples are planning to hire a content creator. And I know for wedding photographers, content creators can be kind of controversial. I've worked with a couple myself, and it's never been a huge issue, but I do know sometimes when they're trying to do trendy TikToks, they can eat into a lot of time on your day. And if you're not having a content creator in your business, and also having to deal with a videographer who also needs time, it's just a lot. But that is to say that content creators are here to stay. It will probably pick up in the next couple of years. As on me recently, as a millennial, 5 years, weddings are going to look very different because the way Gen Z
Okay, everybody, we are back. Sorry for the slight delay. We had a little bit of a technical issue, but we are queued back up. You did not miss anything. We have the video rewound a little bit, so we'll come back in. Should be a little bit before the air started happening, and we'll go ahead and kick back into John's class.
And I know for wedding photographers, content creators can be kind of controversial. I've worked with a couple myself, and it's never been a huge issue, but I do know sometimes when they're trying to do trendy TikToks, they can eat into a lot of time on your day. And if you're not having a content creator in your business, or even trying to do it yourself, you're losing a lot of either income and or time during your wedding days with someone that you don't normally work with, taking away time from the getting ready photos and also having to deal with a videographer who also needs time. It's just a lot. But that is to say that content creators are here to stay. It will probably pick up in the next couple of years as well. Because if you didn't realize, Gen Z is about to start getting married. This is a revelation that came upon me recently as a millennial. I didn't realize that Gen Z is now pushing 30 on the older end. And I was like, oh no, what does that mean for weddings? I'm finishing up this year, but I'm basically finishing off the younger millennials still getting married. But soon enough, in the next 3 to 5 years, weddings are going to look very different because the way Gen Z approaches everything is totally different from anything we've been doing. Because of this, to my point, content creation, more real feels, and video that you can take on the fly is probably going to be something that you really want to be into, because these couples are going to want it. And as my last point, doing video content can actually help out your brand in a whole. I don't know about you, but when I see something in person, when I can feel it, when I can know what it's like, I'm more likely to purchase that thing. When it comes to your photography business, you showing yourself, you showing your team, you showing yourself working, these things will establish you in your industry so that couples get to know you and you're not just another number of photographer or another pretty picture. You're a whole person that they can get into and actually book with. When I tell you I started my YouTube channel to teach other photographers and I started getting inquiries from couples, it was something I never had thought about, but that is the power of video. On top of that, if you're putting up videos online on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, this also strengthens your SEO. So I know I'm sitting here gloating over video, but trust me, when I say that you can add value to your business, again, I don't just mean monetary sake. I'm talking about the business itself, your social standing, how people see you. This goes a lot further than just what you can make as far as money is concerned. So now that we've gotten that all out of the way, and maybe you've changed your mind about video and you're thinking, you know, maybe I should give this video thing a try. Let's make video easy for you. In this section, we're going to be doing Video 101, going over all the nitty-gritty to help you understand video. Now, if you have videographer friends, please don't tell them this or show this to them because I'm going to give it to you in layman's terms. It's not going to be technically correct per the videographers, but y'all know what it feels like when you go online and there's always that person arguing in a thread, just like how things need to be exact. We're not doing that here. I'm going to tell you the settings and how it works, help you to understand how it works so that you can go out after watching this and immediately start recording some video that's going to look great. So when it comes to recording video for your business, there's basically kind of 3 lanes that we're going to think about. There is the more professional lane. This is where you can actually do videography. This is where you can record videos for YouTube. This is where you can record very nice looking professional B-roll for your website. That's going to be with a real camera. The next lane is going to be the more social media side. This is where you're using things like your iPhone. This is for content creation, quick and easy. However, you can still make that look very good as well. And then the last is a mix of the two, but it's basically recording content for your couples. This is talking about hybrid shooting, doing photo and video at the same time, and also recording things like their ceremony. So with that being said, what kind of camera do you need for videography? And honestly, in this day and age, pretty much any modern camera can do video. If you have your camera in your hands now, you can probably look down on it and see if it has a switch to go between video and photo. But let's lay out a couple of things that are nice to haves when it comes to having video. So as I said before, any modern camera is probably going to be great. If you have one that's a little bit older, you should be able to pull it off. But if it's not mirrorless, it will be a lot harder. So modern mirrorless is the way to go. A camera that can shoot 4K is really nice. However, it is not the standard. Just know the higher the resolution on your videos, the more it's going to actually take up space on your SD cards. So realistically, depending on what you're doing, you don't even need 4K. I know you hear a lot about it and it was like, oh, 4K, 8K, this and that. You really don't need all of that. 4K is nice to have. 1080p is pretty much going to be perfect for most anything that you're delivering. But if you can afford a 4K camera, you may as well get one. Another thing that I would say is not a deal breaker, but is definitely nice to have is IBIS, which stands for in-body stabilization. With in-body stabilization, basically there's like a little gyroscope on your sensor so that when your shaky hands are moving all over the place, it's trying to stabilize your image. Now, it's not going to make your video like extremely stable if you're walking around and things. It's not a gimbal, but it does help with like shaky hands and being able to record things handheld. In my opinion, having IBIS in a camera that actually does video is almost a must-have. But like I said, again, it's not a deal breaker if you don't have it. Basically, the biggest thing I'm trying to tell you right now is you don't need to go out and buy a new camera. However, if you are looking to purchase a new camera, think about getting one that has some type of in-body stabilization. And then one of the more importance that you definitely should have, and we all know this as photographers, is a dual card slot camera. This way you can record videos to both SD cards, or some cameras won't record it to both SD cards, but at least you can record it to one of them and not take up all the space for your photos if you're doing hybrid shooting. So just as a recap, any mirrorless modern camera up to 4K, which is not necessary, in-body stabilization, and a dual card slot system. This is probably the main things we'll need out of our camera to start doing video. Oh, and you know what? I'll add one little note. Also, a little switch to go between video and photo is nice to have as well, but again, it's not necessary. Now that we know what kind of camera we're going to be using, let's talk about the video settings. This is usually the part that makes most photographers sweat, but honestly, it's way easier than you think. And like I said again, since we already kind of understand composition and exposure from photo, you're already 80% there with video. There's just a little bit of things that you need to understand while you're getting into it. Now, the main settings that you're going to be looking at when it comes to video are your frame rate, your bit rate, your resolution, and your shutter speed. When it comes to white balance and aperture, those are a little different as well, but the main four that I just named off are definitely what you want to focus on. So let's start out with frame rate. Your frame rate is the amount of individual photos being taken per. So you may have heard things like 24 frames per second, or 60 FPS, which is frames per second. Again, that's saying that 60 photos are taken every second. Because realistically, when you think about it, video is just moving photo. And that's one of the biggest things you want to get in your mind. Get it out of your head that video is this extra crazy different thing. It's just moving photo. Now with frame rates, there's a bunch of different settings. Technically, the correct one that's the most cinematic and what they use on movies and things is 24 frames per second. Now, again, like I said earlier, we're photographers, so we don't really need to follow all the rules of videography. So you can pick whatever you would like, but just know that 24 FPS is kind of like the standard and the correct way to do things. However, I record pretty much all of my stuff at 29.99 or 30 frames per second. When it comes to some other usual frame rates that you'll hear about, you'll hear 30 frames per second, 60, and 120 frames per second. All of these higher frame rates are more so for slow motion video. So generally record everything at 24 frames per second or 30 frames per second. If you want to be like me and more modern and YouTubey, just do 30 frames per second. You'll be fine. You'll make all your videographer friends mad, but it won't be a problem at all. Once you've chosen what frame rate you're going to be recording at, you also need to pick the bit rate. Bit rate is basically the quality of the video. The higher the bit rate, the better the quality is going to be. However, it's going to take up more space as well. So sometimes bit rate is kind of negligible. So in my opinion, picking something that's not extremely high, but not the lowest either, is the best choice. So on my cameras, I have options for like 50, 100, 200, so on and so forth. And I usually record around 100 or 200 bit rate. Again, we're not making cinematic videos here. We're not making IMAX movies. We just need it to look good. trust me, pretty much any bitrate is going to look good. No one's going to notice, because that's another thing. As viewers of video, unless it's just a really bad video, it's going to look good. So bitrate is one that you don't have to worry about too much. Just make sure you don't have it set too low. Your resolution is the one that can be a little confusing, but this is where we get all the terms like 1080p, 4K, 8K, so on and so forth. Now, the best way to think about your resolution is it's basically the size of your video, what you're recording it at. The way I like to think about it is almost with like fabric or shirts. I can either have an extra large shirt or I can have a small shirt. So these terms basically deal with the dimensions of your video. It's pretty much the same as photo. If you go into Lightroom and you're looking at a photo and you look on like the right side, you can see the dimensions, and it's like, 4,000 by 8,000 pixels or something, just throwing out random numbers. But that's what resolution is. When we think about it for photos, we're thinking about pixel count on our sensor. But when you think about it for video, you're just thinking about the size. So when you hear things like Full HD or 1080p, they're talking about a 1920 by 1080 resolution size per pixel on your video. As of right now, 1080p is kind of the lowest, but if you have looked on YouTube or any other platform where you can see the different resolutions, you have things like 240p, 720p, 1080p. Again, this is just the size. Think different shirt sizes. Like a 240p is like a baby's like onesie. No one uses that anymore. You want your videos at least at 1080p. And so again, 4K, it's just a bigger resolution size per pixels on your video. So don't get confused about all the different sizes. And just know too, you do not always need the biggest size shirt. So I know you may have heard about like 8K or seen 8K TVs, but at this point in time, not a lot of people are doing 8K content. Like for instance, if I record anything in 8K, it's because I'm recording like a review video of like a camera or something, and I want to be able to crop into my photo. And that's the biggest thing to remember about these resolutions when it comes to your video as well, is they basically give you croppability depending on what your timeline in your video editor looks like. Now, not to rant on this too much because I'll talk about this in a minute, but basically when it comes to video editing and recording, you're looking at two stages. The recording side is what size is my shirt, and then the editing side, you're basically making a template and fitting that shirt into it. So for instance, I can record an 8K video and put it in a 1080p video timeline. That just means I have a video that's like 5-6 times the actual video I'm making. So that just means I can crop in on it a lot. Talking about in a photographer's term, that's like my GFX cameras are 120 megapixels versus let's say another camera that's only 12 megapixels. With the 12 megapixels, I can't really crop in on the photo. Whereas 120, I can just do whatever I want to with the photo and not have it be a problem. So just know you do not have to record everything at 8K. Recording at 8K is not going to make it look better. Recording at 4K is not going to make it look better. Technically, the bitrate's going to do that, but we've already talked about that. So pick a camera, pick a resolution, 4K, 1080p, anything's fine. Next up, we have our shutter speed, and this is where it does get a little more particular with video. This is a setting that has to kind of be. This is not something that you can just set wherever. And this is the biggest change between photo and video. As photographers, for the most part, we know that we can set our shutter wherever we feel like, depending on if we want blur or not. If you go under 1/250, generally you're going to get blur, so if you want a blurry photo, you can just set your shutter really low. Whereas with video, it's a little different. So here's something I want you to do for me real quick. Take your hand and wave it in front of yourself and look at it. And what you'll notice is that there's actually a bit of a blur on your hand. Our eye to brain ratio is actually a slower shutter speed. So because of that, there's this motion that's kind of natural. Now, when you're recording video, you want that same kind of natural blur look in the actual video. So to achieve that, your shutter speed should always be double your frames per second. So again, just to make sure you heard that, your shutter speed should always be double your frame rate. So if I'm shooting in 30 FPS, my shutter speed is going to be 1/60. If I'm shooting in 60 FPS, then my shutter speed should be 1/20. This is a set and hard rule. Now you can break this and change it, but basically the same thing with photo is the same thing that will happen. Instead of this nice natural blur you're getting on the video, it'll be very choppy because your shutter speed is going to be so fast it'll stop the motion. Now, depending on what type of video you're doing, this could actually be worth it and make it look good. Like a lot of times in like old school kung fu movies, that's how they would make the action look really like stiff and sharp, is higher shutter speed and then speed it up a little bit. Whereas if you want that natural cinematic look, again, you'll want to always be double your frame rate. Now, one thing you may be thinking to yourself is, well, John, if I'm only at 1/60 for my shutter speed, when I go outside, won't everything just be overly exposed? And the answer is yes. The way that we get over that, which we'll talk about in the gear section a little bit more, is with ND filters, or variable ND filters as they're called. They're basically just sunglasses for your camera, but I'll explain a little bit more about that later. And in your settings, again, last but not least, are going to be your aperture and your white balance. Now, with video, because it's multitudes of photos back to back, you can't really edit it the same way you can with photo. So white balance needs to kind of be locked in. Do not record your video in anything but Kelvin. Like, go ahead and choose it. You can do auto white balance if you'd like to, but you'll learn the hard way, like me, that if you have any change in the scenery and light, it is a huge headache to edit and almost impossible. So you'll want to set your white balance to Kelvin whenever you're doing video. And aperture doesn't really matter as much. You can use it to help you get a correct exposure, but for the most part, you want to stop down just a little bit. In video, it's a little more important to get the focus on rather than getting the blurry backgrounds, but you can still shoot it like you would photo if you want to. Again, those ND filters I talked about are going to be the most important thing. So as a recap, we have our frame rate. Usually you can just shoot at 30 frames per second. That's going to be fine. If you want slow motion video, you shoot at 60 or 120 frames per second. We have our bit rate. This is something you don't want to set too low, but it's not hugely important to have it set all the way to the highest setting. Set it somewhere in the middle so that you know your video is going to look nice. For recording resolution, 1080p 4K is usually fine. If you have the SD card space for it and you don't mind, just shooting 4K will give you more options, but 1080p is just fine. And then your shutter speed should always be double your frame rate. So again, if you're shooting in 30 FPS, your shutter speed is 1/60. If you're doing 60, it's 1/20. If you're doing 120 frames per second, which most general cameras don't do unless you get like a video specific one, you'll be shooting at 1/240. So you get the point. If you want the normal amount of blur, keep the shutter speed double the frame rate. You can always go above and it's not a problem. Most people won't notice, but again, if you want like the correct and cinematic look, that's how you would do it. Now, one last little cherry on top that I'll talk about real quickly is something we call log footage. You may have heard videographers talk about this, but log is like a pseudo kind of raw recording, like with photo. It's not raw, so don't compare them exactly, but it does give you more range to edit your colors. So if you would like to be able to edit your video more and make them look a specific way, maybe even match your own presets that you're using on your editing, you'll want to record into log. However, keep in mind, when we start talking about recording in log, now you're pushing over more into being a videographer, which is not a problem. It gives you more option, but if you just want to record it and make it look good, you do not have to record in log. Now, I am a little biased. I'm a Fujifilm ex-photographer, so like a Fujifilm ambassador, and I love the way Fujifilm cameras look. This is a Fujifilm camera. There is no color grading here. This is what it looks like coming out of the camera. This is why I love Fujifilm cameras, because I know that what I'm getting from the camera is going to look great. Sorry, but all the other camera brands, I don't think they put out the best colors just straight off the camera. That's just me. But just know that if you like the way your camera looks just like straight out the camera, that's what you can do with the video and that's how it's going to look. If you want to be able to tweak it further, you'll want to shoot in log, but then there's going to be more work for you to do on that end. So let's talk about the gear you'll be using for your video. And again, remember, we have those 3 different lanes: video for yourself, video for your clients, video for content. So the gear actually ranges pretty heavily. So when it comes to gear for content and quick and easy recording, one of the easiest tools in your pocket that you already have is your iPhone. Now, I mainly love the iPhone because it's what you already have with you. But did you know if you have an iPhone 15 Pro or above, you can actually record in things like log, and you can actually set your settings to do things like the correct shutter speed or even slow-mo video. Because of the great image coming out of the iPhone, plus its own image stabilization, it's actually a really good option. So don't discount your iPhone. It looks amazing, especially if you start putting into practice the settings I was talking about earlier and also shooting in log. Here's an example of some video I took on an iPhone when I was doing a test between the iPhone and one of my real cameras. All of this was shot handheld. It was shot in log. For color grading, which is the editing side, I basically just laid a LUT over it, which is a preset to make it look good. And honestly, because it's Apple log, Final Cut Pro pretty much already sets that up for me. So I basically didn't do anything. And you know, if I didn't tell you that was iPhone footage, you might have just been like, oh, that's a great video. And that's what I love about the iPhone. You have it already. You can use it quickly and easily. It's great for content. You can use it for almost anything, but when you're recording in log, it's going to look great. Now, there are a couple of ways that you can actually record log on your iPhone. If you want to do it in the normal camera app, you have to have a hard drive hooked up to your phone, which I'll talk about my setup for that in just a moment. But if you don't want to actually have a full-on hard drive or SD card connected to your iPhone, you can actually use something like the Blackmagic camera app. This app is free, so you can go ahead and look it up now. But basically, it just lets you get to all of the settings of your video that you're taking so that you can set up your frame rate and your shutter speed and your ISO and if you're shooting in log or not, and you get great results out of it. This is the app that I'm always using when I'm recording with my iPhone at weddings. There's also the Moment app. I think they have like a pro version as well. So if you know about Moment lenses, they make lenses for your iPhone. They also have an app that works with their lenses and also for getting to those advanced settings on your iPhone. Both of these apps are free, so definitely go and check them out. They're great. The next tool in my toolkit is the Osmo Pocket. I absolutely love this piece of gear, and out of all the things I have purchased, this is probably the one that gets the most use. So the Osmo Pocket 3, and I think they just announced and released the 4. Either or is good. I would stick with the 3 if you want a cheaper discount. But basically, DJI, which is the company that makes most of the drones that we see around, took their drone camera and plopped it onto a stick. And that gets you the DJI Osmo Pocket 3. This thing is basically going to be the same quality as your phone, if not a little better, but it has an actual gimbal. So you can walk around with it and know you're going to get extremely stable video. It's smaller than your phone. It has its own battery. It has additional batteries. I like to put it on like a selfie stick and use it, and it is extremely useful. Again, I highly recommend this for anyone. The main reason, again, we're talking about content. Let's say you're getting content for yourself of you working at a wedding. You can hand someone your iPhone and that works too, but it's also your iPhone. You might have like your timeline information on there. You might be waiting for like a call or a text message from your second photographer or from the planner or something. You need your phone, you know what I mean? You don't want to just have it out there. So the Osmo Pocket can do that for you. This thing is extremely easy to operate. You can hand it to a 10-year-old. They're going to be able to use it just fine. And so now you have content for either your couple or you have content for yourself by handing this to an assistant, to a second photographer, to your kid who's going to come to the wedding for like 3 hours, you know, like something quick and easy like that, and you can get some nice clips. It can do 60 FPS, it can do 4K, so you can get nice slow motion and stuff too. It's really awesome. For other options for small recorders like that as well, you also have the Osmo Action and the GoPro. Everyone already knows about GoPros, but I actually love using them. When I'm getting content for myself, like behind the scenes, I prefer using that. I know everyone's like into the Meta glasses and it's like the hip cool thing. I'm not very cool. I like doing just what works and what's functional. So for me as a glasses wearer, I don't feel like paying all that money for like a prescriptions pair to only wear them at weddings. And it's just a lot. The GoPro gives me like the same look. And what I do is I attach it to my camera strap so that it has like a shoulder view. This way you can see both of my hands as I'm working. You can see what I'm doing. The audio coming off of it looks great, and I use it all the time. This is the type of thing as well, like you can get a hot shoe mount for it, put it on the top of your camera and use it that way. You could also get one of those, they sell like vests and you can have it chest view. There's a lot of different options. And obviously, I'm not knocking the Ray-Bans. They work well as well, but they also have a lot of limitations just for being like, look at these cool glasses. For me, like, I could put on the GoPro and just have it run for like hours, aside from the battery running out. Whereas like with the Ray-Bans, correct me if I'm wrong, you only get like 5-10 minute recordings. So you have to like continually record all the time. So if you're wanting to do something longer, like some of my behind the scene videos, or you just want to like be able to turn it on and leave it for a while, like that's not as much of an option. Going back into our video for ourselves and for our couples like recording their ceremonies, this is where we get back into actual cameras. Again, any mirrorless camera will work, but just so y'all know what I'm using, I love the XS20. It is my main camera. It's by Fujifilm, and it is a great camera that records up to 6K, 60 FPS. It has IBIS in it, and it's tiny. The only thing it doesn't have from what I talked about before is a dual card slot system, but I love this camera. If you are looking to pick up something else, this is what I use. Most all my video that you see is recorded on it. Again, I rep Fujifilm, so I am biased, but the colors coming off of this thing look great. I do not have to edit any of my colors, and that's why I love it so much. Now, aside from the video camera itself, if you're going to start doing things like recording people's ceremony for them, which the way that I do this is I let my couples know that it's not videographer grade ceremony recording. It's just like a camera on a stand. But the nice thing is I can actually charge more for that, which is what I love. So if you're going to do that, the biggest caveat I would say is your audio has to be good. You cannot have bad audio and then also tell your couple that like the video is going to be like not up to par with the like full-on videographer. They need to be able to hear it. So you need microphones. My favorite microphone system to date is the DJI mic system. Right now I'm using the Mic 3. I can't remember, they have like a mini one. There's a bunch of different ones, but they're all good. Basically, this is a set of small mics that use microphones. They're very tiny, they stay out of the way, but the biggest thing about these is they record internally as well. So normally you'll take a little thing and put that on your camera and it records directly into your camera. But since the mics are recording to themselves, this will save you so many times if you need audio. Because if for some reason they're not transmitting correctly, at least there's a saved recording on the actual small microphone as well. So if you want to get into more actual videography, recording ceremonies, even doing cute things at weddings like getting testimonials or like congratulations from the guest, you'll need some type of mic. So I highly recommend it. I'm actually using one right now. It's off screen. They are amazing. They sound great. And then again, one of the other more important parts of gear that you're definitely going to want to have is an ND filter. Now, your ND filter, for lack of a better term, is basically sunglasses for your camera. So when you're out there shooting at 30 FPS, 1/60 shutter speed, and it's full on blue sky, like sun beating down on the beach, and you're like, how do I record this? You put your ND filter on and you crank it up so it's darker. That way you're getting a correct exposure. This is a must-have. However, keep in mind that if you're doing hybrid shooting, which is photo and video at the same time, sometimes it gets a little hard if you're going in and outside, because yes, you can just quickly change the ND filter, but then if you go inside, having the ND filter on and all is going to make it too dark. So this is something you have to figure out while you're going through your process. But an ND filter is definitely something you're going to want to have. Also, if you shoot film and or your camera doesn't shoot over like 1/4000, an ND filter can actually help you out there. I don't know about you all, but on those super bright days or beach weddings and it's just super bright and you don't want your shutter speed at like 1/15 billion, or maybe you want to get slow shutter speed shots, but you're like, how do I get the blurry shots when I'm on the beach? An ND filter. Crank that thing up and you'll be able to pull your shutter down without the exposure being overly bright. So just a little tip out here giving photo tips, even though we're talking about video. So that is the most important set of gear. If you want to start getting into videography full on, that's when you start looking into gimbals, rigs, which are like big cages you can put over your camera and add other monitors and stuff to it. But as someone who's just doing video on the side and adding it to your business, you don't need to worry about these things. Now that we've gone over the settings and also the different gear that you'll be using, let's talk about how you're actually going to be recording. Again, this starts falling into those 3 different ranges of what we're going to be doing for our recording and where we're going to be using it. So one of the first and easiest ways of recording is going to be content. Content for your couples, content for yourself. Now the way I like to do this is I have a really cool setup where I use my iPhone so that I can take photo and video at the same time. There's a hot shoe iPhone holder that I use by Small Rig where I can put my phone and mount it on top of my camera. But on top of that, I have an SD card reader that I can connect to this hot shoe mount and then feed that into my iPhone. This way, I'm not recording all of the video directly onto my iPhone. I'm recording it onto an SD or a CF Express card. This way, I have more space, and I also can record things like log footage, slow motion footage, and it's not going to take up too much space. The way I like to position this to my couples is I call them moving photos or clips throughout their wedding day. Basically, I let them know that this is not going to replace a videographer, but you can have moving photos and clips throughout your day. Most of them will not have any audio on them. They'll just be nice little slow motion moments. However, if the audio is relevant, then there will be audio on it. And couples love this. I charge extra for it, and a lot of my couples absolutely love it. And again, like I said, the footage coming off of the iPhone looks great. So this is a great option for them to get some video without having to hire a full-on videographer if they don't want like a nicely edited whatever type video. This iPhone setup is my favorite setup, and it's what I generally tend to use at most of my weddings. On top of my iPhone as well, I like to use my Osmo Pocket to get additional clips. Sometimes throughout the day is just a little too hectic, and it's nice to have my Osmo on a selfie stick where I can just plop it down somewhere and get some footage. This again is a great way to get footage of either myself, or I'll plop it down in front of me to get footage of my couples. And again, if your couple understands that this is not going to be like videographer grade video, then they're happy with getting the clips at all. So using the Osmo is a great way to do that. Now, another way to get clips for your couples while you're also taking photos is to use your second photographer. This is a great way to either get clips of your couple and or clips of yourself. And I do this all the time. With the second photographer method, the best way to do it is either set up their camera for video or give them a camera that you have set up for video. If your second is using one camera, just give them another one and they can have both of them on them. Set up all the settings so that they don't have to deal with it, and let them know that if the exposure is off, they can just change the aperture. Again, aperture is not as important in video, so cranking it up to get the exposure correct is more than enough. The reason I do this is because it makes it so much easier for me to hand the camera to pretty much anyone. Let them know, compose it like a photo and expose it like a photo, and then take short clips throughout the day that are like 10 seconds long, 15 seconds. It really doesn't have to be that long. Take either video of the couple doing something or take video of me doing something throughout the day, small, short clips. Doing it like this makes it easy because you know that your second photographer is going to be able to get these shots, and letting them know that aperture is the only thing to change just makes it so that they don't mess up the settings and now the video looks horrible. All of these clips here were taken by second photographers for me, where I literally did this. I just handed them my camera. It's already set up. If it's too bright, change the aperture, and that's it. And these videos are great for promotional content. It's great for my YouTube channel. And this again is what I was talking about when it comes to adding value. On my website, what I do differently than a lot of photographers is generally, you have your hero photos at the very top. You scroll down and then you have the like, hi, I'm John. But instead of it just being a photo, I made a nice little video of me working like this with all this B-roll, as we would call it, that I got from second photographers. This way my couple can actually see me working, and this does a lot for the psyche of someone going to your website. That's cool that they see a photo of you holding a camera like every other photographer, but like, people like video. People want to see it. People see me working. This makes a huge difference. So using your second photographer for either clips of your couple or clips of yourself is huge. This again is going to be more so with a real camera, but you can also do it with an iPhone. You can do it with the Osmo. Then we also have my favorite low-level method of getting video, which is what I call the tripod method. Now, the tripod method, I would say never to use it at a wedding. because it's too much of a hassle. But basically, this is you putting your camera on a tripod, hitting record, and just letting it run and record what's happening. Generally, I'll do this when I'm at an engagement session if I want some behind the scenes of the engagement, because it's easier for me to pick up the actual tripod and move it between different scenes and areas that we're taking photos, rather than sitting there at a wedding with a whole it's too much. So the tripod method is great if you're by yourself, but you still want to get some behind the scenes of you working. And again, like I was talking about earlier, when you have things like wearables, like the Ray-Ban glasses, this is great for like a point of view, but sometimes it's nice for people to actually see you doing it. This is where the tripod method really shines, or again, having a second photographer record you. But this is for smaller sessions, sessions where you are more in control. So like boudoir, engagement sessions, bridal sessions, newborn sessions. Just take your other camera you have, put it on a tripod, and hit record. Don't put it on continuous autofocus. Just do single point autofocus. Point it close to where you're going to be, or point it on your subject. So like if I have set up my couple somewhere, I'll actually focus on them and then just record that way. And then you'll record until you're done shooting at that location and then set it up for the next one. Here's an example of what tripod method can look like. This was me at a styled shoot at a different conference. And again, I just plopped it on there so that you can see me working. I can use this for YouTube content. I can use this on my website. I can use this in email threads. There's all kinds of ways I can use it. Also, if you are bringing a tripod to a wedding, this is a great way to record their ceremony and or congratulations speeches from their guests. And then our very last way of recording, which is going to be for getting content for your couples mainly, is hybrid shooting. Hybrid shooting is when we're talking about doing photo and video at the same time. Now, the biggest thing to keep in mind about this is that with video, you do not need a lot of video. A lot of times in photographers' mind, for whatever reason, we think we need to record video for like ever, and we wonder like how it's possible. But if you've ever paid attention to videographers on a wedding day, especially the type that let you, the photographer, lead and they just get what they need, it's always weird because you're shooting, you're like, huh, how is it that they're getting everything that they need, but they're not asking me to stop, or they're not asking for anything, they're just kind of shooting in it's because, especially if you're shooting everything in slow motion, which I highly recommend. So going back to our settings, shoot everything at 60 FPS. You'll be slowing it down after the fact. When you slow things down, you're basically doubling out those frames. So like a 10-second clip turns into like a 30 or 50-second clip. I don't know the exact math, I'm sorry. But basically you don't need a lot of stuff. So when it comes to hybrid shooting, you can do the same. A lot of times, like if I'm at an engagement session or we're doing getting ready photos, I take the photos I need and then I tell them to keep going and do what they're doing. If you're doing a lot of your posing, where your posing is more prompts and your couples or your subject is moving, this is the best way to get hybrid coverage, because they're not going to know the difference. Take your couple, oh hey, slow dance together a little bit, throw a little twirl in there, great, do it again. Do it again. Yeah, keep going. While that's happening, you're taking photo, 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 photo. And then like we talked about earlier with cameras that can switch to video, you switch it over and then just 10 seconds, let it run. I do this all the time. People have no idea I'm doing it. Now, hybrid shooting is going to be what you want to do if you want to almost be on the same level as a videographer, because now you're getting high quality clips from your real camera that's going to look great. You can slow it down shooting at 60 FPS, and you could make a highlight reel from that. This is going to look better than an iPhone. This is going to be better than a content creator. You can literally get both the photo and the video at the same time. The biggest thing I would suggest though is that if you're going to hybrid shoot, have a second photographer with you who's still also shooting photos. So that if like some kind of really awesome moment pops off and you're like making video, you don't have to stop the video and know that someone's still getting the photo. That's probably the biggest thing I would do. And or you can do what I was doing earlier where you're using an iPhone. It's just not going to look at the same quality level as a real videographer. Here's a couple of examples of me actually hybrid shooting at sessions where I'm taking photos, swapping to video, and then taking some quick video. And like I was saying, when it comes to engagement sessions, this is probably the easiest way to do it, because let's say you're doing a walking shot. You're like, oh, walk towards me, snap, 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 snap. Cool, let's do it one more time. Swap to video. They have no idea. They think they're just doing the same thing, and your couple just will never know. But then when it comes to delivering your galleries, you can deliver that and have those videos in there, which is absolutely amazing, especially if you're surprising your couples. And since I did mention delivering your photos, quick shout out to PicTime. If you all didn't know, you can actually put video clips inside of your galleries. So basically, while your couples are going through their photos, they can have videos living in there. As long as they're shorter than 30 seconds, they'll sit beside the photos and they'll start playing by themselves without the audio. This way, it almost looks like moving photos like I talked about before, and it's a really nice treat. You also can deliver your full-on videos too. So a lot of times what I'll do is I'll record their ceremony and also do video clips throughout the day and just include that all inside the one single PicTime gallery. So shout out to PicTime. It's really awesome to use if you're starting to do photo and video. These are the building blocks for being able to do video in your business. And again, they add so much value. Adding video to your website, adding video to your contact form when couples get in contact with you, adding video to your galleries, adding video on your website, adding video to your reels and on TikTok. Video is highly important in this day and age, and if you're sleeping on it, you really are leaving value on the table. Now, the last thing I want to talk to you about very quickly, we're not going to go too in depth, is editing. A lot of times the question comes up, how do you edit? But remember, it really is going to depend on what type of video you're doing. For the most part, you're going to be editing if you're doing video where you're recording yourself for either your website or YouTube or client communication. And sometimes you'll be editing for reels and things as well. Now, if you're doing client content, I also would say you would edit that. Most of my editing is done in Final Cut Pro. However, if you're just getting started and you just need something to work, iMovie is a great starting place. I would shy away from things like Adobe Premiere because it just has a lot going on, and it's kind of like the Photoshop of video editing. It is just way too much. So for anyone who's on Windows and not on Mac OS, I know I said iMovie. Adobe Rush was a good option, but I think they just canceled it. So iMovie is a great starting place. CapCut works great as well. Basically, at the end of the day, we're just making cuts. We're not doing anything crazy because we're not full-on videographers. That's why iMovie is going to be perfect for you. And again, if you're not shooting in log, there's really not going to be that much editing you're going to be doing. For the most part, you're just going to be making cuts in your video of the sections that you want. And think about your video when you're taking it like you would photo. I do this all the time, but basically, when I'm shooting photo, I shoot wide and then I'll shoot tight for details. And I'm always doing everything like that. So when I shoot for video, I think the same way. I'll set up a nice wide scene and record my couple doing something there. And then sometimes I'll get something nice and tight to show some details. Really, just think of video the same as photo. It just moves. Once you get past that, it becomes so much easier. And when it comes to editing, we could spend like 1,000 years talking about it and all the professional ways to do it. But let me show you what I'm doing when I'm processing either my clips or my hybrid video for my couples. So here I am inside of Final Cut Pro. This is what I use mainly, and it's pretty much because I'm a former Apple employee, so I got Final Cut Pro for free, but it works well. It's kind of like the big brother to iMovie, so I like using it. Generally with my clips, which I'll pull up some here from a wedding I delivered a while ago, all I'm really doing is coming in and putting my clips into the timeline and color grading them if needed. So all of this footage here is coming off of my iPhone. Some of these clips have audio on them, some do not, some I have slowed down. Again, I'm recording everything at 60 FPS. So the biggest thing is when I'm making a new timeline, you have to think about editing kind of like with photos where it's non-destructive. So for example, inside of Lightroom, when you're editing your photos, you're actually not changing the raw file. You're telling Lightroom different ones and zeros of what to change with the photo, and until you export it, you don't have a finished product. Video is kind of the same way. When you're putting video into your timeline here, you're actually not changing the videos that you took. You're creating a new thing, and it doesn't exist until you export it. So for example, inside of Final Cut, I'm gonna create a new project, which is my actual video. When I do this, I have to tell it what I want. So I want a 4K video at 2997, which is 30 frames per second. I'll just call this example for the moment. And I create this, and you have your timeline here on the bottom. Now, inside my timeline is where I can start dropping my clips. And what we talked about earlier is that if I record something in 60 FPS, but my video is at 30 FPS, I essentially doubled it. And when I turn the 60 into 30, it pulls it out and makes it slow. So for example, this clip here from my iPhone, this is actually a great example too, because while I was taking photos, you can see I flipped my camera. And I can't use both sides of that. So what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna take the part that I want. So I don't want this section. This is when I was lining up my shot. And then right about here, like I'm taking photos. You can even hear my camera in the playback.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So I want that. So we're gonna cut this part here. And you see now I have two different blocks. So now I can just delete this first block. And then up until about here that's good. They look cute. So I'll take that. And then the second block I can get rid of. Now if I wanted to keep this vertical scene too, like this laugh here, I can cut that as well. So I'm going to delete this block in the middle. I'm going to create a new project for my vertical clips. Final Cut has some nice preset like settings for you. So in the video I can just choose vertical, and I want it to be 2160 by 3840, which is 4K, 2997. So now I have a different project, and I'm gonna go back, cut this, Command X, go back to my vertical one and paste it. So for the vertical one now, what I can do is I can just flip it so that it fits vertically. Now again, if I want it to be slow motion, what I can do is select it, and I have this feature here for slow motion, fast. But what I want to do is do automatic speed. I know this will automatically slow it down because I shot at 60 and I'm in a 30 timeline. Turn down the volume, and we can see here I have a nice slow motion video that I can use. And I can do the same thing on my other clip as well. So I'm going to turn down the volume. Volume's here at the bottom. I'm just going to pull that down. We're going to automatic speed. And now I have this nice slow motion clip. And this is basically what I'm doing for my couples. As you saw in this first one, this is the one I actually delivered. I go through and I make these different clips. This wedding had a lot more scenes with actual audio in it, which was nice. So like them after the wedding. So I'm taking photos as this is happening. You can see my flash going off. I'm actually holding my phone in my hand under my camera. And it's a nice way just to get some footage that they're not going to get, especially if they don't have a videographer. It's not super professional, but it's better than nothing. Now, when it comes to dealing with more hybrid shooting and shooting in log, the process is a little longer. I can't really teach color grading here because it is a huge process. But basically, as a quick example, I'm taking footage like this clip here, and I made this yellow box on it just to choose the section that I wanted to use. I'm going to set it to automatic speed so that it's already slowed down. And so here's the clip. It's not color graded. Final Cut has a really cool enhance feature, so I can go ahead and just enhance the color. And that looks okay. And then from there, I can do some more basic color grading. I don't like where the white balance is. There. And this is how we get clips like this. Now, this is something I was taking at my engagement session. And if you're curious how you can take these different clips and turn them into a full-on video, the easiest starting place is to edit your video to the beat. Now, what that means is you pick a song that you want to use for your engagement session. And I have some music in here already. I'm just going to use this. And if you're a musician at all like I am, you know that every measure has 4 beats. So that's how you would count to the music. So if I was listening to music, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how my different measures and beats go. So I would want to cut on each beat. I don't necessarily have to do the exact same beat every time, but you just want to be with the music. So like we have a beat coming up here, 1. So that was 1, right? So if I find 1 and cut there and start my video with that. Oh, I think I missed it. So we'll just start there. And then here's another beat here. So what I would do is I would cut the video and then I would add another video clip like this one. I'm also going to go ahead and slow it down. Get rid of the audio. Quick color grade. And then I can hit another cut, and so on and so forth. So an example of that would be like this video here. Can I play this full screen? Let's see. So again, it makes it really easy to put together something like this, especially if you're just cutting to the beat. Just remember, when it comes to audio, technically you cannot use songs that you know on the radio or popular music. You do need to use some kind of licensing company like Artlist or MusicBed or Epidemic Sound as a couple to name off. You could technically use like a super popular song on the radio, but just know you could get sued for that and deal with licensing and stuff. So I just wouldn't. Now, here's what I'll leave you off with. Now that you know how the settings work for your video, I want you to go out and record something. Record your dog, record your kids, record your spouse. Do something. Get out there and record some video at your next session, at a smaller session, at your next wedding. Give it a try, but again, go ahead and set your settings up and just record something. Don't be too scared of it, but start recording anything you can. This way you can get used to it and then start adding it to your business. Add it to your website so people can see you and get to know you. Add it to your emails so that people can actually hear from you. You don't have to deal with text as much. Add it to a YouTube channel so couples can see you working. Put video in different places and it will be extremely impactful. I hope this was helpful for you all in getting you into the new age of videography, and I know you all are going to do an awesome time at adding video to your business.
What's up, everyone? Man, that was absolutely fantastic, John. I need to start shooting more video. I saw a bunch of people in the comments talking about the same thing. So start to up your video game and start creating some content for yourself as well as content for your clients. From here, for those that are tuning in and haven't been able to watch the entire thing, if you're new here, you are watching the Storyteller Network. This is a summit all about marketing, but the Storyteller Network isn't just about that. It's all about creating educational content for photographers. It is a host to a bunch of amazing podcasts, as well as summits like this. Coming up in September, there's also going to be a lighting summit. So you want to make sure that you like, follow, subscribe, and all of that fun stuff. From there, I want to dive into some of the giveaways that we have. We're going to throw up a little slide here that's going to talk through some of the giveaways that we have. You're going to want to scan this QR code, and it's going to send you to a website where you can access all of the details of what to do in order to enter. We have stuff from Geekoda. We have stuff from, it's a little blurry for me, presets, G presets, I believe. Social templates. I love social templates. I use them myself to create Instagram reels. It basically automatically cuts music or cuts video and images to the beat of music so you can put them up on social media. Smart albums. We heard a little bit about them. PicTime. I personally use PicTime as well. Their new 2.0 gallery is absolutely amazing. You can host videos with PicTime. Imagine, you're getting ready to see a commercial that I recorded for Imagine, a quick little demo of what that is, but it's AI editing, and you're going to be able to win some edits as well. There is Unscripted, Show It website platform. I also use Show It, and then Freedom Print Lab, which I've heard great things about them as well. So make sure that you scan that QR code, follow all the directions in order to enter the contest. And from there, before we jump into the next commercial break, I would love if you would just jump into the comments and tell me, what do you think about the broadcast? How have you enjoyed it so far? Let me know maybe what your favorite class is, who your favorite instructor is, maybe who your favorite host is. Go ahead and drop those into the comments. And with that, we're going to jump in to a quick commercial break. What's going on, everyone? I'm excited to be talking to you about Imagine, one of the show's sponsors. And real quick, if you're unfamiliar with Imagine, what they do is they essentially edit your photos for you. But the cool thing about Imagine is that there's two ways that you can actually have your images edited. The first way is that you can use your past edits, your past Lightroom catalogs, and you can train it to edit the way that you edit. Or if we jump in here to the screen, you can actually choose from some of your favorite artists. So people like Susan Stripling, John Branch, who is part of this conference, Furwood Easty has amazing work. Charmy Pena, also amazing. And so you can go through and you can pick your favorite, your favorite photographer or just a style that matches close to what you do. And you can edit the way that these artists edit their files. But you're not stuck there. You can also choose to alter these edits to be more in line with the way that you edit. And so what happens is once you send a wedding through or a portrait session through and you go through and you make your fine changes, then you go back and you can have it train on the changes that you did. And then you kind of retrain the program to edit the way that you do with kind of one of these profiles as a base. Now, outside of just the editing, they have a ton of amazing features. And I'm going to really quickly just walk through a few of my personal favorites. Okay, so once you create your project and you go in and you select what profile you want, whether that be your own personal one or one of the ones built into Imagine, you're then going to choose what type of photography it is. And then you're going to get a handful of different tools that you can use in order to speed up your workflow. Now, there's a ton in here. You can have it auto crop, you can have it straighten, you can have it smooth skin, you can have it do subject mask. You can even have it do certain types of headshot crops, or if you're into real estate photography, you can have it pull down the highlights within windows and things like that. But the two that I love the most, or kind of the three, is going to be object removal. So it'll automatically detect things like exit signs. And if you click on here, you can do things like exit signs, fire alarms, fire stickers, fire extinguishers. And then there's going to be more and more of these kind of like auto-detected objects coming shortly. But outside of that, two of my favorite are going to be the background mask and then the subject mask. And so what this does is one is going to automatically create a mask for your subject, and then you can tell it what to do, either brightening it up a little bit or adding contrast or all of these different things. And then you can also have it auto create a background mask, and you can have it darken a little bit, decrease saturation, or all these different things, whatever it is that you specifically want to do. The reason why I love using this feature instead of just using the mask generator within Lightroom is that it, one, is going to automatically create these masks across all of your images instead of you having to go from one image and then saying create mask, do your adjustment, go to the next one, create mask, because that process of just letting Lightroom create the mask takes up just so much time, and then it also just pulls me out of the editing flow. And so even if, you know, Imagine creates a mask and I actually don't want it in a situation, it's really easy for me to just turn it off because that's a fast couple button clicks. But in order to create those masks, I have to hit generate, and then I have to wait for Lightroom to do its thing. Now, let me pull up Lightroom because there's also another reason why I prefer to use the masks that are generated within Imagine. Okay, so now that we're here in a Lightroom, this is an image that I actually had Imagine edit. And so if I do before, here is before, and here is after. The only thing that I personally did to this this file is that I had it remove, or that I had Lightroom remove this little plant here that was kind of a distraction, and then the faucet that's down here that was a little bit of a distraction. But everything else for this edit was done by Imagine. And so if I come in here and I click on the mask, you can see that I have the subject detect mask and the background detect mask. And so one is brightening the subject a little bit, and then the other one is going to darken the background a little bit. Now, the cool thing about this is, as you can tell, it did a really good job of selecting the subject. And so where this is key is that if I come into Lightroom and I say create a subject mask, it's going to do its thing. And because this is such like an obscure angle and you can't see the full subject, Lightroom is having a really hard time deciding what the subject is. And so if I raise the exposure all the way up here, you can see that it kind of selected a little bit of this like eye and hand and a little bit of the shirt, but it didn't actually select the full subject. And so the subject detection that Imagine is using is better, and then it's also much quicker and much faster. And again, whenever I come in here, I can very quickly and easily like turn off a mask, and I don't have to wait for Lightroom to create these masks, which for me is kind of the biggest feature for this. Now, outside of that, Imagine also does things like denoise. Again, it does things like cropping and all of that fun stuff. And I just recently got word that they are getting ready to release retouching. And so I'm super excited about that. They teased it over on their Instagram. And what I really love about this feature is that it's supposed to be much more true to life retouching instead of kind of like over the top glam retouching. And so for me, I always steer away from this like glam over the top retouching because I want my subjects, I want my my clients to look real life. I just want them to look the best versions of their real life. I don't want to go over the top and do crazy retouching and skin smoothing and dodging and burning and stuff like that. I just want to take out the little bit of imperfections. If they're sweating, I want to take out some of those specular highlights and stuff like that. And so I'm really excited to see what Imagine has cooked up here. Now, the last feature that I want to talk about is that Imagine actually is just gone where you can do unlimited. So in the past, one of my biggest hesitations with all of these editing platforms and stuff like that is it was always a per image basis. And so if you edit 500 photos, it was one cost. And if you edit 600 photos, it was a different cost. If you did 10 weddings in a month, it was a bigger cost than if you did one wedding in a month. Now you have the ability to do unlimited, and so you can edit as many photos and as many sessions all for just one set price. So if you are a higher volume photographer or you do enough work to make it worth it, this just takes away all of the guesswork. And so I'm super excited about the new unlimited plan. If you are watching this closer to the launch of the new unlimited plan, they actually have it where you can get this feature for $10 for the first month to try out. Highly recommend that, especially because it's busy season, so you can easily just crank through a whole bunch of work and knock it out of the park for just a quick and easy $10 just to see if you even like it. But I'm pretty sure you will. So with that, let's go ahead and get back to the show.
If you're a wedding photographer and you're still not using AI in your workflow, this is probably the best opportunity you're going to get. Imagine is the best AI platform for professional photographers, and they are offering their monthly limitless plan for just $10 for your first month. 10 bucks. That is not a typo. I mean, 10 bucks is basically an expensive coffee and a pastry somewhere. And with that, you get unlimited AI editing, unlimited AI culling, personal AI profiles, AI tools, the full Imagine workflow. All of this just in time for peak wedding season as well. Now, if you're still thinking, yeah, but I don't want AI to make my work look like someone else's, good, because you shouldn't. That's exactly the point. Imagine doesn't slap a generic look on your photos. It learns how you edit, your style, your decisions. It's all about your taste. And then it applies that consistently, frame after frame to gallery after gallery. It just looks like your work. And you don't end up losing your entire summer to an editing backlog. Honestly, it's insane. I can't find a more professional word. So we'll just go with insane.
Ready to learn everything you need to grow your photography business, WPPI is the place to do it.
Is photography dying or something? It's stronger than ever.
I love the artistry of photography and meeting other photographers that are passionate about it still.
Connect with other people that share the same passion as us.
Enhance my work and give me another point of view of the art.
They want us to help them tell the story. That's our job as photographers.
That's the kind of lighting I would love for you guys to be able to learn.
It's the best investment I can do in me and my business.
This is where you can come to get that inspiration, to start feeling reinvigorated and remember what it is that you truly love about photography in the first place. We all want to grow and learn and have a sustainable photography career so we can do something we love forever.
Where do you go when you need a boost of inspiration, creativity, and innovation? I come to WPPI.
WPPI is the place to be for photographers, and I will see you on the show floor next year.
Before Smart Albums, creating an album, it was quite a process.
I would build everything from scratch. It took me hours and hours.
Anywhere from 4 to 6 hours of time.
Because it was manually grabbing things and putting them in places.
I would actually discourage my clients from ordering an album because the process took so long.
And then Smart Albums came in and made it super fast. That whole process turned to 5 minutes.
10 to 15 minutes tops for a wedding book design. The whole process is so simple and streamlined. It's like nothing I've ever seen before.
It's so functional and so usable. It was sort of like the equivalent of handing a kid an iPad and they just sort of know how to use it right away.
It's almost like having a life coach sitting next to you, just saying, don't worry, it's easy.
The album basically designs itself.
This is what I've been waiting for.
Welcome back, everyone. Now that our commercial break is over, let's see what you guys had to say in the comments. Let's see. So each class has given me useful info. The video class I learned the most since I mostly do photography. I've been wanting to do more videos. So let's see. A lot of people, I love that nobody actually said what their favorite class was outside of that video one. Everyone's just like, everything is well-rounded, learn something from all of the instructors. Oh, my screen has gone away. There we go. Nope, it's frozen. All right, well, but there was a ton of amazing comments in there, so I was super excited to see that everyone has been enjoying the show. Now, the next thing that we're going to be talking about is shooting a wedding and then how to work with a second photographer. So we have the vendor table coming on, and they're going to be talking about the nuances of how a lead photographer should work with a second photographer, or how a second photographer should work with a lead photographer, and basically how you can create a better working relationship to better serve yourself as a person that's delivering product to a client, but as well as to better serve your clients. So with that, let's go ahead and kick it over to the vendor table.
What's up, people? Mike and Lauren here.
Hello.
Hey. So if you guys didn't know who we were the vendor table. Mike Asara and
Lauren O'Brien.
We've been wedding photographers for a bajillion years. Lauren,
Quite
how long?
some time.
Yeah, how long have you been a wedding photographer for?
10 years this year.
10 years. Damn, girly.
A whole decade.
A whole decade. I started in 2012, so I actually been a photographer longer than you, which I didn't realize that. But you have photographed more weddings than me.
Yes.
Yeah, because you work
But not for my own brand. More weddings for studios and other photographers prior to starting my own business. So while I do have more weddings under my belt, unfortunately, the majority of them were not shot for me.
But now you are an entrepreneur working for yourself, and we also work together.
Sure do.
While I have not had the pleasure to second shoot for Lauren just yet, she has second shot for me 26 times. I've counted, which is insane. We've worked together.
Going back to what year?
5 years ago.
Wow, 26 weddings in 5 years.
It's pretty cool.
That's not bad.
It's not bad. It's not bad. And if you guys didn't know who we were, or do we look familiar or something like that, you might have seen our clips. We are co-hosts of the Vendor Table podcast, which is a podcast about the chaos, thrill, and hilarity of being wedding photographers in the industry. We have been doing that one we're on season 4, year 3.5. We're 3.5 years in. Over 156 episodes recorded, and we just love.
I love what we do.
Yeah, entertaining the wedding industry with with stories, banter, and just everything in between. So
good old fashioned fun.
But we're excited to talk about this. This is a fun topic. This is the lead and second shooter dynamic, talking all about working together as a team on a wedding day, something that I think a lot of photographers, younger photographers, might not have a clue on, or maybe want to explore. I know
or for like the newer photographers who are entering the wedding space who don't necessarily know how to get started. This is like a good little guide into how to conduct yourself.
100%. So why does the dynamic matter? Not every wedding has 2 photographers, but I know for me, I'd say 95% of my weddings, my large weddings, like big weddings, are with a second shooter. Lauren, I don't know what your percentage is.
It's about the same. The majority definitely go for a second shooter. It's the most common. I think for a variety of reasons. One being that they feel more secure having 2.
Yeah.
But we're going to get into
all of that.
The many reasons why it's great to have a second shooter, and how that dynamic really just assists your couples in having the best day.
Absolutely. So I know, kind of dating back for me to 2012 to my first wedding, I always employed a second shooter only for the sheer fact of, like Lauren said, having a backup is like so beneficial. God forbid anything happens, a missed shot, a missed opportunity, or even just illness or sickness. You have somebody there to capture the day or capture a moment just in case you miss a moment.
And no one ever wants to think about that, right? There's so many people that'll say like, oh, I'm perfectly capable of shooting a wedding on my own. Yes, you are. Until you're not. Yeah. And that's the uncomfortable truth that people don't like to discuss. But yeah, it's definitely a good safety net in the event that some cataclysmic catastrophe goes wrong.
and in the 11th hour, you need somebody to shoot without you.
Yep.
So that's like your backup plan, number one. But on top of it, hey, it's really fun to have a buddy.
It really, it's great. And you know, the dynamic does matter on a wedding day. Like here's the slide, but like why the dynamic matters, you know, couples experience is going to be elevated, right? The coverage quality is going to be increased, and your reputation, your business reputation is going to be even better because you're delivering a higher end product at the end of the day. A second shooter provides more coverage, more angles, and just more in general, right?
Yeah, and variety.
So much
variety is the spice of life, they say. So
yeah. So Laura and I are going to break down how we do things and go through these slides and everything like that. But what you're seeing in the background, the images you're seeing in the background, are actually the majority of these are actually from a wedding that Lauren and I captured together. This was a recent wedding too. This was October of 2025. We shot Noelle and Andrew's wedding at the Suffolk Theater in Riverhead, New York. It's a old Art Deco theater, really cool vintage vibes. We're going to describe how we did it, how we worked together as a team. And to be honest, from start to finish, this was easily the best wedding we've ever captured as a duo. And I think you could agree with me on that one, right?
for sure. And there was also like a lot of different, not obstacles for us to tackle, but it was a different lighting situation than what we're used to. The whole venue was dark.
Yep.
So we had to really communicate a lot to make sure that we got the images that we were aiming to get.
Yep. It was fun to have that challenge.
Yeah.
Right. Like at the end
exciting.
It was it was really exciting. Like I think a lot of photographers love the challenge and love to be challenged. And for this one was challenging, but it was like challenging.
Really rewarding.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It was extremely rewarding to pull off some of the things we did. So let's break down the roles of the lead and the second and all that stuff. So the role of a lead photographer on the wedding day, I'll break this one down. It's all about setting expectations, you know, understanding the couple, things like that, like understanding what the bar is as the lead of the team, right? Running the timeline, I think, is also self-explanatory. That timeline is, you know, essential. Staying on time and delivering things on time are something that we do as photographers that we just need to, you know, we need to do. Now, client communication, obviously, like if you're the lead, you're the, you know, they booked you, the couple has booked you. So you are doing all the client communication. You are communicating with the couple. You have the email addresses. You have the phones. You have all that stuff. And at the end of the day, they are your couple. So you are going to be the point of communication throughout the whole process. But on the day of, you are, you know, the one that's going to be communicating the majority of what's going to happen. Managing family portraits, you know, you are in charge of building that shot list and maintaining that shot list. You will give responsibility to the second shooter to help run that shot list. But at the end of the day, you are responsible for managing it and organizing it and making sure that could go smooth and making sure you don't miss anybody too, because that's very important. Problem solving, like while this is a team effort and things like that, at the end of the day, the lead does have kind of final say on figuring things out. Like a good dynamic team, though, will work so well together that if there is a problem presented, that, you know, it will turn into like, how can we solve this together? But often than not, like the team will kind of, I guess, lean a little bit on the lead more for problem solving, because there might be a way they solve a problem over how the second shooter would solve a problem. So if I'm a second shooter, I'm always going to default to how the lead wants the problem solved. But if they're looking for input, I'm going to give it to them. And then making final creative decisions. At the end of the day, the lead does have the final say on creativity and what's there. I am very generous to my seconds that if they see something or they want to get something or things like that and there's timing, hey, be creative, get creative and things like that. But like overall lighting and where we're putting the couple and posing and things like that usually come down to the role of a lead photographer on a wedding day. And that's how we break that down. Now we're going to go into the role of second shooter. Lauren was my second shooter on this day, so she's going to break down this slide for you guys.
So the main role of the second shooter is there to support the lead photographer. They're the business owner, so whatever their needs are and whatever they need covered is your responsibility. And that kind of it goes without saying. You need to do what the lead photographer wants. It's their business. You're working under their brand, so you're there for support. You are anticipating moments before they're happening. So this is another moment for the second photographer where not everything is just photographing the couple. It's photographing the in-between moments that the lead photographer might not be getting because they're focusing on the couple and their family and wedding party and all of the other moving parts throughout the day. The second photographer has the ability to kind of float around and be a little bit more anticipatory and finding those candid moments that aren't usually the first thing that anyone would think to capture. So maybe there's something going on with grandma and this could be one of her last photos, or the flower girl, or any other like moments between friends or family members at this wedding. Those are moments that the secondary photographer is really in charge of capturing. Secondary angles. Nobody wants a second photographer that's standing right next to the lead photographer and getting the exact same photo. The whole point of having a second shooter is to have variety and something different from what the lead photographer is taking photos of. So second photographer is getting creative angles that are different, using different lenses and different techniques. They have the creative freedom to move around and be a little bit offbeat when it comes to taking photos. Now, that will vary per photographer. Some photographers will want the second photographer to have a very restricted sense of creativity, whereas other photographers like Mike and myself will want our second photographers to be really trying to get as creative as possible. That's, again, up to the lead photographer because you are there to support that photographer in whatever needs that they have. Filling coverage gaps is really important. That's where you can't be in two places at the same time. So that's another benefit of being and having a second shooter. Whereas if you are just a solo shooter on a wedding day, you're restricted to certain things. Like if Mike were to shoot a wedding and he's solo, he wouldn't have a really awesome shot of the bride walking down the aisle from the back. It's not possible in most situations. So in comes second photographer to get coverage of partner B while partner A is getting ready with the lead photographer. And for other moments, like what I just talked about, where they can get different angles of the same moment happening. Being adaptable goes without saying. That's for any photographer, really, but it's especially important when you're there supporting a lead photographer because situations arise, things happen, and you need to be able to adapt to those things. If it rains and we need to move coverage inside, you need to be able to shoot with second off-camera flash. You need to be able to use different types of lighting and be adaptable to things that may not be the most aesthetically pleasing and know how to work around it. And then above all else is maintaining professionalism. You're not there to solicit. You are there to support the lead photographer. So you are there working under their brand, and it's being respectful of that relationship, but also being respectful of their clients. I think that covered everything.
Yeah, that was so good. Yeah, that's it says it right on the bottom, but the best second shooters solve problems before they are noticed, and it's so true. There have been so many times where I've watched my second shooters handle situations of things that are just coming up.
Remember when I sewed the groom's pants?
Yep. I should have put that in here. Ooh, that would have been good. Yeah, so that's something. We've had that happen where, and we had a little extra time, and I had a sew kit in my car, and I was like, and Lauren's like, I could sew. Bam, she sewed the groom's pants, and we ended up fixing the groom's pants, which was really cool. So you just never know how you're needed as a second photographer. Could be for a secondary angle or secondary pants coverage. I don't know.
Secondary pants coverage. Add that to my resume.
So before the wedding, right? Communication is everything. Right, Lauren? I will send over the timeline and all the information to my second shooters, and as well as have a phone call with them just to review the day. How do you go about things the same way?
I don't really do a phone call unless it's like a complicated day. But I do pretty much the same thing as you, where I have a note file with the timeline and structure of the day, along with family members, family dynamics, any problems that may be present on the day of, any red flags everybody needs to know about. And I will send that to my second shooters the week of the wedding. So that they have it at the start of the week. They can review everything beforehand so that they feel ready and set to go. But yes, it's good to prep. I mean, I've worked for places where they send it a couple of days before the wedding and you don't even know where you're shooting.
Yep.
So first and foremost, it's really good to ask your second shooters, just as a second shooter occasionally, to ask them and tell them the location of the wedding. When you're asking them to take a date.
It's like, where's the location? That's the first thing I'll send to a second shooter is just like, hey, here are the dates I have available, but I will also include the location of those places. A lot of photographers won't do that because it might be a venue.
It'll scare them away.
Yeah, it scares them away. But I'm usually like, you got to know where you're going, man.
It's better to receive a no than it is to have somebody back out a couple of days before
Yeah.
the wedding, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the worst. So I'd rather be upfront and honest about it and get somebody who's genuinely excited, or at least have the opportunity to get to know potentially somebody who's located closer to the area if that's the last resort. But
absolutely,
at least give them the opportunity to say no first.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll always go over timeline. We'll always review things. I threw out, here's the timeline that actually was the timeline on the day. So this is a full breakdown. It was a very simple day in terms of locations and getting ready. They were getting ready, relatively nearby. The bride was getting relatively nearby. The groom, I think, was 15 minutes away, maybe 20 minutes away.
He wasn't far. He was about 20 minutes away.
Yeah, 20 minutes away. So there was some moving parts in terms of getting the groom and the bride to the venue. The bride was 2 minutes down the road, but they didn't really have big transportation. They also didn't have a large wedding party, so that makes things a little easier as well. Family dynamics weren't too crazy in terms of there wasn't anything over the top or anything.
No major red flags.
No major red flags. You could see the notes here that it said the groom's sister has separated from the family, is estranged, things like that. Those are things that I'm gonna ask beforehand in the in that questionnaire. The questionnaire is what you're seeing on the left hand side, this white image right here. That's part of the questionnaire. It's much larger, it goes much further down, and that has everything from the venue information to the timing to when things start to what they're looking for and inspiration and all of that stuff. So it's all there, and then I will build out a full timeline from there and then review it with my second photographers, in this case Lauren, for this wedding. So going over and the expectations of the day is also something that's very, very good to do with a lead and a second shooter. Okay, here's
all of this.
Yeah.
Just to pipe in for 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead.
All of this is there to ease comfort also.
Yes.
So for example, if there's a rough family dynamic, the second shooter needs to know that. Especially, if they're going to be spending alone time with partner B and their family. In this case, it was a groom. We're spending time, and yes, it says he has a sister, but could be a touchy subject. Don't bring up the sister. It gives you that layer of protection there, so you don't slip up and say something stupid that's gonna like bite you in the ass.
Yeah.
So,
and at the end of the day, you are, as a second, a reflection of the lead's company.
Correct.
Essentially. So you are representing the lead's company. So, that's why, I always want to have my second shooters briefed on everything from family dynamics to venue information to expectations. And
nobody wants to have a hand in foot in mouth.
Foot in mouth.
In mouth.
Yeah,
moment.
gotcha.
Hand in foot.
Yeah, 100%. Going into the day, the wedding prep. Okay, like every photographer photographs prep and getting ready moments differently, but it's all about dividing and conquering. When you have a lead and a second shooter, it essentially allows you to be in two places at once, right?
Mm-hmm.
So usually, if it's a like a heterosexual wedding, like you'll have a bride and a groom. The lead photographer is usually with the bride, and the second photographer is with the groom. With a queer or same-sex wedding, it's usually what I do is I honestly flip a coin, and just that's honestly what I do.
Who do you want to go?
Yeah, so I just usually flip a coin. This in this case was a hetero wedding. So Noelle, I was photographing Noelle, the getting ready moments and stuff like that, while as Lauren started with Andrew. So here's some photos. Like I'm always doing flat lays and like the details and the getting ready moments. And for groom prep, it's a little simpler. I don't put too much demand on my second shooters for groom prep. It's usually like I'll tell the grooms, my grooms, like, hey, okay, just be showered, shaved, ready to go before my second shooter
Please
arrives.
be wearing pants.
Yeah, like essentially, and like if you're not in your tux, that's okay. Like you don't have to be dressed. Essentially, you could be in shorts and a t-shirt, but you should be like showered, shaved, and pretty much ready to get your tuxedo on when my second shooter arrives. Like no one should be hopping in the shower or shaving when my second shooter arrives. Like
in there.
Like we've all had that situation happen, and that's why when I do final calls with my couples,
make it very clear.
Make it super clear. So Andrew, being the gentleman that he is, he was ready to go. We did she did getting ready moments, like very simple, he didn't have too many details. Like he just had like some shoes and like his wedding band, some cufflinks, things like that. So like I don't ever press my seconds to do too many like hardcore details of the grooms unless they have them. Some grooms are about their details. Some grooms have like Rolexes and like or like something sentimental, like a bracelet that their uncle gave them, that they want photographed. So, if they do, I usually help identify that beforehand. And I tell my grooms, have these items ready for my seconds so that when they arrive, they're ready to photograph them. Did he have anything like crazy dynamic? I didn't think he did.
No, not really. I can't remember if no, he wasn't. This wasn't the groom with the pocket watch. No, he didn't really have a lot of details, but we did have the opportunity, because he didn't have a lot of details, we had the opportunity to go and take some really cool portraits of him in the basement.
Mm-hmm. And that's what you're seeing on the bottom left right there.
Yeah, so there were the basement had a really cool bar, so we ended up going down there and doing some extra cool fancy schmancy groom portraits in the basement.
Some moody groom portraits, which I love. When I got those back, I was like, ooh, those are good, know. So like for me, it was like they had most of the details they had for me were like with the bride. So this was a movie theater kind of themed wedding. Essentially, they were both in the movie industry. So the invitation and the stationery all like were themed around like old like playbills and old movie posters and like just really cool stuff, like all vintage like stuff. Like their invitation was like actually like a film festival like brochure. So they had really cool details. So we were like I went to town with that stuff as a person
Before we keep rambling.
There's so much.
The overall message was that that's going to be the most that we are apart.
Yeah.
For the whole wedding day. And that's the only time where we're doing different stuff at the same time. And then we move on and get together, and that's when the magic happens.
Yeah.
So to say.
So we're doing this one a little out of order. Like they had a first look, but ceremony coverage is usually where you know, like the come together really happens. Essentially, it's either the first look or the ceremony, where the photographers will then get back together, and now they're working as a team again. So for ceremony coverage, it's really building a coverage plan. Okay. Nowadays, Lauren knows how I work. I know how she works. When she works on my team, she knows what I'm looking for a ceremony coverage. We game planned this ceremony way in advance. Like, we knew where they were going to have it. We knew the shots that we could pull off, and we basically put that into play like prior to the ceremony actually happening. Like, we game planned this whole thing. I was like, okay, Lauren, I really want you up in the balcony. I love when my second shooters are up in the balcony. I want them up in the balcony. If there is one, to get the bride walking in, to get that like wide angle landscape style shot of the venue or of the landscape, and have, like, you know, it's dramatic at the end of the day. This is like a dramatic money shot. And as a lead, I'm putting my seconds in that position of creativity over my shot. Like, I get the safeties. Like, I want to get the safety. So for me, it was like, you're not seeing that safety shot here, but I was positioned at the halfway point of the aisle here. I'm actually like right here. I don't know if you can see the arrows on the screen, but I'm like where this shot on the black and white on the right hand side, that's where I was positioned, and I was able to get, with two cameras, like a decent view of both there. Lauren was tasked with getting the wide for the ceremony walk in, and that is how we started things off.
It's pretty dope.
It was it was pretty cool, man.
Yeah, again, just stressing, like, not being in the same place at the same time, getting the same shot. That's not what we want.
No.
Focusing on, and this is something that seems to go unnoticed quite often, where a lot of people are so focused on the couple and what's happening at the front, we're losing guest reactions.
Yeah.
And interactions while that's happening. So, you know, lead photographer is doing a lot of those safety shots, those must-have moments, while second photographer is moving around and getting a lot of personal moments, intimate moments between guests.
Absolutely. So even like as a lead, I want to get these shots too. Like, this was actually the one on the left-hand side is actually a shot I got, but I want my seconds to get those shots as well, because we might be on separate sides of like, say, a church or a ceremony space. And like, while they might be looking in my direction for this one, you know, when the bride, or the groom starts talking, they're going to turn their heads the opposite direction. So then Lauren will have the advantage on that angle. So that's what's really cool, is don't stand in the same place, except possibly for the exit, I would say. Like, you know, sometimes you want that backup.
If you're using different lenses, for sure.
Absolutely. And we'll actually show a video of that. So here's another example from a different wedding, but I just wanted to show you, like, this is a little bit more of a clearer shot, or like a little bit more like of I guess like similar to the theater wedding, but head on, like I am taking the shot on the left-hand side, that safety shot, the bride walking down the aisle, and then Lauren getting what I would consider probably one of my favorite shots of the year. That dramatic shot of the bride walking down the aisle solo, everybody looking at her, you know, and what you're not seeing is I photoshopped myself out of that photo. So that's what you need to do. So having two photographers gives you more coverage options, and at the end of the day, it gives the couples back a higher quality product, because they're getting results in two different ways. All right. Silent communication, the unspoken language, right? At a church, you can't talk to one another. We have radios. We do use radios, and we'll communicate for first looks and things like that. But at a church or at a ceremony space, you're relatively quiet.
It's a lot of eye contact and like
what are you doing? It's
head
like,
nods
yeah,
and
yeah, it's like, or like, you know, fingers, like,
yeah, that way, go that way,
that way, that way. You know, like hand signals, eye contact, positioning, reading situations too. Like, that's you know, sometimes, like, if you photograph the same type of wedding over and over again, let's just say the Catholic Church, grew up Catholic, I know when things are going to take place. So I'm always going to position myself, you know, right after the walk down the aisle. I'm going to move over to the left-hand side, because that is normally where they're going to do a reading. So everyone's going to sit down, and usually 5 minutes into a church service, they are going to do a reading. So knowing and reading situations is very key. Obviously, like, ring exchanges and things like that, knowing where to be and when things are going to happen are very, very important. This is actually a video from a wedding that Lauren and I shot together, and this is why it's great having two wedding photographers. So we'll just like kind of go through this. I'll turn the music off on this one, but here's my perspective here of the being the lead, and then it's going to cut to Lauren. So like walking down the aisle, here's the lead perspective, and then
Here's
Lauren
me.
and Lauren up in the balcony.
Up in the balcony again.
Your nails look really good in this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they look really good. Here's another cool perspective. So this is both of us getting the same moment at the same time. Like, I don't know if you guys saw that, like, different lenses. Okay, here's mine. I'm on a 50. Lauren's on the 28 to 70. So she's shooting landscape orientation. I'm shooting portrait orientation here. We're walking down. We're side by side. This is great perspective. Okay, there's a 50. I'm telling them stop, kiss. Okay, Lauren shifts underneath me. We get the same angle, the same shot, different angles. Look at her perspective. Okay, landscape, portrait. We're working so hand in hand. Now exits. They exit the church. Lauren getting the silhouette. I'm getting the head on. Boom, kiss. Boom, kiss from the other perspective.
It's just the variety that the couple will receive in these very quick moments is so valuable. Like those two shots from completely different perspectives happening at the same exact time is an artistic decision to make them feel something different.
Mm-hmm.
So like what you're seeing from behind is a completely different feeling than what you're seeing from the front. And
true.
They appreciate it having so many different perspectives.
It again, it adds more value to your product. At the end of the day, it's adding more value to your product and what you're delivering to your client. All right, trust versus control.
Oh, these photos are so good.
The biggest challenge. This is your photo, actually. This is
it?
Yeah, that's yours.
Oh, not me, just like humble bragging.
Lead photographers often struggle with letting go,
Yes.
trusting another creative, right? The biggest struggle as a business owner. Okay, we want our hands on everything. We want to make sure we're doing so good. I will tell you right away that the moment you let go, it really comes down to trust. But if you trust your second shooter, okay, and you really really and genuinely trust them, you can let go. They are going to do a great job.
It becomes second nature at a certain point when you start working with somebody for so long. Even let's say you do 5 weddings together. Those 5 weddings, you know exactly what to expect after 5 weddings working with somebody. And you know exactly what they're looking for, and you know how to work together well. And then it just becomes instinct. Really. You don't have to think about it anymore. I do when I sign on with a new second shooter, we do have a meeting. We do have like a call. We have a meeting. We have a portfolio review. But above all else, I send an email with galleries, full galleries, so they can see like what my second shooters do, what I like, and what I want them to produce, and what I want them to do. And then after time, it just becomes second nature. But you have to trust them. And that's the scary part for a lot of people.
It is the scary part with a lot of people. Second photographers also struggle with certain things. One is knowing when to take initiative. I think that's like the biggest struggle I've seen with like the second photographers that separate themselves from others, know when to take initiative, know when to step in, know when to get a shot, get an angle, or help in a certain situation. Because it's not only just like with photos, it's with other things too. It's with like the I guess the intangible items, like the fluffing of the dress, or like the carrying of the bouquet, or like, even just like keeping the parents at bay for a hot second because they're driving the couple crazy, and the lead just wants to take them for 2 seconds to give them a breath and to take a quick portrait of them.
So maybe the second shooter like sneaks in and is like, hey, mom and dad, do you want to take a nice picture together over here?
Best thing you could do.
All the way over here? This background looks nice. Let's do it over here. Just reading the room, giving people space. I also think one of the toughest parts of being a second shooter, like maybe when you're first getting started in it, is maybe learning to relinquish parts of your creative control. So giving all of the creative control to the lead photographer when it comes to direction and posing, that can be like frustrating for newer photographers entering the scene. It's something you have to come to terms with, that you're there to support the lead photographer, not use this as a portfolio building experience. And
So
if some lead photographers give you the ability to use this as a portfolio building experience where you can share the images, that is amazing. But not all of them will do that. And that's just the nature of the job.
Yep. So, yeah. So well said. Now we're into the fun part during portraits. Okay. Portraits, I think, sometimes could be the hardest thing for a second photographer to be creative, essentially. A lot of green second shooters will just try to default to kind of stand alongside the lead and try to shoot similar angles. Maybe in their head, they're thinking of trying to portfolio build and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, like you said before, you know, they're there to support the lead. So getting secondary angles is very, very vital to giving variety back to the couple, the people you are there working for, essentially. So for this shot, for example, I was like going for the wide. I wanted the wide. Lauren knew that. She knew that way beforehand. She also looks at my lenses, what I'm using. She knows what lenses I'm using. She knows I'm using the 15-35 in this regard. And she wanted to complement that. So I believe you used the 70-200 at the time, or maybe the 135.
I think it's a 135.
The 135 to get in closer. So similar, like this is from the same angle and the like the same area, I should say. Slightly different angle, but she's zoomed in, I'm wide. So different focal lengths do matter.
And with that being said, it is always good to ask what the lead shooter is using in terms of lenses so that you can make decisions on what lenses you want to use as a second shooter to complement theirs.
It's always great when that happens.
So if Mike is shooting super wide and using a 15-35, I'm going to use a 135 and my 28-70.
And, you know, like it's nice to have those complementary kind of like it's complementary to one another at the end of the day to use different, because if I'm shooting at a 50 millimeter and she's shooting at a 50 millimeter slightly to my left, it's gonna at the end of the day look very similar. And at the end of the day, you know, if you're giving duplicates back to the couple, that's not the greatest thing.
It also makes it a nightmare for Mike to cull.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you're going through so many images that look exactly the same, it's mind numbing. So, you know, and there's, I think another thing that probably plays in the back of a lot of second shooters' heads when they're starting is you constantly need to take photos. You don't. You actually don't. If there's not room to move around, you don't need to take a photo.
Yeah.
If it's tight quarters and you see that they've got the shot and you're limited in movement, you don't have to take anything.
Yep.
You can just wait.
Yep.
But
you could focus it on different areas. You could crop photos too. Like if you you go into hands, you could go on like you know, the bottom of the dress, the train, the veil, things like that. Like you could get like very creative in that regard. So working together.
Doesn't always have to be your standard portrait. It could be something a little different, a little weird, you know, and
shoot through something.
Who knows?
Get weird, as we say.
Yeah, use your phone, get some reflections, try some different stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Get weird.
Get weird. Be whimsical.
So here's a shot that I just absolutely love. So this was a pose or an angle. Here is my image is on the left hand side. Lauren's is on the right hand side. So slightly different, just like probably about a minute apart. Like we went no bouquet to bouquet, but Lauren didn't change her position here. So what was really cool about this, like I wanted to get the head on, obviously, like we're lighting from the side. And another thing we worked well together on this one was we lit this whole wedding with continuous lighting, which is another really great tip for teams, especially when working indoors. If you want the lighting to stay similar in all images, continuous lighting is going to help that. If I was using flash and she was using flash, and we weren't on the same flash system or the same OCF, it's going to look dramatically different depending on how we're setting those flashes up.
It makes a worse experience for the couple too, because we'd have to be moving things around constantly and changing everything, because what he's taking photos of is different from what I'm taking photos of. And if he moves her in one direction, then my whole lighting system, like setup, has to change. This way it was a lot easier.
Way easier. So you could see, like, I honestly, like when I was going through the photos, the photo on the right, I was just like, I love that photo better than the one straight on. Like I thought it was more dramatic. It had like more depth to it. And it was one that like, I was like, I'm going to highlight that photo in the gallery. Listen, I'm always going to say that. But it was the better photo, I think, out of the two. Like, and sometimes what's really nice about that is having a second shooter complement the lead will give you better photos in the long run.
There are a lot of times when I'm working as a second shooter where we'll compare images later, or even strike that. When I'm the lead photographer, and sometimes I'll see my second shooter's photos and I'm like, I quit. But they're there to support you. Those images are your brand.
Yeah.
So it's like pushing that mentality out of your head and being like, oh, my second shooter got a better photo than me. Your second shooter got a different photo than you, and it's awesome.
Yeah. And that's
for you.
And it's awesome. Exactly. It's awesome for you. Like here's another example here. So here is using different lighting. Okay. I was using flash. Lauren was using ambient here. And I had actually asked her to do that. I had said, okay, I want you shooting ambient for this. I'll do that a lot for certain scenarios, like these kind of lighting. This is like during reception lighting, or like cake cuts. I'll often tell my second shooters, hey, okay, I'm going to shoot direct flash. Either you go OCF or you're going to use ambient for these. Go off the video light or something along those lines. So for these, I had seen the lighting in the photo booth was really cool, but I also wanted to give them that kind of like, that editorial paparazzi feel. So the best of both worlds, you have the couple for limited time in these scenarios. Like sometimes it's hard to, if I was solo, I don't know if I'd be able to pull off both of these simultaneously, like we can with a,
in 5 minutes.
In 5 minutes. Exactly. So I use flash. I wanted to get a little creative with the flash. I went some OCF on camera to off camera. And Lauren was using ambient, and they just tell a really cool story here. So another example of being creative with your second photographers and allowing them to be creative, just gives you more variety, and it gives your couple more variety back in their gallery. All right. So next one, reception coverage. Okay. The team coverage strategy. Okay. This could vary. Reception is probably one of the easier things I think a lead and a second dynamic kind of go through.
Yeah, this is the fun part.
This is like usually fun, especially dance floor. Dance floor is like self-explanatory. Go where you want, shoot the way you want, and get the content that you think is the best. I'll have my seconds do direct flash, or like bounce off ceilings, or just like even shoot without flash. Whatever you're feeling, whatever's working, do it.
This is
Essentially,
going to be the part in the night where you're going to get the most photos,
Mhm.
to be honest. I mean, you go through a wedding and it's about 50% like portraits, ceremony, or whatever, and then it's 50% dancing. And that's a big, that's a lot of images.
A lot of
So it's the time to play around and get weird.
Yeah.
So you can kind of do whatever you want, except during key moments like formalities.
Yeah. So the key moments being speeches and toasts, first dance, parent dances, cake cut, anniversary dances, things like that. Those require a strategy behind them. How are you photographing them? How are you moving around? Things along those lines. So, for example, the first dance. Okay. This is a great example of first dance coverage here. Okay. This is like almost the identical moment captured from both of our lenses. I knew going in that, as a lead, I have to be on the floor. I had to be on the floor. First dance, it is like important because, they had told me beforehand they had like a choreographed first dance. And this was like kind of a fast paced first dance too. It had a little fun behind it. Like it was like, I need you, baby. Like, da, na, 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 na. Like, and they were like doing like a cha-cha, and it was really cool. And it was really quick. And I even noticed like I was like I didn't want to be on the dance floor with them because of look at the circle there. You want to give them room to breathe, and you also don't want to insert yourself in that moment. So I was like, I'm going to be on the floor. Lauren, I want you in the balcony for this. So Lauren got up in the balcony, and we were going balcony shots all day. We had both set up our lights. You could see Lauren's lights here going off right here. Off-camera flashes triggering behind the DJ booth. This is like the go-to setup that we both use for receptions or for ceremonies, things like that. It is so money, especially in a large space, and we were able to capture this simultaneously from different angles, and it truly tells a story. So it's like this is like one of my favorite dual captures.
I was just gonna say, this is like such a great example of it because it's damn near to the second.
Yeah. It's like so spot on. And like and I personally like this is the shot, the right hand side. That's the shot that like, is the I guess the scroll stopper in the sense like you're scrolling through it. This is the safety. But like as the lead, I want to get the safety, and if my seconds get the scroll stopper, that's the best bonus you could ask for.
It is a scroll stopper because of like you have the whole scene, but the other photo has the emotion.
Yes.
So you can see it. You can see people's faces. You can see people watching. So that's like also a vital moment captured, and the two of them together. Like that. I mean, it's great. Think about that in an album. It really just tells a story, and it's so good. I'm sure, I mean, you communicated with Noelle and Andrew. I know they were over the moon about these, but seeing these two together was just like, yes.
Yeah. When we nailed it, we were like, yes, we got it. And another part with reception coverage is speeches and toasts, right? So shooting speeches and toasts are, it's a slower moment, obviously, but communicating, again, you could use that silent communication like that we use during ceremonies, moving around, getting complimentary angles, things like that. This is normally where, I'll go long lens or short lens. Like, I'm using two cameras. My seconds, like a lot of my seconds use like a zoom, like a 28-70, or even like a longer lens, like a 135. And they're able to get like complementary angles to mine. And as long as we're not standing in the same place at the same time, we are going to get different results. So the left-hand side was mine. The right-hand side was Lauren. We had lit the couple intentionally. This was what's really cool. The theater was spotlighting all the speakers, but they were not spotlighting the couple. And this is where having, lighting that is intentional really helps. Video lighting helps. So we had a very powerful aperture 60-watt LED that we just spotlit the couple, and we were able to kind of color match that. And there we go. Like this scene was lit essentially how it feels with an ambient light, and we're getting complementary angles here.
Mike and I also consistently do this thing that we don't even think about anymore, but it's like the reception dance, where Mike will start walking to a certain area and I'll just completely walk in the opposite direction to just not be in the same spot as him, because I know if he's shooting in an angle, I don't want to be shooting that angle. So we're gonna
and
we just do it.
Yeah. And when I'm the lead, she defaults to where I'm moving. Like if I'm moving to where she is, she automatically gets up and moves. Like I don't have to tell her, hey, get up and move, like kind of thing. It's like she sees me walking over, she moves, silent communication. And if I was second shooting for her, and that's how she was, I would move out of the way if I was her second shooter. So that's what you have to do as a second, is kind of have that silent communication and read the room, essentially. All right, common frustrations. Okay. So as a lead, this is where, you'll get complaints, okay? Missing moments, lack of initiative, excessive direction requests, and poor communication are all things that happened, like that really are complaints overall from like a lead photographer perspective. Looking at a second, I should say. As a lead, if I see a second photographer missing moments, or like I'm going through the gallery like after the fact and I'm like, man, like I saw you shooting, but what happened there? Or I see them on their cell phone or things along those lines. That's a lot of cases of like, you're not going to get called back to second shoot. The other thing is like excessive direction requests. I mean, I've been working with the same team of second photographers for almost 5 years now, probably over 5 years. And this doesn't impact me whatsoever, but I have had second shooters in the past, like really just ask for like, what should I do? What should I do? What should I do? And that's where you have like taking initiative, like bleeds into that. And poor communication. At the end of the day, like, as a lead in the second, like, leading up to the day, I want to make sure like you're going to be there. You're going to be capturing the day. You're like, hey, like, are we still good? All that stuff. These are all things that, I've seen over the years, essentially.
Reliability.
The liability. Yep.
Reliability. I mean, is another common frustration for lead photographers. Is, if you're asking for a date and a second shooter takes the date, don't back out of the date, especially in the 11th hour.
Yeah.
Because that really, screws your lead photographer. And it's also one of the most common things that we've been told from the vendor table that lead photographers are having frustrations with, is that a lot of second shooters are backing out of dates because they have things they want to do on weekends. And this is not a job where you can just back out.
Yeah. In the 11th hour.
Yeah. It's a wedding.
It's a wedding.
It's a commitment.
You're committing. And that's one of the things. That's one of the frustrations that happen, is like reliability from a second photographer sometimes outweighs their shooting ability. You could make up for a second shooter that may be a little green by like giving them like, like, hey, like you're stepping in for creative moments more, and then they'll get better and they'll evolve. But if they're there and they're reliable and they're, just like they're just a part of the team, at the end of the day, that is something that is very, very valuable, as opposed to somebody who doesn't show up or bails last second. We don't want those. And that's one of the things is like with the team I've built, I have never had that situation. Often so much that like if they get their own weddings, they call each other to find coverage for my weddings, and that comes down to a lot of like I guess like respect and things like that. Like, you know, they don't want to screw me over, and like I wouldn't want to screw them over either. So so, you know, and the second photographer complaints with like, you know, micromanagement and like, you know, if you're a lead, you don't want to micromanage your seconds. Like you want to give them a little creative freedom.
It almost like defeats the purpose of having one in the first place. If you can't relinquish a little bit of control and let them fly like the free little bird that they are, how are you going to know what they're capable of?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. You know, and if you don't give them information, that's vital. Like if they don't know where they're going, like how are they supposed to do their job for you?
I've heard horror stories of second shooters and associates who haven't received any communication or information from who they're hired by.
Mhm.
And it's frustrating.
Yep, they don't have the family dynamic sheet. They don't know how things are. They're unprepared. And if the lead photographer isn't preparing them, then, you know, that's really on the lead at the end of the day. Unrealistic expectations. You know, if a second photographer is tasked with doing like A, B, C, D, E, and the lead is sitting there and taking 5 photos and then like hopping on and doing a TikTok dance for their content, a second photographer is going to feel also extremely undervalued in that regard, because they're going to feel like I'm doing all of this and yet the lead is getting the majority of the credit here.
It's giving group project, but only one person did the work.
100%. So these are the common frustrations with the lead and second shooter dynamic. Now, the business side, we're nearing the end here. You know, rates and compensation, contracts, image ownership, credit and social sharing, and referrals are all hot button topics that we have covered on the vendor table. And it is something that is very, very important with a lead and second dynamic. Rates and compensation should be laid out from the get-go. You should be like, if you're signing on as a second photographer, you should know how much you're getting paid for that, and it should be a fair rate. And if you accept that rate, that is the rate you're accepting.
You should also really let the second photographer know as a lead when they can expect to be paid in advance.
Exactly.
They should know that either they're getting paid on the night of or within 3 to 5 days.
Yep.
They should know when to expect their pay, and that should be outlined in a contract.
Second shooter agreements are very important. They not only outline, you know, the rates and compensation, but it also will outline image rights and terms and conditions and usage rights and image ownership. You know, like credit and social sharing are usually within a contract as well. How you could use those images. Some lead photographers will be like, hey, you can't use these in your portfolio on social media. You're a work for hire. I'm paying you to work the wedding. I'm not paying you to, you know, use these images on your social. And if you're agreeing to that via contract, then
can't be upset by it.
You can't get upset by that. But if you say no and you don't sign and you don't work with that person, then that's on you, which is fine.
Then you are free to explore your options and find somebody that aligns with what you're looking for.
Exactly. The referral process is also the other thing. Like, you know, this really comes down to like, hey, if I'm booked, I'm going to refer you out, or vice versa kind of thing. And maybe we could work together in some way, shape, or form. But I would always refer my second shooters out. Horror stories and lessons learned. We talk a lot of horror stories on the vendor table. A lot of life lessons too. A lot of photographer life lessons. The biggest mistake you've made as a lead?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I went to the wrong venue.
I think we've all had that.
I went to the wrong venue and my second shooter went to the correct venue. So I texted her and was like, I need you to get started. And say nothing at all and just proceed as normal. And she was like, got you. And I showed up about 15 minutes. I wasn't that far away, but I went to another venue that had the same name.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
it happens.
And they didn't know. They were like, oh, here she is.
Happens a lot with churches. You wouldn't believe how many St. Philips there are. You know?
Yeah, so there was that. Yeah, that was mine.
You know, I've made a ton of mistakes as a lead. I've dropped rings on beaches and stuff like that. The biggest mistake I made as a second was honestly
as a second or a lead.
As a lead. The biggest mistake I made as a lead was dropping rings on the sand. So don't open a ring box on the beach, by the way. Never do that. Did find the rings. That was my second wedding ever. And I will never do that again. So that was the biggest mistake I made. And I almost had to, took a deep breath with that one. Let's just put it that way. Mm-hmm. Biggest mistake I made as a second photographer was honestly photographing from similar angles as the lead. That was like my first wedding, and that the lead photographer basically told me, I don't want you shadowing me. You don't need to be next to me. Start moving around. Start thinking outside the box. And that was such a wake-up call.
That was also me when I started. I was just so excited to get those like main shots.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't even thinking about being a second shooter. And that was like right at the very beginning. It was like one of my first or second weddings that I shot. And the lead photographer was like, you got to move.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh.
Uh-huh.
But again, I had only shadowed on one before I got thrown right into it. And I had no idea really, for any couples who are listening, to when I was shooting for a studio. I know I said I shot for years. That was a lie. But yeah,
it's a little white lies.
That's what I said. What I was told to say.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was just oblivious.
Yeah.
And this is us telling you not to be oblivious.
Don't be oblivious. There it is.
Be oblivious.
Then the wedding day disaster we solved together. We kind of talked about it earlier, but we had a groom rip his pants in prep, and we fixed that together.
Right down the crotch.
Right? It was like a good like.
Right after, what was it? Right after the first look?
Right after first look, yeah. He was like, oh man, my pants split. And we're like, oh no. Thankfully, we had a good amount of buffer time built in.
Like,
and
first, do you have access to other pants? And then he said, no.
Nope.
So we problem solved together. Would I say that's a disaster?
No.
It's an inconvenience, but we fixed it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that we've had
a disaster.
Any disasters. We've had like a severely delayed timeline, and somehow we ended up being
ahead of schedule.
I have no idea how we did that, but we
were an hour and a half behind schedule because the bride left her veil at the house and
we had to go back and get it,
and made the whole bus turn around to go get it. And she really wanted that veil in, so they showed up an hour late to the ceremony. We ended up making up all the time. Thankfully, we had buffer time built in. Not that much buffer time.
Not that much.
But
how we did it.
We divided and conquered a lot of the portraits, which that was key. I
think it's also being able to work well together in a fast-paced way. Like there's a lot in the Rolodex that like you already know, and we just got to do it quicker.
Just got to do it quicker.
We're not lollygagging. We're doing it fast.
Mm-hmm.
And we did.
We did. We did.
We did the damn thing.
So what makes someone rehirable? We'll go through this quickly, but like for second photographers, reliability, communication, adaptability, professionalism, and a positive attitude. That's what's going to get you rehired. Being a team player is the biggest thing you do. Being reliable. Communication is good. Adaptability, being professional on a wedding day is key there. Like not looking like a schlep, walking in, like in sweatpants, things like that. And just being positive overall. Like, wedding days can be stressful. So being able to stay positive is really, really important.
You're your emotional support people.
Mm-hmm.
So
100%. And then what makes someone worth working for as a lead photographer? Respect, clear communication, consistency, fair pay is up there.
Fair pay.
And trust. But fair pay is something that, like, a lot of second shooters talk about, like, hey, I'm not compensated well, where a lot of lead photographers are still relentlessly underpaying their second photographers. If you want a second shooter to be reliable, to work for you, and to not bail if things come up and stuff like that, or, not decide to take a beach day, pay them well and treat them well. And they will stay for a very long time.
You're placing trust in another person with your brand. That is valuable and worth paying a premium for. If you pay them well, they will treat you well. They will work better. They will produce better work. They will try harder. And that's just facts.
Facts.
That's facts.
Facts, yeah.
I know. Because I still second shoot for Mike. I have my own business. And I'm just like, you know what? He pays me good. I'll do it.
There it is. And then the final takeaway. The best lead second relationships share three things: communication, trust, and mutual respect. At the end of the day,
period.
Those are it. That's it. Okay. I'm going to trust my second shooters with my life. I know they could do the job. If I can't do the job, I'm always going to communicate with them. They're always going to communicate with me. And I'm always going to respect them, not only as a photographer, but as a person as well. So the goal isn't for the second photographer to be invisible. The goal is for them to be seamless. And that is so damn true.
And then eventually you just get stuck with one as your podcast co-host.
There it is. One day you sit at a vendor table with them and you say, hey, I want to do a podcast. And then you make 50-something topics. And 4 years later, you're doing a recording for the Storyteller Network.
Good times.
Well, guys, I hope you enjoyed this this presentation kind of thing that we did here.
Hope it was good.
Yeah.
Hope you learned something.
Hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned something. But we really enjoyed being here, and we look forward to seeing you guys again in the future. So
hopefully in person.
We're gonna sign off right here. But if you want to check us out, we're at the Vendor Table Pod on Instagram, TikTok, everywhere else. We're also on Spotify, YouTube, Apple. You could find me at Michael Casara Photo on Instagram and TikTok as well. Lauren, where can they find you?
Lauren O'Brien Photo and the Pharaoh Photog on Instagram and TikTok.
So, guys, this has been a lot of fun. Thank you for tuning in here, and we will catch you next time.
All right, everyone, we have officially made it to the end of day one. If you have been with us from the beginning of the day all the way to the end of the day, give yourself a huge round of applause. Shout out in the comments. Let us know that you were here all day. If you weren't here all day, this is your friendly reminder that if you want to access all of the classes that you watched and all of the classes you couldn't watch, there's a special deal right now where you can access everything for $149, usually $399. You get access to all of the classes. You get access to bonus materials, PDFs, workbooks, bonus classes. So you definitely do not want to miss that. Also, make sure to join us tomorrow. This is only day one of day two. So definitely want to make sure that you join us for that. And just as a reminder, if you're joining us later, this is the Storyteller Network, a new platform for photographers. It is a community of a bunch of podcasts. I'll run through all the list tomorrow again, but I've gone through it a few times. Just amazing people like the Vendor Table and all of the other amazing people that have podcasts on this network. It's also going to be a place for summits like this. This is the wedding or the marketing summit. And then there's going to be a lighting summit as well in September. So you don't want to miss that. Head over to Instagram, give the Storyteller Network a follow. Make sure to like and subscribe here on YouTube before you go. And before you leave, hop into the comments. Let us know what class was your favorite. Tell us some of your key takeaways. Let us know what you loved. This helps everybody know that they're doing a good job. Also, huge shout out to the production team. Give them a round of applause in the comments as well. They've done amazing organizing, fixing little errors, making sure that I'm queued up and ready to go. So give them a shout out in the comments as well. And with that, I can't wait to see everyone tomorrow.